Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was God Among Demigods? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The end is a new beginning. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Kanehagakure, chaos erupted as the great Kyubi no Kitsune attacked the people. This powerful demon could unleash devastating force with a single swipe of its 9 tails, creating tsunamis and flattening mountains. It wreaked havoc, causing destruction and loss of life, until the leader of Konoha, the Yondaime Hokage, arrived. A random jounin shouted that the Yondaime Hokage was there, and a giant frog leaped onto the battlefield. Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, was a tall man with fair skin, bright blue eyes, and spiky blonde hair. He wore the standard Konohanin uniform, complete with 2 bands on each sleeve, a bulletproof jacket, a forehead protector, and sandals. He focused on the hands of Sandaime Hokage as he began to weave hand seals. With a somber tone, he expressed his apologies and completed the final hand seal. He shouted the sealing technique, and then everything turned white. 5 years later, a small boy with bright blonde hair and blue eyes, sporting 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, was being chased by an angry mob. His name was Naruto, and he was fleeing from the crowd. He wondered why he was always pursued on his birthday and why they called him a demon. As he ran, he found himself in a dead end. Turning to face his tormentors, he closed his eyes, leaving his fate to the heavens above. He thought that if he were to die here, he would finally be free from the torment. The crowd grinned as they approached the boy. Suddenly, many skeletons rose from the ground and began to attack the mob, causing panic among the people. Some experienced shinobi in the crowd recognized it as a genjutsu. Although someone dispelled the illusion, it was too late for them. Naruto had vanished from the scene. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling no pain, and found himself in an unfamiliar room. The spacious area could easily accommodate 50 or 60 people, featuring a grand spiral staircase made of iron leading to the 2nd and 3rd floors. The room was filled with paintings, vases, suits of armor, and other items from around the known world, each meticulously organized and catalogued. To the right, there was a large archway leading to a sliding door that blended seamlessly with the wall. As he looked around, he noticed a large painting on the wall. It depicted a young woman in a red variant of the Konoha jounin uniform, and she was the most beautiful being he had ever seen. Her alabaster skin contrasted with her long, dark hair, and her vibrant smile could light up the darkest of days. For some reason, tears streamed down Naruto's face as he gazed at the portrait. He wondered who she was. Then, he heard a voice instructing him to look back. Turning around, he saw a large raven with blood-red eyes. The raven introduced itself as Karasu and explained that it was a ninja thing. Naruto asked if the painting was really of his mother, to which Karasu confirmed, but added that she was no longer alive. The raven's expression turned somber as it mentioned that she loved him and had left him a letter. Naruto noticed the letter beside the painting of his mother and unfolded it, seeing that it was stained with what appeared to be tears. "Dear son, my name is Uchiha Hitomi, and I am your mother. I waited so long to hold you in my arms, and now I have been taken away from you. I don't know if I angered Kami in this life or a past life to be separated from you. I hope you can forgive me for not being there. It pains me to know I won't be there to see you grow, to witness your marriage, or to meet my grandchildren. I won't be there for your birthdays or to experience everything with you. I put so much effort into training and the jutsu in the scrolls. I hoped we could learn them together when you were older, but it seems you will have to teach yourself. It's almost time for me to go, but I have one last piece of advice. You don't have to be in Konoha to be great. I know my struggles, so I speak from experience. You can explore the world, learn new things, and become who you want to be. I understand the hardships and suffering one can endure in life. So my only request is that you live your life to the fullest and never give up, even if it means leaving this village to do so. I wanted to tell you so much more, but time is short. I know you have many questions. Karasu will explain everything. This is goodbye, my son. I have left my journal along with some photos. Good luck and farewell, my son. Your mother. Uchiha Hitomi. Naruto looked at Karasu, confused. He learned that his mother's surname was Uchiha, so he wondered why his surname was Uzumaki. Karasu explained that it was the surname of the Yandame's wife, given to honor her sacrifice. Naruto asked about the sacrifice, and Karasu thought it was now or never to share the truth. She asked if he knew how the Yandame had defeated the Kyuubi. When he nodded, she revealed that the story he knew was not entirely true. She began to recount the tale of how the Kyuubi was released by Tobi and how Minato and Kushina's child had been born lifeless, with Kushina perishing during the extraction of the Kyuubi. The trauma Naruto felt after the loss of his only child weighed heavily on him. He was the third Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Yoko, and his anger flared as he confronted Tobi. His entire body was enveloped in thick, black chakra, an aura more sinister than that of the Kyuubi. His appearance transformed. His hair shifted from blonde to midnight black, and his skin turned pale. His facial features altered, but the most striking change was in his eyes, which now bore a 9-pointed red star against a black background. Karasu was taken aback by his new look, reminiscent of a younger Madara. Karasu observed him and noted the resemblance to his mother. Naruto, confused, demanded to know what she meant. Karasu suggested he look in a mirror. As he approached the large mirror hanging in the hallway, he was startled by his reflection, particularly his eyes. Karasu explained that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had placed a transformation seal on him, originally intended to make him a celebrated hero, but it had not worked as planned. Curious about his eyes, Naruto learned they were the Mangekyo Sharingan, an advanced form of the Sharingan. Karasu assured him they would discuss it later and asked if he knew how to use chakra, to which Naruto nodded. She instructed him to follow her. Naruto had a question about how to deactivate his new eyes. Karasu advised him to stop channeling chakra into them. He did. His eyes shifted to a dark blue. Karasu found this interesting, noting they were not black like the Uchiha. Hopeful, Naruto inquired about his father, but Karasu admitted she had no information. When he asked where they were, Karasu explained they were in the Valley of the End, the site of the legendary battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. They were behind Madara's statue, where there was a secret door. She urged him to follow her to meet someone important. Upon reaching a grand door, Naruto opened it to reveal a large stone room adorned with strange symbols. Karasu instructed him to let his blood fall onto the central seal. After Naruto did so, the seal glowed brightly, and a white coffin rose from the ground. As the coffin opened, a tall man emerged, his long black hair with a blue tint flowing down to his waist, dressed in a blue suit and red armor reminiscent of a samurai. Confused, Naruto asked who he was. Karasu revealed that he was a blood clone of Uchiha Madara, Naruto's grandfather. Madara looked at Naruto and asked who he was, his tone cold. Naruto hesitated, too intimidated to respond. Karasu clarified that he was the son of Hitomi and Madara's grandson. Madara observed Naruto closely, noting the resemblance to his younger self, aside from their eye colors. His tone softened as he asked Naruto's name. When Naruto introduced himself, Madara inquired about his mother, prompting Naruto to look down sadly. Karasu informed Madara of her passing, sharing the story. Madara's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he exuded a powerful aura. He expressed his disdain for the weak, lamenting that if they were truly strong, they would still be alive. However, he quickly regained his composure and focused on Naruto, extending his hand to place it on Naruto's head, smiling as he asked if Naruto was ready for training. Naruto affirmed he was ready, and his eyes shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara smiled, recognizing his grandson's potential at such a young age. 7 years later, Madara watched Naruto, now 12, practicing his kata on the surface of a lake. When he deemed it sufficient, he called out to Naruto, announcing that he had completed his training and had nothing more to teach him. It was time for Madara to give him a parting gift. Curious, Naruto asked what kind of gift it would be, recalling that Madara had already bestowed upon him some of Hashirama Senju's power. Madara revealed he was giving Naruto his true power, his Sharingan. At the Konoha Academy, Irika congratulated the students on their graduation, declaring them true ninjas of the village. He reminded them to uphold their duties with diligence and honor. Teams of 3 would be assigned under the guidance of their Jounin sensei. As Irika announced Team 7, consisting of Jounin Hatake Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, excitement filled the air, especially from Sakura. In the Valley of the End, Naruto faced Sasuke, contemplating their battle as reminiscent of the legendary clash between Hashirama and Madara. Sasuke smirked, noting the irony of history repeating itself. Naruto, however, pointed out a significant difference. Madara was calm and powerful, while Sasuke was far from that level. Sasuke, frustrated, unleashed his Chidori, charging at Naruto with lightning crackling around his hand. Naruto stood unfazed, effortlessly catching Sasuke's wrist and releasing a burst of chakra that halted the attack. He then struck Sasuke's knee with his elbow, causing him to cry out in pain. Not stopping there, Naruto maneuvered around and kicked Sasuke on the head, sending him skimming across the water's surface. He sighed to himself while walking on the water, reflecting on the difference in their strength. He believed Sasuke was weak. He took his hand and formed a black sphere of chakra, preparing to unleash his technique. Naruto entered the council chambers, his tone cold as he inquired if they wanted to speak with him. This surprised several members of the council, especially Tsunade, as it was unlike the usual energetic and cheerful ninja they were accustomed to. Tsunade thought to herself that something must have happened to Naruto, as he was not acting like himself. The elder council member, Mitokado Hamura, addressed him, confirming that they had summoned him. The council had finished reviewing the reports from him, his team from Suna, Rock Lee, and his sensei, Hatake Kakashi. While they were pleased that a mission of such magnitude had been successfully completed by a newly appointed Chunin and a team of 4 genin, they expressed concerns regarding the battle between Naruto and his teammate, Uchiha Sasuke. Hamura looked at Naruto over the rim of his glasses and asked what the matter was. Udatain Koho, another elder council member, voiced their concern about the significant amount of Kyuubi chakra Naruto had used during the battle, which resulted in considerable destruction in the Valley of the End. The council had decided that Naruto would be immediately exiled from Konoha, a decision that Danzo, the War Hawk, seemed to relish. Tsunade exploded in anger, defending Naruto by stating that Sasuke had attempted to kill him and that they had a report directly from Kakashi. Days, another council member, insisted that there was nothing left to discuss, as the council's decision was final. Naruto looked at the council and expressed his disdain for their actions. One council member attempted to reprimand him, but before he could finish, Naruto swiftly eliminated him, leaving everyone in shock. He stood behind the fallen member, a kunai in hand, and vanished in a flurry of crows. The council members were taken aback, especially the 2 Sannin. Naruto declared the council pathetic, his body enveloped in a thick black chakra that radiated an oppressive aura, more sinister than Kyuubi's. The elders thought he resembled the young Madara. He introduced himself as Uchiha Naruto, the son of Uchiha Hitomi and the true descendant of Uchiha Madara, smiling confidently. An unsuspecting Umbu attempted to attack him, but a hand of Susanoo caught him midair. Naruto scolded the Umbu, and black flames erupted from Susanoo, reducing him to ashes. He turned his gaze back to the council, his eyes shifting to the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, exuding a deadly intent. He warned that if Konoha were ever attacked, they should not expect his help, and then he disappeared in swirling vortexes. Later, the Deva Path unleashed a devastating attack, destroying a significant portion of Konoha with his gravity jutsu. Naruto appeared behind Deva Path, who was shocked to see him. Deva attempted to claim victory, but Naruto clarified that he had not come to save the village, he was there to defeat him. His eyes transformed into a purple hue with rings, signaling his intent. Naruto calmly pointed his hand at Deva Path and unleashed his own Shinra Tensei, sending shockwaves through the area. He observed his fallen enemy, who was slowly succumbing to his injuries, and declared the battle over. Tobi, filled with hatred, insisted that the power of Jubi would never belong to Naruto, but Naruto, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, expressed pity for him before invoking Amaterasu, engulfing Tobi in black flames until he turned to ash. Naruto then reappeared in front of Geto Mazo, observing the giant humanoid statue adorned with spikes. He recognized it as Geto Mazo and activated his Rinnegan, channeling all his chakra into it. He removed his Umbu armor to reveal the seal on his stomach and sat on Geto Mazo, placing his hand on the seal. He shouted for it to release as the seal distorted. Forming hand seals, he called upon Yura Shirsho Fuinjutsu, summoning 4 symbols around him. A spirit resembling 9 black dragons emerged from his body, moving toward the stone prison of Jubi, the moon. Chakra swirled around him as he completed the seals, sealing away the chakra of the tailed beast and Jubi within the seal, culminating in a massive explosion of black chakra. The Yondaime Reikage suddenly halted, sensing an overwhelming level of chakra from the nearby river. He warned everyone to take cover as a massive dome of black chakra enveloped the area. Inoki expressed his surprise at the destruction, while Gaara speculated that it was Naruto's doing. After a moment of silence, they managed to regain their footing, only to freeze in fear upon seeing Black Dragon before them. His strange red eyes, a mix of Sharingan and Rinnegan, bore down on them. Suddenly, a black portal opened in the sky, and the dragon flew into it, disappearing. The Godai Mizukage, Meitarumi, questioned what had just happened, to which the Yondaime Reikage responded that they did not know. He surveyed the surroundings and concluded that the shinobi war had finally come to an end, and they had emerged victorious. He addressed everyone. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, inquired about the Biju. Mei asked about Naruto. Gaara looked up at the sky, where they saw a familiar black bird following the dragon as it entered the portal just before it closed. He remarked that Naruto was very much alive. Naruto's body floated in the endless darkness. Suddenly, a solitary figure approached and lifted his unconscious form in a bridal style. The figure spoke to Naruto, stating that he had completed his work and it was time to take him to his second home, referring to him as his great-grandson. At that moment, 2 familiar figures appeared beside him, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Hitomi. Hitomi kissed Naruto on the forehead and asked the figure to take care of him. Madara told Naruto's unconscious body that he had taught him everything he knew and that this was a farewell. A voice emerged from the darkness, indicating that they also wanted to give something to him. They turned quickly to see 2 figures. The first was a beautiful woman with long, jet-black hair, rich pink eyes, and creamy skin, dressed in what appeared to be a traditional white kimono. The second figure was tall, towering at least 10 feet, with a sickly gray body adorned with black runes or perhaps seals on his visible hand and forearm. His sharp black obsidian nails contrasted with the prayer beads wrapped around his left wrist. His face resembled a Hanya mask, complete with horns protruding from his long, spiky white hair. He bore a sheathed knife, and his eyes were demon-like, with deep obsidian sclera and pupils, while his bright golden irises shone. He wore a long white robe that left part of his chest and belly exposed. Madara asked Kami and Shinigami what they were doing there. Shinigami replied that they were there to meet the child of prophecy. Kami approached Naruto, looked at his face, and remarked that he was cute. She opened her hand and summoned a small ball of white light, which she sent toward Naruto. It absorbed into him, leaving a small purple mark on his forehead. Hitomi pointed at the diamond-shaped mark and asked what it was. Kami explained that it was her gift, granting him the power of darkness and the light from her side to help balance his power before disappearing in an instant. Shinigami then raised his hand into the air, and with a flash, a black katana appeared in his grasp. It transformed into a black ball of light, absorbed into Naruto, and the kanji for death appeared on his left shoulder. He advised Naruto to use his gift wisely before vanishing in a flash of black. The mysterious figure looked at Madara and Hitomi, stating that it was time for them to leave. They nodded and disappeared into the darkness. The figure smiled at Naruto before vanishing with him in a flash. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked around, finding himself in a small apartment. He wondered where he was and telepathically called out for Karasu-chan, who responded that she was there, entering the room through the window. He asked her where they were, and she explained that they were not in the Element Nation but in another dimension. Noticing a scroll addressed to him, he inquired about it. The scroll revealed that it was from his great-grandfather, who assured him that he was still alive and that they would meet in due time. He mentioned that Naruto would discover his other family during his journey and that he was in a place called the United States, specifically New York City. The scroll also hinted at changes within Naruto due to Jubi and suggested that he look in a mirror. It contained a seal that would provide everything he needed in this world, including money, and advised him to get a book on Greek mythology for future reference. Lastly, it urged him to visit his inner world for answers. Naruto looked at Karasu and asked if there was something different about him. She responded that he should look in a mirror. He stood up and moved to the mirror, noticing short fangs and slit pupils in his eyes. He saw the small purple diamond mark on his forehead and the kanji for death on his left shoulder, resembling his 10-year-old self. He wondered if it was some sort of seal and sent a small amount of chakra to his left shoulder. In a flash of black, a katana appeared in his left hand. He examined the katana, which was entirely black, emanating a sharp aura associated with the dead. Notably, the kanji for Shinigami was inscribed on the main blade, along with a black dragon with strange red eyes on the hilt. Karasu found it interesting, while Naruto remarked that it was deadly. The katana vanished in a flash of black. He took the scroll and dropped a bit of blood on the seal, causing numerous scrolls to appear in a puff of smoke. Among them, a black bracelet caught his attention. He picked it up and examined it closely. It was black with golden designs and had some words written in an unknown language. As he pondered the language, the words began to rearrange themselves into a familiar one, stating that there was nothing good or bad, what mattered was balance. He found this strange and decided to wear the bracelet on his left bicep. Karasu asked what he would do next. Naruto sat down to meditate, declaring that he would find his answers. He closed his eyes. In his mindscape, he observed that it had changed. Instead of a sewer, it resembled a deep forest under a strange moon that was blood-red with 4 concentric circles and 9 tomo. As he looked around, he noticed a black dragon watching him with its red eyes, its upper body covered in black scales adorned with spirals and blue markings. The lower part of its body, specifically its abdomen, inner tail, and legs, was gray. It had a rounded head with 4 large, elongated plates extending backward. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and beneath it was an elongated protrusion pointing downward. It was enormous, with multi-layered wings made of the same plates that covered its entire body. Its massive tail split into 2 at the end, where the black plates faded away, taking on a double stinger appearance. Its eyes resembled a mix of Sharingan and Rinnegan, featuring 4 concentric circles of Rinnegan type with 9 tomo of Sharingan type in the 3 circles closest to the pupil, which were red. Naruto's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He wondered who this being was. The dragon responded to his unspoken question, revealing itself as the manifestation of power that had existed within Naruto. It was the result of his demonic power and Jubi, the harbinger of death and chaos. It claimed to be the deity of balance. Naruto understood the implication. He was one with this power and knew what he had to do. He touched the dragon's scale, and the dragon shattered into a million fragments of black energy that surged into his body. In a new setting, at Yanxi Academy, a teacher addressed her class, seeking their attention before introducing a new student. She welcomed him warmly as he entered the room. The 13-year-old boy walked confidently to the front, facing his new classmates. He stood tall at about 5 feet 4 inches, with pale skin, spiky midnight black hair, and dark eyes. He wore black shoes, black jeans, a white shirt, and a black hoodie. He introduced himself as Naruto Uchiha. 3.5 years had passed since Naruto arrived in this new land. Learning a new language had surprisingly been easy for him, thanks to his Sharingan. This world felt more peaceful and advanced compared to the Element Nation. While the tranquility was somewhat dull, it was not unwelcome, and he had been training daily to enhance his skills. During this time, he had met 2 interesting individuals at school. The first was Percy Jackson, a 12-year-old with black hair and sea-green eyes. Percy had a unique energy signature and a disdain for school due to the strange occurrences that surrounded him, which made him unpopular. The 2 quickly became friends. The second was Grover Underwood, whom Naruto met through Percy. Grover had Caucasian skin, short curly hair, and brown eyes. He used crutches, which made him appear somewhat disabled, and he had a laid-back, hippie vibe, as he rarely ate meat and dressed in a casual style. Despite this, Grover was a genuinely nice person. Naruto noted that Grover had a distinct smell reminiscent of a goat, while Percy oddly smelled like the ocean. Now, they were on a bus heading to the Metropolitan Museum of Art for a field trip focused on Greek mythology. Percy wore an orange shirt, denim pants, and black shoes, while Grover sat beside him with his usual crutches, dressed in a yellow shirt and oversized pants that concealed his shoes. Naruto wore black shoes, black jeans, a white shirt, and a black hoodie. As they traveled, Naruto observed a scene unfolding before him. One of his classmates, Nancy Bobofit, a red-haired girl with freckles and a penchant for mischief, was throwing pieces of peanut butter and tomato sandwich at Grover, who was trying to ignore her antics. Percy murmured that he was going to confront her, but Grover urged him to stay seated, reminding him that they would be blamed if anything went wrong. Naruto decided it was time to intervene, addressing Nancy directly. He questioned why she was bothering Grover and asserted that his friends were better people than she was. His cold tone sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to pale and nod in agreement. Their teacher, Mr. Brunner, led the museum visit. He was a middle-aged man in a motorized wheelchair, with thinning hair, a scruffy beard, and a tweed jacket that always smelled like coffee. He guided the class through the grand galleries, passing marble statues and ancient pottery. As they moved through the museum, Naruto noticed how Mr. Brunner and Grover's faces lit up at the sight of the Greek and Roman artifacts. He turned to Percy, who was examining some well-preserved items, and remarked on their historical significance. Percy acknowledged Naruto's interest, noting that he often forgot how much Naruto enjoyed mythology. They listened intently as Mr. Brunner shared stories about the ancient gods and other fascinating topics, fully engaged in the experience. The students gathered around a 13-foot stone column topped with a grand sphinx, and Mr. Brunner began to explain that it served as a significant marker, a steal, for a girl of their age. His discussion about the carvings on the sides managed to capture Percy's attention, as it was genuinely interesting, but the others around him were engaged in their own conversations. Naruto observed the other supervising teacher, Miss Dodds, who was giving Percy a disapproving glare. She was a petite math teacher from Georgia, always wearing a black leather jacket, despite being in her 50s. She had joined Yancey in the middle of the year, and from day one she had taken a particular interest in Nancy Bobofit. Naruto sensed something unusual about her energy and thought it best to keep an eye on her. Mr. Brunner continued discussing Greek funerary art. Eventually, Nancy Bobofit made a joke about the naked man on the stele, prompting Percy to shout for her to be quiet, his voice louder than usual. The group erupted in laughter, causing Mr. Brunner to pause his story. He addressed Percy directly, asking if he had any comments. Percy, embarrassed by his outburst, replied that he did not. Mr. Brunner pointed to one of the images on the stele and asked Percy what it represented. Percy looked at the picture and identified it as Kronos devouring his children. Mr. Brunner confirmed this but seemed unsatisfied with the response. Naruto noticed Percy struggling to elaborate, so he decided to step in. He explained that Kronos ate his children because of a prophecy that foretold they would one day overthrow him, which earned a sigh of relief from Percy. He continued, detailing how Kronos' wife hid baby Zeus and tricked him into swallowing a stone instead. When Zeus grew up, he deceived Kronos into inviting his siblings back. The girls behind them reacted with disgust, while Naruto concluded the story, earning a nod of approval from Mr. Brunner. However, Nancy Bobofit scoffed, questioning the relevance of such tales to real life, suggesting they wouldn't come up in job applications. Mr. Brunner then posed a question to Percy and Naruto, asking if they had any thoughts on Nancy's excellent point about the importance of these stories in reality. Grover murmured a comment, prompting Nancy to snap at him, her face turning red. Percy shrugged, uncertain, while Naruto suggested that perhaps understanding these figures was necessary, eliciting laughter from many in the class. He noticed surprised expressions from Mr. Brunner and Grover. Mr. Brunner acknowledged their contributions, giving them half credit. He explained that Zeus had fed Kronos a mixture of mustard and wine, causing him to regurgitate his other 5 children, who had been alive and growing in his stomach. The gods then defeated their father, cutting him into pieces and scattering his remains in Tartarus, the darkest part of the underworld. With that cheerful note, he announced it was time for lunch and asked Miss Dodds to escort them outside. As the class moved away, the girls held their stomachs, while the boys pushed each other and acted foolishly. Grover, Percy, and Naruto were about to follow when Mr. Brunner called out to them. He had a look that suggested he knew much more than he let on. He told them they needed to learn the answer to his question not just about the Titans, but about real life and how their studies applied to it. Percy murmured in acknowledgement, and they headed to lunch. Naruto told Percy to go ahead and that he would see him later. When Percy asked where he was going, Naruto mentioned he had some personal work to do. Percy nodded and walked away, while Naruto noticed no one was around and vanished into a swirling vortex. Percy joined Grover, and they sat on the edge of a fountain, away from the others, as Percy preferred not to be the center of attention at school. Grover asked if Percy had detention again, to which Percy replied no, but he wished Mr. Brunner would sometimes let him off the hook. He felt he wasn't as brilliant as Naruto, who excelled in every subject and sport. Curious, Grover inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. Percy explained that Naruto was handling personal matters, and when Grover asked what kind of work that was, Percy admitted he hadn't asked. Grover shrugged and asked if he could have Percy's apple, which Percy handed over. They began chatting about their upcoming summer plans when Nancy Bobofit approached them, flanked by her group of followers. With a mischievous grin, she pretended to drop her lunch on Grover. Percy was furious and jumped up, ready to confront her, but Grover quickly pulled him back down, advising against it to avoid further trouble. Though not entirely convinced, Percy sat back down, keeping his eyes fixed on Nancy. Then something strange happened. The water in the fountain surged upward and splashed Nancy, causing her to fall into the fountain with a loud splash that drew everyone's attention, including the teachers, with Miss Dodds making her way over. Nancy shouted that Percy had pushed her, but Percy heard whispers from other students commenting on the water and how it had reacted. Confused, he wondered what they were talking about, knowing only that he was in trouble once again. When Miss Dodds was sure that the poor little Nancy was all right, she promised to buy her a new shirt at the museum gift shop, Percy thought. Miss Dodds turned to him and said that he would be spending a month erasing books. "Come with me," Miss Dodds instructed. "Wait!" Grover shouted. He admitted to pushing Nancy. Percy was surprised that Grover was trying to cover for him. However, Miss Dodds wasn't convinced and took Percy back inside the museum, where he would likely receive another reprimand and detention. They returned to the Greek and Roman section. The gallery was empty except for them. Miss Dodds stood with her arms crossed in front of a large marble frieze of Greek gods, making a strange noise in her throat, almost like a growl. She told Percy that he had caused trouble. He looked at her and replied that he understood. She pulled at the cuffs of her leather jacket, questioning if he really thought he could get away with his behavior. The look in her eyes was unsettling. Percy thought nervously that she was a teacher and wouldn't harm him. "I'll try harder, ma'am," he promised. Suddenly, thunder shook the building. Miss Dodds told him that they weren't fools and that it was only a matter of time before they discovered his secret. She urged him to confess to avoid more pain, which made Percy look at her strangely. "Ma'am, I don't." "Your time is up," she hissed ominously. Then something strange happened. Her eyes began to glow like hot coals, her fingers stretched into claws, and her jacket transformed into large, leathery wings. She was no longer human. She had become a creature with bat wings and sharp fangs. "Miss Dodds? Whoa!" Percy exclaimed as he saw his teacher transformed into a monster. "Where is it?" she demanded, trying to attack him, but he somehow dodged her. He attempted to escape. "I won't ask again." "Where is it?" Percy thought to himself about what she was talking about. It was pulled from his thoughts when he heard the sound of wheels approaching. He looked up, surprised to see Mr. Brunner in his wheelchair. "Hey, Percy!" Mr. Brunner called out, tossing him an object. Percy looked down to see he had caught a golden pen. Confused, he wondered what he was supposed to do with it. Not knowing what else to do, he twisted the cap of the pen, and it suddenly transformed into a bronze sword. "Whoa," he said. Percy hesitantly swung the sword at Ms. Dodds. He merely aimed to injure her, but she dodged his attack and struck him in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall. "Die, dear!" Ms. Dodds screamed as she spread her wings and lunged at him. Absolute terror coursed through Percy's body. He closed his eyes, but when he didn't feel any pain, he opened them again. He saw a black blade protruding from Ms. Dodds' chest, with Naruto holding the hilt. Naruto pulled the katana from her, and Ms. Dodds exploded into yellow dust, evaporating in an instant, leaving only the smell of sulfur behind. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked as his sword vanished in a flash of black light. "Yes," Percy replied, trying to stand, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. "I think she broke a rib." "This will help," Naruto said, placing his hand on Percy's chest. His hand began to glow green, and Percy felt the pain lessen. "How?" "I'll explain later," Naruto said, noticing Percy's sword. "By the way, this is a good weapon. Now I understand why people say, the pen is mightier than the sword." Percy looked at his weapon and found it had returned to a golden pen. "Where did you get this pen?" Naruto asked. "From Mr. Brunner," Percy replied. "Then Mr. Brunner gave this pen to you." Naruto urged him to hurry, not wanting to explain the chaos to anyone. Outside, it had started to rain. Grover was sitting by the fountain, holding a map of the museum over his head. Nancy Bobofit was still there, soaked from her splash in the fountain, complaining with her friends. When she saw Percy, she remarked that she hoped Ms. Kerr had given him a hard time. "Who?" Percy asked, confused. "Our teacher, duh." "We don't have a teacher named Ms. Kerr," Percy thought. He wanted to ask Nancy what she was talking about, but she just rolled her eyes and walked away. She approached Grover and gave him the same response, but she was stuttering a bit, so Percy knew she was lying. Thunder rumbled overhead. Percy noticed Mr. Brunner sitting under his red umbrella, reading his book as if he had never moved. He looked up, slightly distracted. "Ah, that would be my pen. Bring your own writing utensil next time, Mr. Jackson," he said. Percy handed him the pen. "Sir, where is Ms. Dodds?" Mr. Brunner stared at him. "Who?" "The other chaperone, Ms. Dodds. The pre-algebra teacher." "Percy, there is no Ms. Dodds on this trip. As far as I know, there has never been a Ms. Dodds at Yancey Academy. Are you feeling all right?" "What?" "You might have confused Ms. Kerr's name with someone else, perhaps an old teacher from a previous school," Mr. Brunner suggested before moving away. Percy sighed. "Come on, Naruto," he muttered, turning around to find that Naruto was no longer there. Now, where did he go, he wondered, thinking he had imagined everything. Naruto stood atop the museum, a crow perched on his left shoulder. "What do you think, Karasu-chan?" Naruto asked. "Someone has erased their memories," Karasu replied. "Only you, me, Percy, Grover, and Mr. Brunner remember her. Percy saw you using your power. Why didn't you erase his memory?" "Because I felt something big was going to happen, and Percy will play a significant role in it." They both looked at Percy. "This world isn't as boring as I thought. I believe this is just the beginning of our new adventure." With that, they both vanished into a swirling vortex. After that incident, everything seemed normal at school, but for Percy, it was anything but. The revelation that Ms. Dodds never existed left him feeling unsettled for the rest of the year. In place of the name he expected, there was a cheerful blonde woman, Mrs. Kerr. Occasionally, Percy would drop a reference about Miss Dodds, just to see if he could catch them off guard, but they looked at him as if he were a psychopath. He had almost believed them, but Grover couldn't fool him. Whenever he mentioned the name Dodds, Grover always hesitated before denying it. But Percy knew he was lying. Naruto hadn't worried about these things before. This wasn't the first time something strange had happened to him, but he sensed that something was amiss. A few days later, the largest tornado ever seen in the Hudson Valley landed just 50 miles from Yancey Academy. One of the current events was the unusual number of small planes that had crashed in sudden gusts over the Atlantic that year. His next concern was Percy. Naruto explained his powers to Percy, sharing details about different dimensions, ninjas, chakra, and more. He told Percy the truth and half-truths. At first, Percy hadn't believed him. But once Naruto used the shadow clone jutsu and created multiple copies of himself, Percy started to believe. Percy began to feel irritable and restless most of the time. His grades dropped from a D to an F. He got into more fights with Nancy Bobofit and her friends, landing in the hallway during almost every class. Even though he got into trouble when his English teacher, Mr. Nickel, asked him for the umpteenth time why he was so lazy about studying for spelling tests, Percy snapped back. He called Mr. Nickel an old grouch, whatever that meant, and the school principal sent a letter to his mother saying Percy wouldn't be able to return next year. Naruto could tell that Percy missed his mother, especially since he hated the fact that she was with Gabe of all people. The boy was nostalgic. That was no surprise. At that moment, the two were in their dorm room, doing their best to study for the upcoming exam. Throughout the night, Naruto noticed that Percy was becoming increasingly agitated. "This is impossible," Percy said as he threw his book across the room. He didn't understand it. Naruto encouraged him, saying that he should keep trying. He would get it, eventually. Percy thanked Naruto for the support and picked up the book. He then asked what the difference was between Chiron and Sharon. Naruto replied that it was simple. One had an and the other had an in their names. Percy insisted he meant something else. Naruto suggested that Percy ask Mr. Brunner for help, confident that he would assist him. Percy agreed, and stood up from the desk, with Naruto following him. They headed down to the faculty offices. Most of them were dark and empty, but Mr. Brunner's door was open, and light spilled out into the hallway. They were just a few steps from the doorknob when they heard voices inside the office. Mr. Brunner asked a question, and a voice that was definitely Grover's said he was worried about Percy and Naruto. They leaned in slightly to listen to the conversation. "Just this summer," Grover was saying. "I mean, he's nice at school. Now that we know and they know too. We would only make things worse by rushing it," Brunner replied. "We need Percy to mature more and Naruto. There's something different about him." Naruto thought to himself that Grover suspected him. "We have to handle this without them, Grover. Let Percy enjoy his ignorance while he can, but I'm not sure about Naruto." "But, Percy, it's his imagination," insisted Mr. Brunner. "The mist over the students and staff will be enough to convince him of that." "Mist? Is it some kind of illusion?" Naruto pondered. "Sir, I can't fail in my duties again." Grover's voice trembled with emotion. "You know what that would mean." "You haven't failed, Grover," Mr. Brunner said kindly. "I should have seen it for what it was. Now let's just focus on keeping them alive until next fall." Suddenly, Percy's mythology book slipped from his hands and hit the floor with a dull thud. His eyes widened in panic as silence fell. Naruto thought to himself that he was foolish before quickly grabbing Percy's arms and the book, pulling them both out of the room. Mr. Brunner stepped out of his office but saw nothing. "Nothing," he murmured. "My nerves haven't been right since the winter solstice." "Mine neither," Grover replied. "But I could have sworn." "Return to the dormitory," Brunner instructed. "You have a long day of exams tomorrow." Grover replied that he didn't need to be reminded. Mr. Brunner went back into his office and closed the door. "I thought it was Percy," he murmured. Suddenly, the light in the office went out. "What happened to the light?" Mr. Brunner wondered. "Interesting," said a voice from the darkness. Mr. Brunner turned his head toward the voice. "Who's there?" he asked. Then a dark figure stepped out of the shadows in front of him. Mr. Brunner shook his head in disbelief and said, "Naruto?" He saw Naruto, whose normally dark blue eyes were now red with 3 black tomos spinning within them. "Hello, Mr. Brunner. Would you mind telling me what's going on here?" Naruto asked calmly. Naruto suddenly appeared right in front of him. "And don't try to lie to me," he said. Mr. Brunner sighed and took a card from his pocket, handing it to Naruto. Naruto took the card and saw it was written in Greek, which he fortunately understood. "Camp Half-Blood, Half-Blood Hill, Long Island, New York 800-009-0009. It was a friendly address for a summer camp. "What is this?" "A summer camp?" Naruto asked. Mr. Brunner replied that it was the place where Naruto would get all the answers to his questions. It better be true. Oh, one more thing. Illusions don't work on me and you're not what you seem, he said with a smile. Goodbye, Mr. C. Mr. Brunner stood frozen. What? How? He asked, but he only saw Naruto disappear with a flock of crows. So he's from that world, Brunner thought. Grover entered to find Percy and Naruto reading their textbooks, with Percy sitting at a desk while Naruto lay on the bed, studying his exam notes. Hey, Grover said, his eyes clouded. Are you ready for the test? I'm ready, Naruto replied, looking at him. Percy didn't respond. You look terrible, Grover told Percy. Is everything okay? Just tired, Percy said, turning away so Grover couldn't see his expression, and began preparing for bed. The next afternoon, both Percy and Naruto emerged from their 3-hour Latin exam. That wasn't bad, Naruto said. Only for you, Naruto. For me, it was worse. Percy complained as he held his head, feeling overwhelmed by the jumble of Greek and Roman names he had written incorrectly. Unfortunately, Mr. Brunner called him back. For a moment, Percy worried that Mr. Brunner had discovered what he and Naruto had overheard the night before, but that didn't seem to be the issue. Mr. Brunner spoke kindly, encouraging Percy not to be disheartened about leaving Yancy. He suggested that it was for the best. Naruto wondered whether Mr. Brunner was trying to encourage Percy or break his spirit. Percy responded with a hint of irritation, acknowledging Mr. Brunner's words. Mr. Brunner, unsure of how to proceed, explained that Yancy wasn't the right place for Percy and that it was only a matter of time before he would have to leave. Percy felt a surge of anger and retorted, expressing his frustration at Mr. Brunner's comments. Mr. Brunner called after him, but Percy was already at the door. As he exited, Naruto advised Mr. Brunner to think before he spoke. On the last day of the term, Percy packed his clothes into his suitcase while listening to the other boys discuss their vacation plans. One was going hiking in Switzerland, while another was sailing across the Caribbean for a month. When one boy asked Percy about his summer plans, he replied that he would be returning to the city. The boy responded with indifference, quickly returning to the conversation. Naruto startled Percy by revealing that he had intended to join him. Percy, surprised, asked when he had arrived. Naruto mentioned he had just gotten there moments ago. Percy apologized for forgetting about Naruto's plans to accompany him. Naruto reassured him that it was no problem and suggested they head out. Percy was concerned about saying goodbye to Grover, but it turned out he didn't need to. Grover had booked a ticket to Manhattan on the same Greyhound bus, so they traveled back to the city together. During the bus ride, Grover nervously glanced around at the other passengers, which made Percy think that Grover always acted anxious whenever they left Yancy, as if he were expecting something bad to happen. Percy, feeling annoyed, teased Grover about his behavior. Grover jumped in surprise, asking what Percy meant. Percy confessed to having overheard Grover's conversation with Mr. Brunner the night before the exams. Grover's expression tightened as he asked how much they had heard. Naruto inquired about the deadline for the summer solstice, prompting Grover to grimace and express concern for Percy, suggesting he might be stressed. Percy interrupted Grover, continued to explain that he was worried about him, mentioning the non-existent Mrs. Dodds. Naruto chimed in, calling Grover a terrible liar. Grover's ears turned pink as he pulled out a dirty business card from his shirt pocket, offering it to Percy in case he needed him over the summer. Both boys examined the card, which was written in elegant script that was difficult for Percy to read, but he managed to make out Grover's name and a contact number. Naruto recognized the address as the same one Mr. Brunner had given him. Percy began to ask about the meaning of half-blood, but Grover interrupted, panicking and insisting it was his summer address. Percy was surprised to learn that Grover had a summer home, realizing he had never considered Grover's family to be as wealthy as others at Yancy. Percy expressed a desire to visit Grover's mansion, to which Grover nodded, adding that he would be there if Percy needed him. Percy, feeling a mix of confusion and irritation, asked what Grover was protecting him from. Suddenly, a loud grinding noise erupted beneath them, and smoke billowed from the dashboard, filling the bus with a foul odor. The driver cursed and pulled the bus to the side of the road. After a few minutes of tinkering with the engine, the driver announced that everyone needed to exit the bus. The trio stepped outside with the other passengers. They found themselves on a rural stretch of road, surrounded by maple trees and discarded car parts. Percy pointed out an old fruit stand by the roadside, catching Naruto's attention. The stand was filled with fresh produce, including cherries, blood-red apples, nuts, and jars of cider in a tub of ice. There were no customers, just 3 elderly women sitting in rocking chairs under a maple tree, knitting the largest pair of socks. The woman on the right knitted one sock, while the one on the left worked on the other. The woman in the middle held a large basket of bright blue yarn, and all 3 seemed to be staring directly at Percy. Naruto wondered why they were fixated on Percy, noticing Grover's nose twitching in apprehension. Grover asked Percy to tell him they weren't looking at him, to which Percy confirmed the oddity of the situation, joking about the socks. Grover insisted it wasn't funny at all. The middle woman pulled out a large pair of scissors, gleaming in gold and silver. Grover gasped and urged them to get back on the bus. Percy protested, feeling the heat outside. Naruto insisted they follow Grover's lead, suggesting that they would need an explanation afterward. Grover, sensing the seriousness in Naruto's eyes, paled and nodded in agreement. As Grover opened the door and climbed back inside, Percy and Naruto lingered a moment longer. Across the road, the elderly women continued to watch Percy intently, and the woman in the middle snipped the yarn, the sound echoing ominously in the air. Percy's 2 friends formed a ball with the electric blue socks, leaving him wondering who they could be for, Sasquatch or Godzilla. Naruto rolled his eyes and complained on the bus. At the back of the bus, the driver pulled a large, steaming piece of metal from the engine compartment. The bus shook, and the engine roared back to life. The passengers erupted in applause. The driver cheered, striking the bus with his hat, and called for everyone to board. Once they were on their way, Percy began to feel feverish, as if he had caught the flu. Grover looked no better. He was trembling, his teeth chattering. Naruto, however, seemed perfectly fine. Percy turned to Grover and asked if he was okay. Grover responded affirmatively, but Percy could sense something was off. He rubbed his forehead with the sleeve of his shirt and inquired about what they had seen at the fruit stand. Percy mentioned the elderly women, questioning if they were anything like Mrs. Dodds. Grover's expression was hard to read, but they felt that the women at the fruit stand were much worse than Mrs. Dodds. Grover insisted they tell him what they had seen. Naruto explained that one of the women had taken out scissors and cut a thread. Grover closed his eyes, gesturing with his fingers, and confirmed that they had seen her cut the cord. Percy was puzzled, wondering if that meant someone would die. Grover began to look increasingly anxious, chewing on his thumb, and murmured that he hoped this wouldn't turn out like last time. Percy, alarmed by Grover's fear, pressed for clarification. Grover asked to walk with them, promising he wouldn't let anything happen. Percy questioned if this was some kind of superstition, but Grover didn't answer. The rest of the bus ride was silent, but as soon as they arrived at the bus terminal, they left Grover behind. He was muttering about why this always happened, and why it had to be 6th grade. When they disembarked, Grover rushed to the restroom, and Percy and Naruto decided to take a taxi to Percy's home instead of waiting for him. Percy instructed the driver to take them to 104th and 1st. Naruto remarked that Grover wouldn't like this, but Percy insisted they had to go home and check on his mother, as Grover was scaring him. On the way, Percy shared stories about his mother, Sally Jackson, whom he described as the best person in the world. Naruto nodded, recalling Percy's previous comments about her. Meanwhile, Grover emerged from the restroom and searched for Percy and Naruto, only to find Naruto with his arms crossed. Grover was startled to learn that Percy had left without him. Naruto explained that he was not normal and didn't need protection, then vanished in a flurry of crows, leaving Grover in shock. When Percy and Naruto arrived at Percy's small apartment, they found smelly Gabe lounging in the living room, playing poker with friends and watching ESPN at full volume. The room was cluttered with chips and beer cans. Gabe barely glanced up as he asked who Percy's friend was and where his mother was. Percy replied that she was at work, and Gabe demanded to know if Percy had any cash. Percy rolled his eyes, frustrated by Gabe's lack of courtesy. He noticed Gabe had gained weight and looked disheveled. Gabe, who had been coasting on his paycheck while spending money on cigarettes and beer, expected Percy to contribute to the household. Percy insisted he had no cash, prompting Gabe to complain about Percy taking a taxi. Eddie, the building superintendent, looked at Percy with sympathy and tried to defend him, but Gabe continued his tirade. Percy, fed up, pulled out a wad of cash and tossed it onto the table, hoping Gabe would lose. Gabe shouted about Percy's report card, taunting him, but Naruto intervened, calmly instructing Gabe to return the money. To everyone's surprise, Gabe complied, handing the cash back to Percy. Naruto then told Gabe and Eddie to sleep, and they both fell into a deep slumber. Percy was astonished and asked Naruto how he had done that. Naruto explained it was hypnosis and illusion. Percy wished he could do the same. They left the living room and headed to Percy's room, which was actually Gabe's study during the school months. Percy didn't study anything there except for old car magazines, but he loved to stash Percy's things in the closet, leave his muddy boots on the windowsill, and do everything possible to make the place smell of cologne, unpleasant cigars, and stale beer. Percy dropped his suitcase on the bed and thought about how much he missed home. The scent of Gabe lingered in his mind, almost worse than the nightmares about Mrs. Dodds or the sound of old fruit scissors cutting thread. Just then, a sudden chill ran through him as he recalled Grover's panicked expression and how he had made Percy promise not to go home without him. Naruto noticed the fear on Percy's face and asked if he was okay. Before Percy could respond, he heard his mother, Sally, calling his name. As she opened the bedroom door, his fears melted away. Percy looked at his mother. Her eyes sparkled and changed color in the light, and her smile was as warm as a cozy blanket. A few gray strands mixed in with her long brown hair caught his attention. "Oh, Percy," she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. "I can't believe it. You've grown since Christmas." "Thanks, Mom," Percy replied, the scent of chocolate, licorice, and all the other treats from the candy store at Grand Central filling his senses. She had brought him a huge bag of free samples, just like she always did when he came home. Sally then noticed Naruto and asked who he was. Percy introduced him as a good friend from school. Sally smiled, pleased to hear that Percy had made a friend. She then mentioned a surprise for Percy. They were going to the beach. Percy's eyes widened in excitement. Montauk. 3 nights, the same cabin. When? Sally smiled. As soon as I change. She looked at Naruto and invited him to join them. Naruto politely declined, explaining that he had somewhere else to be but hoped to meet Sally another time. Percy felt a twinge of sadness that Naruto wouldn't be coming with them. As Naruto left the room and headed to his own home, he glanced around and, seeing no one, vanished into a swirling vortex. In his apartment, Naruto called for his crow, Karasu, who emerged from the shadows and landed on his shoulder. He informed her they would be going somewhere special the next day, a summer camp. Meanwhile, Gabe continued to grumble about losing Sally's kitchen and, more importantly, his prized Camaro from. He warned Percy not to scratch the car, but Percy thought to himself that he wouldn't be the one driving it anyway, being only 12. Gabe's complaints were relentless. If a seagull so much as landed on the paint, he would find a way to blame Percy. As Percy watched Gabe approach the apartment building, his frustration boiled over. When Gabe reached the door, Percy mimicked Grover's gesture from the bus, a sort of wicked claw over his heart, then made a swift motion toward Gabe. The screen door slammed shut with such force that it knocked Gabe off balance, sending him tumbling down the stairs as if shot from a cannon. Percy didn't stick around to see the aftermath. He hopped into the Camaro and urged his mom to drive away. Soon, they arrived at a wooden cabin right on the beach. It was a small pastel box with faded curtains, half buried in the dunes. There was sand on the sheets and cobwebs in the cabinets, and the sea was too cold for swimming. Percy loved the place. They opened all the cabin windows and went through their usual cleaning routine. They walked along the beach, feeding seagulls bits of blue corn, and enjoyed jelly beans, blue saltwater taffy, and all the other free samples Sally had brought from work. As night fell, they built a fire, roasting hot dogs and marshmallows. Sally shared stories from her childhood before her parents passed away in a plane crash. She spoke of the books she dreamed of writing one day when she had enough money to leave the candy store. "Mama, what was my dad like?" Percy asked, summoning the courage to inquire. "He was kind, Percy," Sally replied. Tall, handsome, and strong, but gentle. You have his black hair, you know, and his green eyes. She pulled a blue jelly bean from her candy bag. I wish he could see you, Percy. He would be so proud. Percy wanted to know how old his father had been when he left. Sally gazed into the flames, revealing that he had only spent one summer with her, right there on that beach, in that cabin. But he knew me as a baby, Percy insisted. No, sweetheart, he knew I was expecting a baby, but he never got to see you. He had to leave before you were born. Percy nodded, feeling a pang of sorrow that his father had never truly known him. Anger bubbled within him toward his father for taking that ocean trip, for not having the courage to marry his mother. They were left with smelly Gabe. Are you going to send me away again? Percy asked, worried about being sent to another boarding school. Sally pulled a marshmallow from the fire, her voice heavy with emotion. I don't know, sweetheart. I think we'll have to do something. Is it because you don't want me around? Percy regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. Sally's eyes filled with tears as she took his hand and squeezed it tightly. Oh, Percy, no. I have to do this, sweetheart, for your own good. I have to send you away, she said, reminding him of what Mr. Brunner had told him. It was better for him to leave Yancey. Because I'm not normal, Percy thought. You say that as if it's a bad thing, Percy. But you don't realize how important you are. I thought Yancey Academy would be far enough. I thought you would finally be safe. Safe from what? He wondered. She looked into his eyes, and a flood of memories rushed back to him, strange and terrifying things that had happened, some of which he tried to forget. I've tried to keep you as close to me as possible, Sally said. They told me it was a mistake. But there's only one other option, Percy, the place your father wanted to send you. And I can't bear to do it. My father wanted me to go to a special school. It's not a school, Sally said quietly. It's a summer camp. Percy couldn't understand why his father, who hadn't even stayed long enough to see him born, would talk to his mother about a summer camp. And if it was so important, why hadn't he mentioned it before? I'm sorry, Percy, Sally said, seeing the look in his eyes. But I can't talk about it. I couldn't send you to that place. It might mean saying goodbye forever. For good? But if it's just a summer camp. Sally turned toward the fire, and Percy knew from her expression that if he asked more questions, she would start to cry. Naruto was packing his bags. Why are we going to a summer camp? Karasu asked. To find my answers, Naruto replied. Do you know how we can get there? Mr. Brunner is already there. We can follow his energy signature, Naruto said. Now it's time for a nap. That night, both Percy and Naruto had vivid dreams. They were on a beach, and three magnificent creatures, a white horse, a golden eagle, and a black crow, were fighting each other at the water's edge. The crow didn't seem to be doing much, it just floated in the air, watching the two battles with mild interest. Of course, it would attack at certain moments. The eagle swooped down and slashed the horse's snout with its massive talons. The horse reared up and kicked at the eagle's wings. The crow then decided to peck at the eagle before doing the same to the horse. As they fought, the ground trembled, and a monstrous voice laughed from somewhere beneath the earth, urging the animals to fight harder. Naruto saw Percy running toward them, trying to stop the chaos, but he was moving in slow motion. He watched as the eagle dove toward the horse's large eyes, while the crow decided to help its flying companion, and Percy shouted, "No!" Naruto woke from the dream, thinking it was exhausting. What happened? Karasu asked. Just a dream, but it felt real. Percy woke up to a storm raging outside, the kind that could uproot trees and tear down houses. There were no horses or eagles on the beach, just lightning illuminating the dark sky and 20-foot waves crashing against the dunes like artillery. With the next thunderclap, his mother awoke, sitting up with wide eyes. Hurricane, she said. Percy knew it was crazy. Long Island never experienced hurricanes this early in the summer. But the ocean seemed to have forgotten. Amid the roar of the wind, he heard a distant rumble, an angry and tortured sound that sent chills down his spine. Then came a much closer noise, like pounding on the cabin door. Sally jumped out of bed in her nightgown and unlocked the door. Grover stood framed in the doorway against a backdrop of torrential rain. But he didn't look quite the same, Percy could tell. "I've been searching all night," Grover said to Percy. "What were you thinking?" Sally looked at Percy with terror, not frightened of Grover, but of what he had come to say. "Percy," she shouted. "What happened at school? What didn't you tell me?" Percy froze, staring at Grover, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. "Oh, Zeus and the other gods!" Grover exclaimed. "It's right behind me. Didn't you tell him?" Percy was too stunned to realize that Grover had just cursed in ancient Greek, and he understood it perfectly. He was too shocked to wonder how Grover had arrived alone in the middle of the night. Because Grover wasn't wearing pants, and where his legs should have been. Sally looked at him sternly and spoke in a tone she had never used before. "Percy, tell me now." Percy stammered something about the old ladies at the fruit stand, and Mrs. Dodds and his mother stared at him, her face pale in the lightning. She grabbed her bag, threw Percy his rain jacket, and said, "Get in the car. You too. Go." Grover ran for the Camaro, but he wasn't exactly running. He was trotting, shaking his hindquarters, and suddenly his story about a muscle disorder in his legs made sense to Percy. He understood how he could run so fast while still limping when he walked. Because where his feet should have been, there were hooves. They didn't notice a crow watching the entire scene before disappearing in a puff of smoke. They sped through the night along dark rural roads. The wind battered the Camaro, and rain lashed against the windshield. Percy didn't know how his mother could see anything, but she kept her foot on the accelerator. Every time lightning struck, Percy glanced at Grover sitting beside him in the back seat and wondered if he had gone crazy or if he was wearing a carpet. "So, Grover, do you and my mom know each other?" Percy finally found his voice. Grover's eyes shifted to the rearview mirror, even though there were no cars behind them. "Not exactly," he said. "I mean, we've never met in person. But she knew she was keeping an eye on you." "Keeping an eye on me?" "Making sure you and Naruto were okay." "So where is Naruto?" "I thought he was with you," Percy said. "He didn't come with us. He had something to do." "Grover, what exactly are you?" "That doesn't matter right now." "It doesn't matter?" "From the waist down, my best friend is a donkey." Grover let out a sharp, guttural laugh. Percy had heard him make that sound before but had always assumed it was nervous laughter. Now he realized that it was more than just an irritating noise. Grover exclaimed that he was a goat from the waist down. Percy was confused, recalling Grover's earlier statement that it didn't matter. Grover laughed, explaining that there were satyrs who would trample someone for an insult. Percy was taken aback, wondering if Grover was referring to the myths Mr. Brunner had told them. He questioned whether the old ladies at the fruit stand and Mrs. Dodds were myths too. Grover confirmed that Mrs. Dodds was indeed real, and he explained that the less one knew, the fewer monsters they would attract. They used mist to cloud human eyes, hoping Percy would think that the kindly one was just a hallucination. But now, he was starting to realize who he truly was. As a strange roar erupted from somewhere behind them, closer than before, Sally urged Percy to focus. She explained that there was much to explain and not enough time. They needed to get him to safety. Percy was alarmed, asking what they were being protected from. Grover casually mentioned that it was just the Lord of the Dead and some of his bloodthirsty minions. Sally, trying to keep calm, made a sharp turn onto a narrower road, passing darkened cottages and wooded hills. Percy asked where they were going, and Sally revealed it was the summer camp she had mentioned, the place his father wanted him to go. Percy noted that it was also the place she had been reluctant for him to attend. Sally pleaded with him to understand that they were in danger. Grover chimed in, clarifying that the old ladies were not just old women but the fates, who only appeared when someone was about to meet their end. Percy was taken aback, realizing the implication of their presence. As they drove, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, a blinding flash lit up the sky, followed by a thunderous boom. The car swerved into a ditch, and the doors were stuck in the mud. The roof crumpled like an eggshell, and rain poured in. Lightning had struck nearby, and Percy noticed Grover slumped in the back seat, blood trickling from his mouth. In a panic, Percy tried to rouse him, desperate to keep his best friend safe. Sally's voice trembled as she urged them to hurry. Through the muddy rear windshield, Percy spotted a massive figure approaching them on the roadside. It was a dark silhouette, resembling a giant, and it appeared to have horns. Sally instructed Percy to exit the car, but the mud blocked her way. She urged him to run towards a large tree on the nearby hill, explaining that beyond it lay safety. Percy was reluctant to leave his mother behind, insisting that she come with them. Sally's face was pale, her eyes filled with worry. She reiterated that she couldn't cross the property line. As the creature drew closer, Percy realized it wasn't holding a blanket but that its head was monstrous, with horns protruding from it. Sally urged him to go, emphasizing that the creature wanted him, not her. With determination, Percy pulled Grover from the car, and together they stumbled up the wet grass, the weight of Grover surprisingly manageable. Looking back, Percy caught his first clear glimpse of the monster. It towered over them, its muscular form intimidating, clad only in bright white underwear. Its thick brown hair began at its waist and grew denser as it reached its shoulders. With urgency, they pressed on, knowing they had to reach safety before it was too late. His neck was a mass of muscles and skin leading to his enormous head, which had a snout as long as his arm, glistening with a brass ring, cruel black eyes, and massive horns, huge white and black horns. Percy recognized the creature. He had been part of one of the first stories Mr. Brunner had told them. He blinked away the rain from his eyes. Sally informed him that it was the son of Pasiphae and expressed regret that she hadn't known how badly it wanted to kill them. Percy was about to say something about the Minotaur when she warned him not to say its name, explaining that names hold power. The pine tree was still too far away, at least 100 meters uphill. Percy glanced back again. The Minotaur leaned over the car, not exactly looking through the windows, more like sniffing and pawing at it. Percy was unsure why it bothered, considering it was about 50 feet away. Grover whimpered about food. Percy hushed him and asked his mother what the creature was doing, wondering if it could see them. Sally explained that its sight and hearing were terrible, that it relied on smell, but it would realize where they were soon enough. As if on cue, the Minotaur bellowed in rage, grabbing Gabe's Camaro by the torn roof, the chassis creaking and groaning. It lifted the car above its head and hurled it down the road, where it crashed onto the wet asphalt and skidded in a shower of sparks for about half a mile before coming to a stop. The gas tank exploded. Percy recalled Gabe saying it was not a scratch. Sally warned him that when the Minotaur saw them, it would charge. She instructed him to wait until the last second and then jump out of the way, explaining that it couldn't change direction very well once it was charging. Percy asked how she knew all this, and she confessed that she had been worried about an attack for a long time, admitting it was selfish to keep him close. As they continued to climb, the Minotaur began to walk uphill, having caught their scent. The pine tree was just a few meters away, but the hill was becoming steeper and more slippery. Looking back, they saw the Minotaur accelerating, getting closer and closer. Exhausted, Sally nodded to Grover and urged Percy to run and separate from them, reminding him to remember what she had said. Percy dashed to the left, turning to see the creature looming over him, its black eyes shining with hatred and the stench of rotten flesh filling the air. It lowered its head and charged, its sharp horns aimed directly at his chest. Percy thought he could never overcome this beast, but he stood firm and, at the last moment, jumped aside. The Minotaur rushed past like a freight train, then roared in frustration and turned, but this time not toward Percy, but toward his mother, Sally, who was helping Grover in the grass. They reached the top of the hill, and Percy saw a valley on the other side, just as his mother had described, with the yellow lights of a farm shining through the rain. But that was half a mile away, and he thought they would never make it. The Minotaur let out a growl, pawing at the ground, still focused on Sally, who was slowly retreating down the hill, trying to draw it away from Grover. Sally shouted for Percy to run, admitting she couldn't go any further. The Minotaur lunged at her, and she tried to dodge as she had instructed Percy, but it had learned its lesson. Its hand shot out, grabbing her by the neck as she attempted to escape. It lifted her while she struggled, kicking and flailing in the air. Percy cried out for his mother. Sally locked eyes with him and managed to choke out one last word, "Run!" Then, with a furious roar, the monster tightened its grip around her neck, and she dissolved before Percy's eyes, merging into light, a brilliant golden form, as if it were a holographic projection. With a blinding flash, she was simply gone. Percy shouted in despair. He saw the Minotaur lunging for Grover, who lay helpless in the grass. The creature hunched over, as if about to lift Grover and make him disappear as well. Percy removed his red rain jacket and waved it, running to the side of the monster, calling it stupid and taunting it. The Minotaur turned toward him, shaking its meaty fists. Percy slapped the large pine tree and waved his jacket in front of the Minotaur. It charged too quickly, reaching out to grab him no matter how he tried to dodge. Percy tensed his legs. He couldn't jump sideways, so he leaped upward, kicking off the creature's head, using it as a trampoline, twisting in the air and landing on its neck. He thought about how he had done that, but there was no time to ponder. A millisecond later, the Minotaur's head slammed against the tree, the impact nearly knocking his teeth out. The Minotaur staggered, trying to shake him off, but Percy wrapped his arms around its horns to avoid being thrown. The smell of rotten flesh burned his nostrils as the Minotaur bucked and thrashed like a rodeo bull. Meanwhile, Grover began to whimper on the grass, and Percy wanted to shout at him to be quiet. The Minotaur turned toward Grover, pawing the ground again and preparing to charge. Percy gripped one of the horns and pulled back with all his strength. The Minotaur tensed, letting out a surprised grunt, then roared and flung him through the air. Percy landed on his back in the grass, his head striking a rock. He got up, his vision blurry, but he held a horn in his hands, a jagged bone weapon the size of a knife. The Minotaur charged again. Without thinking, he rolled aside and knelt. As the monster passed him, he tried to move the broken horn directly into its side, just beneath its hairy ribcage, but he threw it toward Grover instead. Percy saw the Minotaur roar and charge at them. Just then, a voice came from behind the Minotaur, apologizing, and then someone struck it in the face with great force, sending it flying through a series of trees in the forest. Percy recognized Naruto, who had attacked the Minotaur. He asked Naruto what he was doing there, but Naruto told him he would explain later, urging him to take Grover and leave while he handled the situation. Percy hesitated, but Naruto insisted he go. Percy managed to drag Grover and stumbled toward the valley, heading for the lights of the farm. Naruto faced the Minotaur, which was rising again. When they reached the valley, Percy fell to his knees. Looking up, he saw the familiar face of Mr. Brunner, who was watching them seriously. He also saw a very pretty girl with blonde hair, which seemed to curl like a princess's. Percy fell unconscious, mumbling about a monster. The blonde girl looked confused and asked what he was talking about. Mr. Brunner, also known as Chiron, was quick to respond, but before he could finish, a tremor shook the ground, sending them all to their feet. Annabeth expressed concern that the tremor might be caused by the monster, while Brunner remained skeptical. Suddenly, the Minotaur's body crashed in front of them, disintegrating like sand caught in the wind. Mr. Brunner noticed Naruto struggling toward them, holding the Minotaur's horn in his left hand. He was dressed in a gray shirt, black pants, black shoes, and a black hooded jacket. What caught Brunner's attention was Naruto's face. He had short fangs and slit-like pupils, along with a small purple diamond mark on his forehead. Naruto greeted Mr. Brunner and then turned to the blonde girl, asking for her name. She introduced herself as Annabeth Chase. Naruto acknowledged her and noted that Percy and Grover were unconscious. Brunner instructed him to take them inside. Once inside, Naruto greeted Brunner, who reminded him that he knew his true name. Naruto explained that he could see through the illusion, easily recognizing Brunner's half-horse form. Chiron acknowledged that Naruto was from another world and expressed surprise at his knowledge of the elemental nations. Annabeth looked confused, while Naruto's expression remained serious. Chiron shared information about the Greek gods and their existence, explaining that if Naruto was a child of the Big Three, he would have to decide the fate of the world at some point, as foretold by an oracle's prophecy. Naruto expressed disinterest in such matters, stating he would leave it to Percy. Chiron mentioned that the prophecy indicated a significant moment would arrive when the demigod turned 16, but Naruto dismissed the idea, insisting that nothing was set in stone and he didn't believe in prophecies. Chiron informed Naruto that they had an idea of his parentage but would remain silent until he was claimed. Annabeth added that being one of the Big Three's children was considered a burden, as they had sworn not to have children after the Second World War. Naruto shrugged off their concerns and agreed to have a camper show him around. As they stepped outside, Naruto raised an eyebrow at the size of the place. He noticed a hill with a pine tree nearby, thinking that the tree held a soul. Ahead of him was a cluster of cabins arranged in a U-shape. Chiron called for Clarice, who turned to see him and Naruto. Clarice was tall, strong, and likely 2 years older than Naruto, with a fierce demeanor. Chiron asked Clarice to show Naruto around the cabins, noting that Annabeth would give him and Percy a tour later when Percy woke up. Clarice, with a mischievous smile, agreed to welcome the newcomer. Naruto followed her as she led him to the center of the cabin area. Clarice explained that there were 12 cabins, each representing a Greek god, and since Naruto was new and unclaimed, he would go to cabin 11, the cabin of Hermes. Curious, Naruto asked about Clarice's parentage. She pointed to a red cabin, stating that her father was the god of war. She then pointed out the other cabins, naming Demeter, Dionysus, Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Hera, Zeus, Artemis, and Poseidon. Noticing the absence of a cabin for Hades, Naruto found it strange, considering he was one of the Big Three. Clarice then announced that it was time for an unofficial welcome, drawing the attention of others who frowned at her. As she attempted to grab Naruto, he vanished in a flurry of crows, leaving her stunned. When she regained her composure, she felt cold metal against her neck, realizing Naruto was behind her, holding a kunai. He thanked her for the tour and returned the kunai to his pocket, leaving Clarice in shock. They arrived at the main house, where Chiron observed Naruto's boredom and Clarice's bewilderment, realizing her welcome plan had failed. Chiron instructed Naruto to stay nearby since Percy wouldn't be fully awake until the next day. Naruto agreed and disappeared in a flock of crows, leaving Clarice even more confused about who he was. Naruto approached the pine tree, examining it with his Sharingan and detecting strange energy. He realized it was life energy surrounding the camp, providing protection. As he touched the tree, he felt a pull and suddenly found himself in a vast white room, where a girl stood before him, looking at him in surprise. She had long, spiky hair, electric blue eyes, and freckles, dressed in punk-style clothing, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uchiha, curious about her identity. "Where are we?" Talia asked, looking at the boy in front of her. He was tall and handsome, with pale skin, midnight black hair, and dark blue eyes. He wore a gray shirt, black pants, black shoes, and a black hooded jacket. "I'm Talia, and we're in Limbo," she explained. "How did you get here?" he inquired. "I don't know, and you?" Talia responded. "It's a long story. I have time, but first tell me, are you a demigod?" Talia nodded. "Who is your parent?" Talia frowned slightly and replied, "Zeus." "And you?" The boy raised an eyebrow but remained silent, his expression thoughtful. "No idea," he finally said. "Are you ready to tell me your story?" Talia nodded and began recounting her journey with Luke and Annabeth. She described how they were found by a satyr named Grover Underwood, who tried to take them to Camp Half-Blood. Together, they traveled to the camp but were pursued by monsters from the underworld. Once they arrived, a group of monsters attacked, and she sacrificed herself on Half-Blood Hill to protect Annabeth, Luke, and Grover. To prevent her soul from going to Hades, Zeus transformed her into a pine tree. "Wow, you're brave," the boy said. "How long have you been here anyway?" "I think more than 5 years. I can come here, so I guess I can keep you company from time to time," he said with a smile. "Next time I'll tell you my story." Talia smiled back. "Thank you, I would like that." "Well, see you next time, Talia," he said, giving her a brief hug before disappearing. "See you later, Naruto," Talia whispered, a faint blush on her cheeks. Back in the normal world, Naruto noticed it was morning. He thought about how he hadn't realized he had been in limbo for so long and vanished. Naruto appeared in a large house, where he saw Grover, Annabeth, and Chiron gathered around a table with another person he had not yet met. "Good morning," he greeted, and they turned to look at him. "Welcome back, Naruto," Chiron said, turning fully to face him. "I would like you to meet Mr. D." Naruto glanced at the other man sitting at the table, holding a can of soda. He wore a leopard print shirt and had messy black hair, a bit overweight, and a bearded appearance that reminded Naruto of a peewee football coach. "Well, I suppose I should say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood," Mr. D said. "Nice to meet you, Mr. God of Wine," Naruto replied. "That's right. It's good to see that not all the demigods who arrive here are fools," Mr. D remarked. "It's not hard. I can sense that you are a god because your energy signature is different from others," Naruto explained. "Energy signature?" Mr. D asked, intrigued. "Naruto is from that world," Chiron interjected. Mr. D was surprised. "You're from Element Nation," he told Naruto. "Well, I can honestly say I've never been to your world, but I've heard about it from the other gods." "What is Element Nation?" Annabeth asked. "Element Nation is another world, or you could say it's another dimension. It's a dangerous place. Naruto is from that world," Chiron elaborated, sharing details about ninjas, shinobi, chakra, and more. "Wow, I never knew such a kind world existed," Grover said, and Annabeth nodded in agreement. Naruto Uchiha. Are you related to Madara Uchiha?" Mr. D inquired. Naruto was taken aback. "Yes, he is my grandfather," he replied. "Interesting," Mr. D said. "What's interesting, Mr. D?" Grover asked. "I've heard from other gods that Madara was a powerful warrior. He could destroy enemy armies and control demons using his eyes," Mr. D explained. "Control demons using his eyes?" Annabeth asked, intrigued. "Mr. D means this," Annabeth said, looking at Naruto. His normally dark blue eyes had turned red with 3 black tomos swirling within them. "This is Sharingan," she stated as his eyes returned to normal. "So this is Sharingan," Mr. D said, and Naruto nodded. "Oh, Naruto, I almost forgot. These are yours," Chiron said, pulling out 2 black fingerless gloves. Naruto took them and put them on. After examining them, he noticed the red eye of Jubi as a symbol on the right glove. He channeled his chakra into it, causing it to glow. As the light faded, he saw that his right glove had transformed into a black and red glove with a small chain connecting it to a blade shaped like a stinger on his middle finger. The stinger was about twice the length of his normal fingers, slightly extending his striking distance. "All right," Naruto said, feeling a surge of power. Mr. D was astonished by the amount of energy radiating from him. "Such power," he thought. "I can tell he is hiding his true strength." Meanwhile, Percy groaned as he opened his eyes. He found himself sitting on a lounge chair on a large porch, gazing across a meadow toward the green hills in the distance. The scent of strawberries filled the air. A blanket covered his legs, and a pillow supported his neck. Everything seemed nice, but he had other concerns. "Where am I? My mouth feels dry, and my teeth hurt." He noticed a tall drink on the table beside him. It looked like frozen apple juice, complete with a green straw and a paper umbrella stuck into a maraschino cherry. He reached for it with trembling hands, almost dropping it as he lifted it from the table. "Careful," a familiar voice said. He turned to see Grover leaning against the porch railing, cradling a shoebox under one arm. He wore jeans, high-top Converse shoes, and a bright orange shirt that read Camp Half-Blood. "You saved my life," Grover said. "Well, the least I could do. I went back to the hill. I thought you might want this." He placed the shoebox on Percy's lap. Inside was a black and white bull horn, its base jagged from a break, the tip stained with dried blood. It wasn't a nightmare, Percy thought. "The Minotaur," he said aloud. Percy, maybe that's not a good idea? That's what they call it in Greek myths, right?" Percy insisted. "The Minotaur, half man, half bull." Grover shifted uncomfortably and asked, "You've been out for 2 days. How much do you remember?" "My mom is really—" Percy began, but Grover looked down. "I'm sorry," Grover said softly. "I'm a failure." Percy felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he reflected on his recent failures. Grover reassured him, stating it wasn't his fault. Percy, however, believed it was his responsibility to protect Grover. He questioned whether Grover's mother had asked him to do so, to which Grover replied that it was simply his job as a guardian, at least it used to be. As Percy began to feel lightheaded, Grover advised him not to strain himself and helped him drink from a cup. The taste was reminiscent of his mother's homemade blue chocolate cookies, transformed into a drink. He continued sipping until he realized the ice hadn't even melted. Grover inquired about how Percy felt, and Percy responded that he felt capable of throwing Nancy Bobo Fit 100 meters. Grover deemed that a good sign but warned Percy not to risk drinking more of that concoction. He took the empty cup from Percy and placed it on the table, urging him to move along as Chiron and Mr. D were waiting. Percy's legs felt unsteady as he walked, and though Grover offered to carry the Minotaur's horn, Percy declined. Upon reaching the other side of the house, Percy was taken aback by the view. It appeared they were on the northern coast of Long Island, with a valley leading down to the shimmering water about a mile away. The landscape was dotted with buildings resembling ancient Greek architecture: a pavilion, an amphitheater, a circular arena, yet everything looked new, with white marble columns gleaming in the sunlight. Nearby, a group of teenagers and satyrs played volleyball, while canoes glided across a small lake. Children in bright orange shirts chased each other around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods, and there were archery targets set up. At the end of the porch, Percy noticed two men seated across from each other at a game table. The blonde girl who had fed him pudding was leaning against the porch railing nearby. He recognized Naruto, who was playing cards with the two men. Grover quietly informed Percy that one of the men was Mr. D, the camp director, and advised him to be polite. The girl was Annabeth Chase, a camper who had been there longer than anyone else, and Grover pointed out Chiron, who was facing away from them. Percy first noticed that Chiron was in a wheelchair, then recognized the tweed jacket, brown hair, and scruffy beard. He called out to Mr. Brunner, who welcomed him and mentioned they now had enough players for Pinnacle. Mr. D regarded Percy with bloodshot eyes and let out a heavy sigh, welcoming him to Camp Half-Blood but making it clear he wasn't particularly excited about it. Percy moved a bit farther away from Mr. D, having learned to recognize the signs of an adult who had indulged too much. Chiron called Annabeth forward, introducing her as the one who had taken care of Percy until he was well again. He instructed her to check on Percy's bunk, mentioning that he would be placed in cabin 11 with Naruto for the time being. Percy observed Annabeth, noting that she was likely his age, perhaps a few inches taller and much more athletic. With her sun-kissed skin and curly blonde hair, she fit the stereotype of a California girl, but her striking gray eyes gave her an intimidating presence, as if she were assessing how to best defeat him in a challenge. Annabeth glanced at the Minotaur's horn in Percy's hands and then back at him. Percy expected her to express admiration for his bravery, but instead, she remarked that he drooled in his sleep. Initially confused, Percy soon heard Naruto chuckle, who teased him about Annabeth's comment. Percy then asked Naruto about his own experience, to which Naruto replied that he had dealt with the Minotaur for now. Percy expressed his gratitude and inquired if Mr. Brunner worked there. Mr. Brunner clarified that he was actually Chiron and that Mr. Brunner was just a pseudonym. Percy, still puzzled, looked at Chiron and asked about Mr. D's name, to which Mr. D responded that names held power and should not be used lightly. Percy apologized for his oversight. Chiron then expressed his relief at seeing Percy alive, noting that it had been a long time since he had visited a potential camper. He explained that he had been at Yancey Academy to instruct Percy, as satyrs were often present in schools to watch over students. Grover had alerted him as soon as he met Percy and Naruto, sensing something special about them. Percy tried to recall the beginning of the school year, remembering a different Latin teacher who had mysteriously disappeared, making way for Mr. Brunner. He asked if Chiron had come to Yancey just to teach him and Naruto, to which Chiron confirmed, admitting he had been unsure about Percy at first. He had contacted Percy's mother to inform her they were watching him to see if he was ready for Camp Half-Blood, but he felt Percy still had much to learn. However, he was glad to see Percy had made it there alive, as that was always the first test. Percy acknowledged Naruto's help, and Chiron expressed his happiness that they had both made it through. Mr. D then announced it was Naruto's turn to play. Naruto nodded. The camp director, Mr. D, looked at Percy with suspicion and asked if he knew how to play Pinnacle. Percy admitted he did not. Mr. D then pointed to Naruto, questioning how he knew. Percy shrugged, unsure of the answer. Mr. D explained that Pinnacle was one of the greatest games ever invented by humans, alongside gladiator fights and Pac-Man. He hoped all civilized youth knew the rules. Chiron, the centaur, assured Mr. D that Percy could learn. Percy, feeling increasingly uneasy about the camp director, asked what this place was and why he was there, expressing confusion over why Chiron would teach him at Yancy Academy. Mr. D snorted, admitting he had asked the same question. As he dealt the cards, Chiron offered Percy a sympathetic smile and asked if his mother had told him anything. Percy recalled her sad eyes looking out to sea, revealing her fears about sending him to this place, despite his father's wishes. She had wanted to keep him close. Mr. D remarked that it was typical for young ones to be overprotective, hinting at the dangers that awaited. He then asked Percy if he was making an offer in the game. Percy was baffled by the question. Mr. D explained the rules of Pinnacle with impatience. Chiron interjected, noting that there was much to explain, and their usual orientation movie would not suffice. Percy was puzzled by the mention of an orientation movie and turned to Naruto, who seemed unfazed by the situation. Naruto shrugged, explaining that he had already been informed about this world and had shared stories of another realm, which they seemed to understand. Chiron continued, revealing that Percy's friend Grover was a satyr and that Percy had fought the Minotaur, a significant feat. He warned Percy that great powers were at play in his life, stating that the gods, the Greek deities, were very much alive. Percy looked around the table, expecting someone to deny it, but all he heard was Mr. D shouting about a royal marriage and laughing as he scored points. Grover timidly asked Mr. D if he could have his empty Diet Coke can if he wasn't going to drink it. Mr. D agreed, and Grover sadly chewed on the aluminum. Percy turned to Chiron, questioning if he was saying that such beings as gods existed. Chiron clarified that he meant the concept of God, a different matter entirely, and they wouldn't delve into the metaphysical. Percy was confused as Chiron had just mentioned gods, plural, who controlled nature and human endeavors. He recognized names like Zeus, Hera, and Apollo, but Mr. D warned him to be less casual when mentioning those names. Percy argued that they were just stories, myths created to explain natural phenomena before the advent of science. Mr. D scoffed at the mention of science and challenged Percy on what people would think of it in 2,000 years, suggesting they would consider it primitive nonsense. He expressed his amusement at mortals' lack of perspective. Chiron reminded Percy that immortality meant never dying, existing forever as he was. Naruto quietly agreed, and Percy realized that if people believed in gods, they wouldn't want to be reduced to myths. He expressed that he wouldn't like that, but he still didn't believe in the gods. Mr. D warned him that he should be careful, as one of them might incinerate him. Grover interjected, asking Mr. D to consider that Percy had just lost his mother and was in shock. Mr. D complained about being stuck in a miserable job with kids who didn't believe. He waved his hand, and a cup appeared on the table, filled with red wine. Percy was astonished, but Chiron barely reacted, warning Mr. D about his restrictions. Mr. D feigned surprise at the wine, claiming old habits die hard, and transformed it back into a Diet Coke, returning to his card game. Chiron winked at Percy, explaining that Mr. D had offended his father long ago by falling in love with a wood nymph who was off-limits. Percy was incredulous, trying to process the idea of a wood nymph. Mr. D lamented his father's punishments, recalling how he had been sent to this camp as a consequence of his actions. Finally, Mr. D revealed that his father was Zeus, and Percy connected the dots, recalling the names from Greek mythology. He realized that Mr. D was indeed Dionysus, the god of wine. The god of wine. Mr. D rolled his eyes. He asked Grover what the kids were saying these days, to which Grover stammered a hesitant agreement. Mr. D then remarked that Percy Jackson was certainly not a goddess like Aphrodite. Percy questioned Mr. D's divinity, noting that he didn't seem like one. Mr. D turned to Percy, revealing a flicker of something powerful in his eyes, hinting at a deeper nature beneath his grumpy exterior. Percy envisioned vines ensnaring the disbelievers, warriors lost in drunken revelry, and sailors transforming into creatures of the sea. Mr. D lowered his voice, challenging Percy to test him. Percy declined, sensing the intensity fade from Mr. D. The god returned to his card game, claiming victory, but Chiron interjected, stating he had won instead. Naruto then revealed a winning hand of his own, prompting Mr. D to express newfound appreciation for him. Mr. D announced his fatigue and intention to take a nap before the evening's festivities, but first, he needed to discuss Grover's performance. Grover, clearly anxious, agreed to the conversation. Mr. D directed Percy to cabin 11 and suggested he take Naruto along. Percy, concerned for Grover, inquired about his well-being. Chiron reassured him, explaining that Mr. D was not truly angry but rather burdened by his duties. He elaborated on the existence of Mount Olympus, explaining that it had shifted locations over time, now residing in America as the center of divine power. Percy struggled to comprehend this revelation, questioning his own identity. Chiron smiled enigmatically, suggesting they find Percy a bed in cabin 11 where he could meet new friends and enjoy the evening's activities, including a campfire treat he particularly loved. As Chiron stood, Percy noticed something unusual. The centaur's lower body transformed from a wheelchair into the powerful legs of a horse, revealing a majestic creature. Chiron, now fully in his centaur form, expressed relief at his newfound freedom and invited Percy to meet the other campers. Once Percy accepted the reality of his Latin teacher being a half-horse, he and Naruto began their journey, careful to avoid walking behind Chiron. They passed by volleyball courts where campers exchanged glances, some pointing at the minotaur's horn Percy carried. Most campers were older, and Percy felt their scrutiny, as if they expected him to perform some trick. Naruto, however, remained unfazed. As they approached the grand farmhouse, which was much larger than Percy had imagined, he noticed a shadow moving in the attic window. It seemed someone was watching him. When he asked Chiron about it, the centaur's smile faded as he dismissed the concern, stating that no one lived in the attic. Naruto, glancing at the window, sensed something unsettling. Chiron then urged them to continue, his cheerful demeanor slightly strained. There was much to see. They walked through the strawberry fields, where campers gathered piles of berries while a satyr played a melody on a reed pipe. Chiron explained that the camp had grown like a good harvest, meant for export to restaurants in New York and Mount Olympus. It helped cover their expenses, and strawberries required little effort to grow. He mentioned that Mr. D had a peculiar effect on fruit plants. They thrived in his presence. While it worked best with wine grapes, Mr. D had restricted their cultivation, so they grew strawberries instead. Naruto observed the satyr playing his pipe. The music caused lines of insects to scatter from the strawberry area in all directions, reminiscent of refugees fleeing a fire. He thought it was interesting, likening it to sound-based ninjutsu. Then he heard Percy asking Chiron about Grover. Percy expressed his concern about Grover, wondering if he would get into too much trouble. He recalled Grover as a good protector. Chiron sighed, removing his tweed jacket and draping it over the horses as if it were a saddle. He explained that Grover had big dreams, perhaps too big to be reasonable. To achieve his goal, he first needed to show great courage by succeeding as a keeper, finding a new camper, and bringing them safely to Half-Blood Hill. Percy insisted that Grover had already accomplished that. Chiron acknowledged Percy's point but reminded him that it was not his place to judge. Dionysus and the Council of Elders would have to decide, and he feared they might not see Grover's actions as a success, especially considering the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Percy and Naruto in New York, as well as Grover's unconsciousness when he was dragged across the property line. It was Naruto who had defeated the Minotaur, leading the council to question Grover's worthiness. Percy wanted to protest, feeling guilty for the trouble Grover had faced. He believed that if he hadn't slipped Grover a note at the bus station, things might have turned out differently. He hoped Grover would get a second chance. Chiron shuddered at the thought, explaining that Grover had already had his second chance, and the council was unlikely to grant him another after what had happened 5 years ago. He had advised Grover to wait longer before trying again, as he was still quite young for his age. Percy asked how old Grover was, and Chiron replied that he was 28. Percy was shocked to learn that Grover was still in 6th grade. Chiron explained that satyrs matured at half the rate of humans, meaning Grover had been equivalent to a high school student for the past 6 years. Naruto found this surprising, while Percy thought it was horrible. Chiron agreed that it was unfortunate. He noted that Grover was a late bloomer, even by satyr standards, and had not achieved much in forest magic. Sadly, he had been eager to pursue his dreams, and perhaps now he would find another path. Percy questioned what had happened the first time, wondering if it had truly been that bad. Chiron quickly averted his gaze, and Naruto thought of Talia, who had become a tree. Chiron suggested they move on. Percy then asked if the gods and Olympus were real, which led to a serious expression on Chiron's face. He glanced at Naruto for a moment before responding. He explained that there was a place where spirits went after death, but urged them to set that thought aside for now until they knew more. Curious, Percy pressed further, but Chiron redirected them to the forest. As they approached, Percy and Naruto marveled at the vastness of the woods, which took up at least a quarter of the valley, with trees so tall and thick that it seemed no one had set foot there since the Native Americans. Chiron mentioned that the woods were open for exploration, but advised them to be armed. Percy asked what they would be armed with, and Chiron assured him they would see soon enough. He reminded them that Capture the Flag was on Friday night and asked if they had their own sword and shield. Percy was confused, but Chiron clarified that he didn't believe Percy had one, suggesting a size 5 would suffice and that he would visit the armory later. He then turned to Naruto. Naruto revealed that he already had a weapon, summoning a black katana into his hand. Chiron felt a dark aura emanating from it and wondered where Naruto had acquired such a weapon. Percy wanted to ask what kind of summer camp had an armory, but there was too much to think about, so the tour continued. They passed the archery range, the canoeing lake, the stables, the javelin range, the amphitheater, and the arena where Chiron mentioned they held sword and spear fights. Percy inquired about the sword and spear fights, and Chiron explained that they were cabin challenges and usually non-lethal. He then pointed out the dining hall, an open pavilion framed by white Greek columns on a hill overlooking the sea, with a dozen stone picnic tables and no roof or walls. Percy asked what they did when it rained, to which Chiron looked at him as if he had asked something odd. He reminded Percy that they still needed to eat. Deciding to drop the topic, Percy followed Chiron to the cabins, which were nestled in the woods by the lake. Naruto had seen them before. Naruto addressed Chiron, letting him know he had already seen everything and would catch up later. Chiron nodded, and Naruto vanished from sight. Naruto reappeared in front of Talia's tree, touching it as he entered a limbo state. Inside the limbo, he found Talia sitting on the ground. He greeted her, and she asked what he was doing there. Naruto explained that he had promised to tell her his story and sat beside her. He shared his tale of being from another world, describing the shinobi, ninja, chakra, and more. Talia was surprised and curious about how he had arrived there. Naruto told her that was a story for another time, but first, he had a gift for her. He presented her with a necklace featuring a blue stone tied with a black cord, inscribed with the kanji for dragon. Talia asked what it was, and Naruto replied that it was his gift. He placed the necklace around her neck, and she admired its beauty, saying it was lovely. Naruto explained that it was special. If she ever wanted to talk or needed his help, she could touch the stone, and he would always be there for her. As he stood up, Talia thanked him and kissed him on the cheek. A slight blush was visible on her cheek. Naruto, also blushing, disappeared from the scene. Talia looked at the necklace with a small smile on her lips. With Percy, he asked if Chiron was really the legendary figure from the stories, the trainer of Hercules. Chiron confirmed that he was indeed that Chiron. Percy then questioned how he could still be alive. Chiron paused before explaining that years ago, the gods granted him a wish, allowing him to continue the work he loved as a teacher of heroes for as long as humanity needed him. He had gained much from that wish but had also sacrificed a lot. Since he was still there, he assumed he was still needed. Percy contemplated the idea of being a teacher for 3,000 years and asked if it wasn't boring. Chiron replied that it was often horrifically depressing but never boring. Percy inquired about the source of that depression. Chiron seemed to become harder to hear again and pointed out that Annabeth was waiting for them. Percy noticed Annabeth reading a book in front of the last cabin on the left, number 11. When they reached her, she looked at Percy critically, as if still contemplating how much he had. Percy tried to see what she was reading but couldn't make out the title. He thought his dyslexia might be improving until he realized the title wasn't even in English. The letters appeared to be Greek, adorned with images of temples, statues, and various types of columns, resembling an architecture book. Chiron informed Annabeth that he had archery classes with the masters at noon and instructed her to take Percy with her. Annabeth acknowledged him and directed Percy to cabin 11, gesturing for him to feel at home before leaving them alone. Curious, Annabeth asked Percy where Naruto was. Just then, Naruto appeared behind her, causing her to drop her book and step back in surprise. She scolded him for startling her, but Naruto ignored her and picked up the book she had dropped, opening it to read. He commented on it being an interesting book. Annabeth was taken aback and exclaimed that he could read it. Naruto confirmed that he could read Greek, Japanese, English, French, Latin, and more. Impressed, Annabeth took the book back from him, marveling at his abilities. Percy thought to himself that Naruto had once again managed to impress the girl. They looked inside the cabin, which resembled an old summer camp cabin, with a worn threshold and peeling brown paint. Above the door was a symbol of a staff with wings, entwined by two serpents. Inside, it was crowded with children, far more than the available bunks, with sleeping bags scattered across the floor, resembling a gym where the Red Cross had set up an evacuation center. Naruto and Percy stood at the door, observing the campers who were staring back at them. Annabeth urged Percy to continue inside. As he entered, he stumbled through the doorway, earning a teasing remark from Naruto, who followed Annabeth inside. Annabeth announced their arrival, introducing Percy Jackson and Uchiha Naruto to cabin 11. Someone asked if they were regular or undetermined, and while Percy was unsure, Naruto confidently declared they were undetermined, prompting groans from the campers. A boy slightly older than the rest stepped forward to welcome them. He introduced himself as Luke, a tall and muscular young man with sandy short hair and a friendly smile, wearing an orange tank top, cutoffs, sandals, and a leather necklace adorned with 5 clay beads of different colors. The only unsettling feature was a thick white scar running from beneath his right eye to his jaw. Annabeth's voice changed as she introduced Luke as their counselor for the time being. Naruto noticed her demeanor and raised an eyebrow, while Percy swore he saw her blush. When she caught Percy looking, her expression hardened again as she explained that Luke would be their counselor for now. Luke patiently explained that they were undetermined, meaning the camp didn't know where to place them yet. Cabin 11 accommodated all newcomers and visitors, as Hermes, their patron, was the god of travelers. Percy glanced at the small section of floor designated for him and Naruto, realizing they had nothing to mark it as their own except for the Minotaur's horn. He remembered that Hermes was also the god of thieves and looked around at the campers' faces. Some were grim and suspicious, while others smiled foolishly, and a few eyed him as if waiting for a chance to pick his pockets. Percy asked how long he would be there, to which Luke responded that it would be until he was determined. Percy wanted to know how long that would take, and the campers laughed at his question. Naruto chimed in, saying it would take a long time. Annabeth then took Percy by the wrist and dragged him outside, despite his protests that he had already seen the volleyball court. As they walked away, Naruto raised his eyebrows at the scene while the campers of cabin 11 laughed. Once they were a few steps away, Annabeth told Percy he needed to do better. Percy, confused, asked what she meant. Annabeth rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath that she couldn't believe she thought he was someone else. Percy, feeling defensive, asked what her problem was, insisting that all he knew was that he fought a bull and that Naruto had been the one to defeat it. Annabeth scolded him for speaking that way, reminding him how many kids at the camp would have loved to have his opportunity. Percy argued that he had fought the Minotaur, the very one from the stories, and questioned how it could still be alive since Theseus had killed it in the labyrinth. Annabeth confirmed that monsters didn't die, they could be defeated but not killed, as they were primal forces that eventually reformed. Percy fell silent, contemplating this new information. Annabeth then mentioned their math teacher, Mrs. Dodds, who was still out there. Percy asked how she knew about Mrs. Dodds, and Annabeth replied that he had spoken about her in his sleep. They are the torturers of Hades, right? Annabeth nervously looked at the ground, as if she hoped it would open up and swallow her. She warned that they should not be referred to by their name, even here. Instead, they called them the kind ones if they had to speak of them. Percy asked if there was anything they could say without thunder. He questioned why he had to stay in cabin 11 when there were so many empty bunks in the other cabins. He pointed toward the first cabins. Annabeth paled at his words. She explained that choosing a cabin wasn't as simple as that, it depended on who their parents were. Or rather, who his parents were. Percy mentioned that his mother was Sally Jackson, who used to work at the candy store in Grand Central Station. Annabeth expressed sympathy for his mother but clarified that she was referring to his other father. Percy was confused when Naruto interjected, stating that Percy's father was a god. Percy was taken aback, questioning how that could be true. Naruto explained that it was the only way he could be there, as a demigod. Annabeth added that demigods usually had dyslexia and likely ADHD as well. Percy then asked about Naruto, wondering why he didn't have ADHD. Naruto was ready to answer, but first, he explained that he wasn't from this world. He then pulled out a kunai and made a small cut on his thumb, which healed in seconds, surprising both Percy and Annabeth. He clarified that his healing factor was why he didn't have ADHD. Percy was curious about how ADHD helped. Annabeth explained that it was a sign of battlefield reflexes, which would keep him alive in real fights. She continued, but was interrupted by a familiar voice. A girl named Clarice appeared with her cabin mates, calling Percy a rookie. Annabeth sighed and suggested Clarice go polish her spear instead. Clarice retorted, promising to explain things to Annabeth later. Annabeth shouted a Greek phrase, telling Clarice to go to the crows, implying she had no chance against her. Clarice threatened to pulverize her, but her confidence wavered as she turned to Naruto, greeting him normally before directing her attention back to Percy, questioning who he was. Naruto introduced Percy as the son of Sally Jackson and Clarice, the daughter of Ares. Percy blinked in surprise, realizing she was the god of war. Clarice teased him, asking if he had a problem with that. Percy quickly regained his composure, joking that it explained the bad smell. Clarice growled, mentioning an initiation ceremony for newcomers and insisted on showing Percy. Annabeth tried to intervene, but Clarice dismissed her, grabbing Percy and dragging him toward the girls' bathroom. As they entered, Percy struggled, but Clarice's grip was like iron. She pushed him toward one of the stalls, making a mocking comment about him being material for the three greats. Percy felt helpless, trying to summon the strength he had used to fight the Minotaur, but it was gone. Suddenly, the plumbing rumbled, and the toilet erupted, spraying water everywhere. Clarice lost her grip as the water shot out, knocking her back. The other toilets followed suit, creating a chaotic scene as water sprayed everywhere, catching Clarice and her friends off guard. As the water subsided, Percy found himself in a dry area, surrounded by a transparent black dome. Annabeth and Naruto were completely dry as well. When the dome vanished, Naruto declared Percy the new lord of the bathroom, and Percy realized he was sitting in a dry spot, untouched by the chaos. Annabeth asked how he managed that, but Percy had no idea. They stepped outside to find Clarice and her friends covered in mud, while a crowd of campers had gathered to gawk. Clarice shot Percy a look of pure hatred, vowing that he was dead. Before Percy could respond, Naruto placed a hand over his mouth, warning him to be quiet or he would get hurt. He addressed Clarice, telling her to calm down and suggesting they take her to her cabin to avoid another disaster. Everyone nodded in agreement as they helped her away. Percy noticed Annabeth watching them both, and he demanded to know what was going on. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "I'm thinking," she continued, "that I want you two on my team to capture the flag." Dinner time arrived, and the news of the bathroom incident spread quickly. Wherever they went, campers pointed at Percy and whispered about the toilet water. Annabeth showed Percy a few more places: the metal shop where kids forged their own swords, the arts and crafts room where satyrs were sanding a giant marble statue of a goat man, and the climbing wall, which consisted of two opposing walls that shook violently, hurled rocks, sprayed lava, and closed in if you didn't reach the top quickly enough. Naruto was not with them. When they asked where he was going, he said he was going to train and then disappeared. Eventually, they returned to the lake by canoe, where the path led to the cabins. Annabeth mentioned she had training to do and that dinner was at 7:30. She instructed Percy to follow his cabin to the dining hall and added that he needed to speak with the oracle. Percy, confused, looked out at the lake, wishing someone would give him a straightforward answer for once. He didn't expect anyone to be watching from below, so his heart raced when he noticed two teenage girls sitting cross-legged at the base of the dock, about 20 feet down. They wore denim shorts and bright green shirts, their brown hair floating loosely around their shoulders as they splashed in the water. They smiled and waved as if he were an old friend. Unsure of how to respond, he waved back. "Don't encourage them," Annabeth warned. "Naiads can be quite flirtatious." "Naiads," Percy repeated, feeling completely overwhelmed. "That's it. I want to go home." Annabeth frowned. "Don't you understand, Percy? You're home. This is the only safe place on Earth for kids like us." "That's crazy." "What? I'm a demigod. It's just that. Impossible." "But it's true, Percy. What do gods do in the old stories? They fall in love with humans and have children with them. Do you think they've changed their habits in the last few millennia? But those are just..." Percy almost said myths again, but then he remembered Chiron's warning. "But if all the kids here are half-gods..." "Demigods," Annabeth corrected. "That's the official term. Or half-bloods." "Then who is your dad?" he asked. Annabeth tightened her grip on the dock railing. "My dad is a professor at West Point," she said. "I haven't seen him since I was very little. He teaches American history. He's human." "What? Do you assume it has to be a male god who finds a human woman attractive? How sexist is that?" "Who is your mother, then?" "Cabin 6. "Meaning?" Annabeth straightened up. "Athena, goddess of wisdom and battle." "Okay," Percy thought, "why not?" "And my father?" he inquired. "Unknown," Annabeth replied. "As I said before, no one knows. Except my mother. She knew." "Maybe not, Percy. The gods don't always reveal their identities." "My dad would have. He loved her." "It's none of your business," she said. Naruto reminded Percy that he couldn't question others about their personal lives. Annabeth gave him a grateful look. Percy apologized and stood in awkward silence for a moment, then asked if he could leave right then if he wanted to. Annabeth explained that it would be unwise, but he could with permission from Mr. D or Chiron. However, they wouldn't grant permission until the end of summer session unless he was given a quest, which rarely happened. The last time it had not gone well, as indicated by her tone. Percy recalled a moment in the infirmary when Annabeth had fed him ambrosia. She had asked him something about the summer solstice. Annabeth's shoulders tensed when he mentioned it, and she expressed her wish to know more. She explained that Chiron and the satyrs were aware of something troubling the Olympians, but they wouldn't share the details. The last time she had been there, everything seemed normal. Curious, Naruto asked how she had gotten to Olympus. Annabeth explained the route via the Long Island Railroad, mentioning a special elevator in the Empire State Building that led to the 6th floor. Naruto pondered the implications of such a hidden location. Annabeth looked at Percy, expecting him to understand. She confirmed he was a New Yorker, to which Percy thought about the building's actual number of floors. She continued, sharing that after their visit, the weather had turned strange, as if the gods were fighting. She had overheard the satyrs discussing something important that had been stolen, and if it wasn't returned by the summer solstice, there would be serious consequences. She had hoped they could work together, thinking Percy might know something. Percy shook his head, and Annabeth murmured to herself about needing a quest. Naruto found it intriguing, realizing it must be significant if the gods were fighting over it. In cabin 11, the campers buzzed with conversation as they awaited dinner. Percy noticed many of them shared similar sharp features, resembling the kind of kids teachers deemed troublesome. As he settled down with his minotaur horn, Luke, the counselor, approached him. Luke bore the family resemblance to Hermes, marked by a scar on his right cheek but maintaining a friendly smile. He had brought Percy a sleeping bag and some items he had taken from the camp store. Percy raised an eyebrow at the mention of theft but thanked him. Luke sat beside him, leaning against the wall, and asked if his first day had been difficult. He noted that Naruto seemed to be handling things well. Percy explained that Naruto was intelligent and powerful, while he felt out of place and didn't even believe in the gods. Luke reassured him that everyone started somewhere and that believing in the gods was the first step. Curious, Luke asked how Naruto was so powerful, noting that even the strongest campers weren't as formidable. Percy shared that Naruto was from another world called the Elemental Nations. Luke was impressed. After a moment of silence, Percy inquired about Luke's father. Luke confirmed he was the son of Hermes, the messenger god known for his role with travelers and merchants. Percy asked if Luke ever met his father, to which Luke replied he had only once. Luke's expression changed, and he reassured Percy that the campers were good people who looked out for one another. Grateful for Luke's support, Percy decided to ask about something that had been bothering him all evening. He mentioned Clarice from Ares joking about him being material for the Big Three, and Annabeth suggesting he might be the chosen one who should consult the oracle. Luke's demeanor shifted as he folded his knife, expressing his disdain for prophecies. He explained that he had ruined things for others in the past, and since his own quest had turned bitter, Chiron had stopped allowing quests. Annabeth was eager to leave the camp, believing she had received a prophecy from the oracle that indicated she wasn't meant to go on a quest until someone special arrived at camp. Percy realized that someone special might be Naruto. Luke advised him not to worry about it, suggesting that Annabeth saw every new camper as a sign of hope. Just then it was time for dinner, and they noticed a black crow watching them from a distance. They heard a horn blowing in the distance, prompting Luke to call everyone to gather for the meal. The campers of Cabin 11, a lively group, made their way to the common area. They lined up in order of seniority, so, of course, Percy was the last to face his fate. Campers from the other cabins joined them, except for the 3 empty cabins at the end and Cabin 8, which looked normal during the day but was beginning to glow silver as the sun set. They climbed the hill to the dining pavilion. Satyrs joined them from the meadow, and naiads emerged from the lake in canoes. A few other girls appeared from the woods, seemingly stepping out of the forest. Percy noticed a girl around 9 or 10 years old, melting against a maple tree before making her way up the hill. In total, there were perhaps 100 campers, a few dozen satyrs, and a dozen wood naiads. In the pavilion, torches flickered around the marble columns. A central fire blazed in a bronze brazier the size of a bathtub. Each cabin had its own table, covered with white cloth trimmed in purple. 4 of the tables were empty, but Cabin 11 was crowded. Percy saw that Naruto was already there. He arrived late, and Naruto offered him a seat beside him. Percy noticed Grover sitting at table 12 with Mr. D, a few satyrs, and a couple of chubby blonde boys who resembled Mr. D. Chiron stood to the side. The picnic table was too small for a centaur. Annabeth sat at table 6 with a group of serious-looking athletic kids, all with gray eyes and honey blonde hair. Clarice sat behind him at the Ares table. Apparently, she had gotten over being hosed down, as she was laughing and joking with her friends. Finally, Chiron tapped his helmet against the marble floor of the pavilion, and everyone fell silent. He raised a cup and proclaimed a toast to the gods. Everyone else raised their glasses in response. The wood naiads approached with platters of food: grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, and barbecue. Naruto and Percy noticed their cups were empty. Luke suggested they talk to the naiads for drinks, specifying no alcohol, of course. Naruto requested black grape juice, and his cup filled with dark purple liquid. Percy, looking at his empty cup, asked for blue cherry Coke, and his glass filled with a fizzy blue drink. He took a cautious sip, thinking it was perfect, as if he had made a toast to his mother, who was not gone permanently but was in the underworld. He hoped that one day he would see her again. Luke handed them both a tray of smoked chicken. They loaded their plates, but just as Percy was about to take a big bite, he noticed everyone getting up and carrying their plates toward the central fire. Luke urged them to follow. As they approached, they saw everyone taking a portion of their food and tossing it into the flames: the ripe strawberry, the juiciest slice of meat, the hottest, butteriest roll. Luke explained that they were making burnt offerings for the gods, who enjoyed the smell. Percy raised an eyebrow, skeptical, while Naruto perked up in interest. Luke stepped closer to the fire, bowed his head, and tossed in a bunch of thick red grapes, calling out to Hermes. Percy followed suit, unsure of which god to invoke. He made a silent plea, hoping for guidance. He scraped a large piece of chicken into the flames, and as he inhaled the smoke, he was surprised by the delightful scent of hot chocolate, freshly baked brownies, grilled burgers, wildflowers, and 100 other wonderful things that somehow blended perfectly. Naruto was next, tossing some of his food into the fire. The aroma of sake, chocolate, and various delightful scents filled the air. Suddenly, the flames turned black for a few seconds before returning to normal. Many people noticed but said nothing. When everyone returned to their seats and finished eating, Chiron tapped his helmet again to regain their attention. Mr. D sighed heavily and announced that it was time to greet the newcomers. He introduced Percy Jackson and Naruto Uchiha, instructing them to head toward the campfire. Everyone applauded, and they made their way to the amphitheater, where Cabin Apollo led a campfire song. They sang about the gods, roasted s'mores, and joked around. Percy felt a sense of belonging, as if he were finally home. He turned to Naruto, expressing how at home he felt, but realized Naruto was not beside him. Percy thought to himself that, as always, Naruto was off somewhere else. From a distance, Naruto observed the entire camp. He spoke to his crow, Karasu, perched on his shoulder, asking if Karasu truly knew nothing about his father. Karasu replied that his master had never mentioned him. Naruto believed in Karasu's words and looked back at the camp, wondering what this all meant. If his father was a god, then things were about to get interesting. Naruto and Karasu watched the campers, who were joyfully singing the campfire song. In the following days, both Naruto and Percy settled into a routine that felt almost normal. They received lessons from satyrs, naiads, and a centaur. Each morning, Percy studied ancient Greek with Annabeth, who was always there to help him. They discussed the gods and goddesses in the present tense, which felt strange to Percy. He discovered that Annabeth was right about his dyslexia. Ancient Greek was not as difficult for him to read as he had thought. At least, it was no harder than English. The rest of the day was filled with outdoor activities, searching for things they were good at. Chiron attempted to teach Percy archery, but they quickly realized he was not skilled with a bow and arrow. Foot races? He was not good at those either. The naiads left him in the dust, assuring him it was okay since they had centuries of practice escaping love-struck gods. Still, it was a bit humiliating to be slower than a tree. As for wrestling? Forget it. Every time Clarice stepped onto the mat, she always dominated. The only area where she truly excelled was canoeing, which wasn't the kind of heroic skill people expected from the kid who had fought the Minotaur. In contrast, Naruto was the complete opposite of Percy. Just like in school, he was good at everything. According to Chiron, he was excellent with bows and arrows. In foot races, he was too fast for his opponents. In wrestling, he threw his opponent out of the ring on his first attempt. Soon, everyone realized that Naruto was exceptional with all kinds of weapons. He was the best, just as people expected from the boy who had defeated the Minotaur. Both of them knew that the older campers and counselors were watching them, trying to figure out who their parents were, but it wasn't easy for them. Naruto encouraged Percy, telling him not to be sad and that he was doing well. Percy felt down, admitting that Naruto was better, just like he had been in school. Naruto reassured him that he couldn't compare himself to him since he had been learning to fight since he was 5 years old and had real-life combat experience. Percy apologized, and Naruto told him it was no problem, asking what his next lesson was. Percy mentioned that he had his first sword-fighting lesson, and Naruto wished him good luck before disappearing. Everyone from Cabin 11, except Naruto, gathered in the large circular arena where Luke was the instructor. They started with basic moves and cuts using straw dummies dressed in Greek armor. Percy was doing well, at least he understood what he needed to do, and his reflexes were good. The problem was that he couldn't find a sword that felt right in his hands. They were either too heavy, too light, or too long. Luke tried to help him with this issue but agreed that none of the practice swords seemed to work for him. They moved on to sparring in pairs. Luke announced that he would be Percy's partner since it was his first time. One of the campers wished Percy good luck, mentioning that Luke had been the best swordsman for the last 300 years. Percy was surprised to hear that just 2 days ago, Naruto had easily defeated Luke. In a flashback, Luke was attacking Naruto with a sword, trying to strike him but was blocked. The sound of their swords clashing echoed in the distance. Luke charged at Naruto again, but Naruto sidestepped the attack with a swift movement. Luke's eyes widened at how quickly Naruto avoided his strike. However, it was too late. Naruto tripped Luke and grabbed his sword, holding it against Luke's throat. Returning to the present, Percy explained that this was why Naruto wasn't there. Luke had not only won the first round of their match but had also won 3 consecutive rounds. Percy thought that maybe it would be easy for him. The campers scoffed at this idea. Luke demonstrated some techniques to Percy, showing him how to block and parry effectively. With each hit, Percy became a little more battered and bruised. Luke reminded him to keep his guard up, striking him lightly on the ribs with the flat of his sword. He urged Percy to stay focused, and as they continued, Percy felt the weight of the sword in his hand. He knew it was only a matter of time before Luke would take him down. However, Percy managed to strike at Luke's base, twisting his sword and pushing down with all his weight. The sound of their swords clashing rang out, and Luke's sword nearly touched his chest. The other campers fell silent. Percy lowered his sword, apologizing for the near miss. For a moment, Luke was too stunned to respond, but then he smiled, excited by Percy's unexpected skill and urging him to show it again. The next time, there was no contest. As soon as their swords connected, Luke knocked Percy's sword out of his hand. After a long pause, someone in the audience remarked on Percy's beginner's luck. Luke wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Percy with newfound interest, wondering what he could do with a properly balanced sword. On Friday afternoon, Percy was sitting with Grover and Naruto by the lake, recovering from a near-death experience on the climbing wall. Grover and Naruto had reached the top without a scratch, while Percy's shirt was singed with holes, and hair was missing from his forearms. They sat on the dock, watching naiads swim beneath the water. Percy asked Grover how his conversation with Mr. D had gone. Grover's face turned a sickly shade of yellow as he replied that it had gone well. Naruto inquired if Grover's plans were still on track, and Grover nervously glanced at them both, revealing that Chiron had told him he needed a seeker's license. Percy clarified that Chiron had only mentioned Grover had big plans and needed credit for completing a guardian task. Grover looked back at the naiads, revealing that Mr. D had suspended the judgment. He said that he had neither failed nor succeeded with the two of them. However, their destinies remained intertwined. If either of them went on a quest and he protected one of them, and both returned alive, then perhaps he would consider the job complete. Percy's spirits lifted as he thought that wasn't so bad after all. Grover, on the other hand, expressed his discontent, suggesting he could have been assigned to a much less glamorous task. The chances of receiving a quest seemed slim, and even if he did, he questioned why he would want Grover along. Percy insisted that he wanted Grover by his side. Grover gazed sadly at the water, wishing he had a useful skill like weaving baskets. Percy tried to reassure Grover that he had many talents, but it only seemed to deepen Grover's gloom. Naruto chimed in, encouraging Grover to stop worrying about what others thought. He emphasized that believing in oneself would compel others to believe as well. Grover's spirits lifted slightly at this encouragement, and they shifted the conversation to canoeing and swordplay, eventually debating the merits of various gods. Percy then inquired about the 4 empty cabins. Grover explained that the silver number 8 cabin belonged to Artemis, who vowed to remain a maiden forever, hence no children. It was an honorary cabin, and if she had one, she would be quite upset. Percy pressed further about the other 3 cabins at the end, wondering if they belonged to the big 3. Grover tensed, clarifying that one of them, the second cabin, belonged to Hera, which was also honorary since she was the goddess of marriage and would not consort with mortals. When they spoke of the big 3, They referred to the three powerful brothers, the sons of Kronos. Naruto named them Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Grover confirmed this, recounting how after the great battle with the Titans, they took control of their father's realm and drew lots to decide who would rule what. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades the underworld. Percy noted that Hades did not have a cabin at camp. Grover explained that Hades also lacked a throne on Olympus, preferring to operate in the underworld. The thought of Hades having a cabin made Grover shudder, suggesting it would not be pleasant. Percy questioned why Zeus and Poseidon had numerous children in myths while their cabins remained empty. Grover shifted uncomfortably, and Naruto answered that about 60 years ago, after World War II, the Big Three agreed to stop having children. Their offspring were too powerful, disrupting the course of human events and causing too much chaos. The war had essentially been a conflict between Zeus and Poseidon's children on one side and Hades on the other. The victorious brothers compelled Hades to swear an oath, no more affairs with mortals. All three swore on the river Styx. Grover was surprised by Naruto's knowledge of this. When asked how he knew, Naruto replied that Chiron had informed him. Percy acknowledged the seriousness of such an oath, and Grover confirmed that the brothers had kept their word until 17 years ago when Zeus broke the promise. Zeus had been unable to resist a television star with a big, fluffy hairstyle from the 80s, resulting in the birth of a daughter named Talia. The river Styx took promises seriously, and while Zeus escaped the consequences due to his immortality, his daughter faced a terrible fate. Grover explained that the children of the Big Three possessed greater powers than other demigods, with a strong aura that attracted monsters. When Hades learned of Talia, he was furious about Zeus breaking his oath and unleashed the worst monsters from Tartarus to torment her. A satyr was assigned to protect her when she was 12, but despite his efforts, he could do little. They almost made it to safety with a couple of other demigods she had befriended, reaching the top of a hill. Grover pointed across the valley to the pine tree where they had fought the Minotaur. The three kindly ones pursued them, accompanied by a horde of hellhounds. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed, Talia instructed her satyr to take the other two demigods to safety while she held off the monsters. Wounded and exhausted, she refused to live as a hunted animal. The satyr was reluctant to leave her, but he had to protect the others. Talia made her final stand alone at the top of that hill. When she fell, Zeus took pity on her and transformed her into the pine tree, her spirit now helping to guard the valley's borders. That was why the hill was called Half-Blood Hill. Percy felt a sense of emptiness and guilt as he reflected on the story. A girl his age had sacrificed herself to save her friends, facing an entire army of monsters. The fight with the Minotaur seemed trivial in comparison. He wondered if he could have saved his mother had he acted differently. He turned to Grover, asking if heroes had ever ventured into the underworld on missions. Grover confirmed that some had, naming Orpheus, Hercules, and Houdini. Percy then inquired if anyone had ever returned someone from the dead. Grover shook his head, stating that it had never happened. Orpheus had come close, but Percy was warned not to entertain such thoughts. He feigned ignorance, asking if a satyr was always assigned to protect a demigod. Grover considered Percy carefully, sensing that he had not entirely abandoned the idea of the underworld for now. He explained that they often went undercover at various schools, trying to detect demigods with the potential for greatness. If they found one with a strong aura, like a child of the Big Three, they would alert Chiron, who would keep a watchful eye on them due to the potential for significant trouble. Percy realized that Grover and Naruto had found him and thought they might be something special. Grover appeared wary, suggesting that if Percy were truly special, he would never be allowed on a quest, and Grover would not receive his license. He speculated that Percy was likely a child of Hermes or perhaps even one of the lesser gods, like Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance. "Don't worry, okay?" Percy asked Grover about Naruto, noting that he was not with them. They looked around, spotting Chiron and Annabeth approaching. "Hello, Percy, Grover," Chiron greeted. "Do you know where Naruto is?" "He was with us just a few minutes ago," Grover replied. "Can you help us find him?" Chiron asked. "Why?" Percy inquired. Naruto has extensive knowledge of herbs and medical techniques. We will need him after capturing the flag, Annabeth explained. Grover expressed surprise, realizing Naruto is also a doctor. You could say that, Chiron confirmed. Percy remarked that they could learn more about Naruto every day, and they both agreed to search for him. Soon, they found Naruto by the lakeside, and they were astonished by what they saw. Percy noted that Naruto was standing on the water, while Grover completed the thought, and he's fighting himself. Annabeth exclaimed that both Narutos were engaged in a battle. Suddenly, they vanished and reappeared in the middle of the lake, exchanging rapid punches and kicks before disappearing again. I can't see them. They're moving too fast, Percy said. They reappeared, striking fists together and creating a shockwave. Whoa, they're powerful, Grover exclaimed. The two Narutos moved apart and began forming hand signs. They shouted in unison, unleashing their techniques. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The first Naruto declared, summoning a massive dragon made of water from the lake. Fire release, dragon flame bullet. The second Naruto shouted, breathing out an intense stream of fire that took the shape of a great dragon. The two dragons charged at each other and collided with a tremendous impact. The resulting shockwave rippled across the lake, obscuring their view with steam. Minutes later, as the steam cleared, they saw both Narutos unharmed, without a scratch on them. That was... Percy started. Incredible. Grover added. Absolutely amazing, Annabeth said, her eyes sparkling. Chiron thought to himself that Naruto had the ability to manipulate both fire and water. Suddenly, both Narutos vanished and reappeared right in front of them. They noticed Naruto's eyes, which were red slits against a black background. Chiron observed the second Naruto and felt a sense of foreboding, thinking that he exuded a pure aura of darkness. The second Naruto smiled maliciously, sending chills down their spines, before merging back into the first Naruto's shadow. Annabeth, her voice trembling, asked who that was. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash. Grover collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Naruto explained, "He is Yaminerto. My inner darkness." Inner darkness? Percy asked, confused. It represents your dark thoughts, desires, and anger, Chiron clarified. Percy responded, still puzzled. It means your dark half, Annabeth added. Percy nodded, realizing, that's why you tried to defeat him. Naruto explained that one cannot eliminate their darkness. Why not? Percy questioned. Because it is a part of you. You can only accept it. That's the only way, Percy. Chiron supported this, stating that darkness is equally a part of life and cannot be denied. Then why are you all here? Naruto asked. Annabeth explained their need for medical assistance after the game. Do you want my help? Naruto offered, and Chiron and Annabeth nodded. And I think I already have my first patient, he said, glancing at the unconscious Grover. That night, after dinner, there was more excitement than usual. It was time for the flag capture. As the plates were cleared, the conch horn sounded, and everyone stood at their tables. The campers cheered as Annabeth and two of her siblings rushed into the pavilion with a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, a bright gray with a painting of an owl atop an olive branch. From the opposite side of the pavilion, Clarice and her friends ran in with another banner of the same size, but a striking red, adorned with a bloody spear and a boar's head. Percy turned to Luke for clarification. Are those the flags? Yes, Luke confirmed. Do Ares and Athena always lead the teams? Not always, but often, Luke replied. So, if another cabin captures one, do you repaint the flag? Percy asked. Luke smiled, hinting at something. We'll see. First, we need to get one. Which side are we on? Luke gave him a sly look, as if he knew something Percy didn't. The scar on his face made him appear almost sinister in the torchlight. We've formed a temporary alliance with Athena. Tonight, we will capture Ares' flag, and you are going to help. What about Naruto? Percy asked. He said he doesn't want to play. But after the game, he's going to provide medical treatment. I always thought Naruto was very serious, but I never realized he was also a doctor. The teams were announced. Athena had allied with Apollo and Hermes, the two largest cabins. They had exchanged privileges for support, such as shower schedules and the best spots for activities. Ares had allied with everyone else: Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus. The children of Dionysus were decent athletes, but there were only two of them. Demeter's children had an advantage with nature skills, but they were not very aggressive. The children of Aphrodite were mostly uninterested in competition, often preoccupied with their reflections in the lake. Hephaestus' kids were not pretty, but they were strong from working in the forge all day. Of course, Ares' cabin had a dozen large campers. Chiron struck his helmet against the marble. "Heroes," he announced. "You know the rules. The stream is the dividing line. The entire forest is fair game. All magical items are allowed. The flag must be prominently displayed and can have no more than 2 guards. Captives may be disarmed but cannot be tied up or gagged. No killings or mutilations are permitted. I will serve as the referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves." He extended his hands, and suddenly the tables were covered with equipment: helmets, bronze swords, spears, and rusted metal shields. "Whoa," Percy said. "Are we really supposed to use these?" Luke looked at him as if he were crazy. "Unless you want your friends to skewer you." "In cabin 5. Chiron thought it would fit. You'll be on border patrol." Percy's shield was the size of a basketball backboard, featuring a large caduceus in the center. It weighed around 1,000,000 pounds. Percy thought that no one seriously expected him to run fast. His helmet, like all the helmets on Athena's side, had a blue plume on top, while Ares and his allies sported red crests. Annabeth shouted for the blue team to move forward. Everyone cheered, waving their swords as they followed her along the path toward the southern woods. The red team taunted them as they headed north. Percy managed to catch up to Annabeth without tripping over his team. He greeted her, and she continued marching ahead, asking about the plan and if he had any magical items to lend her. Annabeth pointed out Clarice's spear, warning him that he wouldn't want to be touched by it. She assured him they would take Ares' banner and explained his role was to patrol the border, keeping the red team at bay while she handled the rest. With that, she left him in the dust. Percy murmured to himself that he was glad to be on her team. From a distance, Chiron and Mr. D were waiting for something to happen. Mr. D sat in a chair while Chiron stood nearby. Naruto appeared in a swirl of energy and greeted Chiron. Mr. D expressed his desire for something interesting to occur and questioned Naruto's presence, thinking he enjoyed challenges. Naruto dismissed the game as childish, and Mr. D agreed, noting that at least one demigod had some sense. Naruto asked Mr. D why he was sitting idly when he could use his powers to see what was happening in the game. Mr. D mentioned his restrictions, prompting Naruto to offer assistance. A stick suddenly lifted from the ground in front of Mr. D, surprising both him and Chiron. Mr. D remarked that he was not Naruto's father, to which Naruto responded with a reference to Hashirama Senju, denying any connection. Naruto explained that he had acquired some power from his grandfather during a past battle. Naruto then revealed a crystal ball of smoke, claiming it was a tool for a telescope technique. He placed a crystal on the stick, declaring that the blue team would win that day. Mr. D questioned why the red team wouldn't win, given their connection to the god of war. Naruto confidently stated that knowing one's enemies and oneself ensures safety in battle, and the blue team had a plan. It was a warm, sticky night. The woods were dark, with fireflies flickering in and out of sight. Annabeth positioned Percy by a small stream that gurgled over rocks before the rest of the team dispersed into the trees. Standing alone, clad in his large blue-feathered helmet and shield, Percy felt foolish. He wondered if anyone would really attack him, thinking that Olympus must have some responsibility issues. He heard the distant sound of a conch shell, followed by shouts and clashing metal as children fought in the woods. A blue-feathered ally of Apollo dashed past him like a deer, leaping over the stream and disappearing into enemy territory. Percy lamented that he would miss all the fun as usual. Suddenly, a low canine growl sent a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he raised his shield, sensing something lurking nearby. The growl faded, and he felt the presence retreat. Out of nowhere, 5 warriors from Ares emerged, shouting as they charged from the darkness. Clarice led the charge, her eyes glaring from the slits of her helmet as she wielded a 5-foot-long spear that glimmered with a red light. Her companions brandished standard bronze swords as they rushed through the stream. With no help in sight, Percy faced a choice. He could run or defend himself against half of Ares' cabin. Percy dodged the first attack, but they surrounded him. Clarice moved her spear at him, and while his shield deflected the blow, he felt a painful tingling throughout his body. His hair stood on end, and his shield arm went numb as the air crackled with energy from her spear. He stumbled back, and another Ares warrior struck him in the chest with the hilt of his sword, sending him to the ground as they laughed. Clarice taunted him, ordering her companions to grab his hair. Percy managed to stand, raising his sword, but Clarice easily knocked it aside with her spear, sparks flying. Both of his arms felt heavy and numb. Clarice mockingly expressed her fear of him, while one of her teammates noted that they were more concerned about the boy who made their cabin look foolish. Percy retorted that they could do that without his help. Meanwhile, Naruto watched Percy, shaking his head at his antics. He scolded Percy for not keeping his mouth shut, and Mr. D and Chiron nodded in agreement. They observed as Clarice lunged with her spear, cutting Percy's arm and leaving a sizable mark. Chiron remarked that they were taking things too far as he saw them push Percy toward the water. Mr. D found the situation interesting, while Naruto agreed. Chiron, concerned, decided to intervene, and Mr. D noted that the game would soon come to an end. As Clarice and her cabin mates approached the stream to corner Percy, he rose to meet them. Somehow, he instinctively knew what to do. He swung his sword at the first attacker, knocking off their helmet with a solid hit, sending them tumbling into the water. 2 more rushed him, but he struck one in the face with his shield and used his sword to sever the plume from the other's helmet. They both quickly stepped back. Clarice, number 4, didn't seem eager to attack, but Percy could see her advancing, the tip of her spear crackling with energy. As she lunged, Percy caught between the edge of his shield and his sword, breaking it like a twig. Clarice shouted in frustration, calling him a fool and a worm. She likely had worse insults in mind, but Percy struck her between the eyes with the hilt of his sword, sending her stumbling back out of the stream. Then Percy heard cheers, shouts of excitement, and saw Luke running toward the border with the red team banner held high. He was flanked by a couple of Hermes campers covering his retreat, with some Apollos behind them, battling against the Hephaestus kids. The Ares campers rose, and Clarice muttered a stunned curse, declaring it a trick. They stumbled behind Luke, but it was too late. Everyone gathered in the stream as Luke dashed into friendly territory. The other side erupted in cheers. The red flag shimmered and transformed into silver, the boar and spear replaced by a massive caduceus, the symbol of Cabin 11. The blue team lifted Luke onto their shoulders, and Chiron emerged from the woods, blowing the conch shell. The game was over. Percy thought they had won. He was about to join the celebration when he felt Annabeth's presence beside him in the stream, complimenting him on his performance. He looked around, but she wasn't there. She asked where he had learned to fight like that. The air shimmered, and she materialized in front of him, holding a Yankees baseball cap as if she had just taken it off her head. Percy realized something. He accused her of setting him up, knowing Clarice would come after him while sending Luke around the flank. Annabeth shrugged, stating that Athena always had a plan. Percy retorted that it was a plan for him to get crushed. Annabeth insisted she had come as quickly as she could, but he hadn't needed help. Then she noticed his injured arm and asked how he had gotten it. Percy explained it was a sword cut, but Annabeth pointed out that it was more like a long scratch that was fading away. As they watched, it turned into a small scar and vanished. Percy was confused. Annabeth seemed deep in thought, looking at her feet and then at the stream. Clarice broke the silence, instructing Percy to get out of the water. Percy was puzzled but complied, immediately feeling fatigued as his arms began to tingle again. He nearly stumbled, but Annabeth steadied him. She cursed under her breath, worried about his condition, and mentioned something about Zeus. Before Percy could ask what she meant, he heard a low growl, much closer than before. A howl pierced the forest, silencing the campers instantly. Annabeth drew her sword. There, on the rocks above them, stood a hellhound the size of a rhinoceros, with lava-red eyes and dagger-like fangs, staring directly at Percy. No one moved except Annabeth, who shouted for Percy to run. She tried to position herself in front of him, but the hellhound was too fast. It leaped toward her, a massive shadow with teeth, and just as it struck, Annabeth felt its sharp claws pierce her armor. But before the hellhound could do anything further, black chains with razor-sharp tips emerged from the ground, binding it in place and pulling it away from Percy. Suddenly, with a flurry of crows, Naruto rose from the ground like a ghost. He wore the standard ANBU uniform of black and gray armor, metal protectors, fingerless gloves, black boots, and 3 ninja pouches at his waist. On his back was a symbol resembling the red eyes of Jubi, and he wore a black bracelet on his left shoulder, a family heirloom. He looked at Annabeth and instructed her to take Percy with her. Annabeth nodded, leading Percy away, but she noticed the black chains still holding the hellhound, emerging from her right hand. Naruto turned toward the hellhound, drawing it closer with the chains. When it was just a few feet away, the chains vanished. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, reappearing in front of the hellhound. He struck it, sending it skidding near the water, his eyes shifting to Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. A black flame ball formed in his right hand. He shouted the name of his technique and unleashed it, taking the shape of a massive black crow that soared upward. With a powerful cry, it crashed into the hellhound. All the campers were stunned. Someone from the Ares cabin exclaimed about how incredible that was, and murmurs spread among the campers. Naruto noticed the reactions of the girls from various cabins, many wearing expressions of admiration, while the Aphrodite cabin blushed furiously. He silently prayed for no fangirls to swarm him. Annabeth looked back at where the hellhound had been. It was gone, but she noticed the black flames still burning on the water's surface. She exclaimed in disbelief about the fire burning on the water. Someone behind her, Mr. D, explained that those were the black flames of Amaterasu, hotter than the sun. He added that Amaterasu never ceased to burn, even when its target was reduced to ash, continuing for 7 days and nights, impervious to water or any normal means of extinguishing. Luke approached, his banner forgotten, his moment of glory fading. Chiron moved closer to Mr. D, identifying the creature as a hellhound from the fields of punishment, which shouldn't be there. Mr. D confirmed that someone had summoned it, someone within the camp. Clarice pointed at Percy, accusing him of being responsible for the creature's appearance. Chiron silenced her, and Naruto, seeing the black flames on the water, gestured with his hand, causing all the flames to vanish. Annabeth turned to Percy, concerned about his injury. "Quick, Percy, get into the water," Annabeth urged. "I'm fine," Percy replied, though he was too exhausted to argue. He stepped back into the stream as the entire camp gathered around him. Instantly he felt better. Everyone watched as the cuts on his chest began to close. Some campers gasped in awe. "I don't know why," Percy said, trying to apologize. "I'm sorry." He realized they weren't focused on his healing wounds but rather something above him. "Percy," Annabeth said, pointing. By the time Percy looked up, the sign was already fading, but he could still make out a hologram of green light, spinning and glowing. It resembled a 3-pronged spear, a trident. "Your father," Annabeth murmured. "This isn't good." "It's decided," Chiron announced. Around them, campers began to kneel, even those from Ares' cabin and Naruto, though neither seemed pleased about it. "My father?" Percy asked, completely bewildered. "Poseidon," Chiron confirmed. "Shaker of the earth, bearer of the storm, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god." Suddenly, a bright light spread across the camp. Everyone turned toward the source of the light, breathless as they saw 3 symbols hovering above Naruto's head. The color drained from Mr. D's and Chiron's faces when they noticed the 3rd symbol. There were 3 symbols above Naruto. The first was the largest, the golden helmet. The second was smaller than the first but larger than the third. It was an 8-sided mirror, positioned behind the symbol of Tori. The last was the smallest and appeared to consist of 8 arrows arranged in a radial pattern. H. Hades of the underworld, Annabeth stammered. But what about the other two? The middle symbol is Amaterasu. She is an important deity in Shinto religion. She is the goddess of the sun, but also of the universe, Chiron explained. Naruto was taken aback by this revelation. His father was Hades and he realized that his maternal grandmother was Amaterasu. The last symbol must belong to his great-grandfather. And the last? Clarice asked. I've never seen a symbol like this. Whose is it, Greek or Shinto? It's the Greek symbol, Chiron replied, glancing at Mr. D. This is the symbol of chaos, Mr. D stated. Campers looked at him in confusion. He is the first immortal, the void from which everything has emerged, the oldest and strongest of the immortals. It's decided, Chiron proclaimed. Naruto Uchiha is the son of Hades, and he is connected to the Shinto goddess Amaterasu and chaos. Suddenly, the three symbols above Naruto's head began to merge, forming a new symbol. It was a circular red emblem with 4 concentric circles and 9 commas within them. The symbol appeared for only a few seconds before vanishing. Only Chiron noticed this symbol, recognizing it on Naruto's back. He wondered to himself, whose symbol is this? The campers were in shock. They were astonished that Percy was the son of Poseidon, but the revelation of Naruto's lineage overshadowed that. He was the son of Hades, lord of the underworld, and connected to the goddess Amaterasu. This meant he had blood from both Shinto and Greek gods, along with Chaos, the primordial deity. It was the most shocking revelation for them. You're full of surprises, ninja boy, Mr. D said with a grin. Yes, Hades is your father, Chiron added awkwardly. Do you have any idea how you're related to the other two? Well, Amaterasu must be my grandmother and Chaos. Naruto noticed the nervous expressions on Mr. D and Chiron's faces. He is my great-grandfather. How are you so sure? Chiron inquired. He's the one who brought me into this world. He left me a letter and this. Naruto pointed to a bracelet on his left bicep. Both Mr. D and Chiron leaned in closer to examine the bracelet, reading a Greek phrase inscribed on it, balance. What can it do? Annabeth asked, having noticed Naruto's bracelet. Naruto replied calmly, I have no idea. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Well, we need to assign you 2 new cabins, Chiron said. Percy, you'll be in your father's cabin, so go get your things. Percy nodded and quickly gathered his belongings with Luke. Now, Naruto, I'm not sure where to put you. What do you mean? Naruto asked. We've never had children of Hades here. This is a camp for the children of Greek gods, and your grandmother is a Shinto goddess, so obviously we don't have her cabin. Suddenly, all the campers heard a deep rumbling noise coming from the empty space between Poseidon's and Zeus' cabins. The ground began to tremble, and a fissure opened up as a building as dark as night rose from the earth, accompanied by eerie sounds. The cabin was completely black, its walls made of solid obsidian. A skull hung above the door, and torches in front of it burned with green flames. It was the 13th cabin, the cabin of Hades. Well, now we have the cabin of Hades, Mr. D remarked. He then turned to the campers. Now the show is over, so let's return to your respective cabins. All the campers made their way to their cabins, Mr. D following suit. Only Naruto and Chiron remained standing there. Is there something you want, Chiron? Naruto asked. Chiron replied, yes. He pointed at the red symbol on Naruto's back. Whose symbol is this? This is my symbol, Naruto said, turning to walk toward his cabin. He suddenly stopped and looked at the pine tree. It's interesting, isn't it? Now the camp has the 3 children of the 3 great gods, he told Chiron. Chiron asked, what? I'm talking about me, Percy, and Talia. How do you know about her? Did Grover tell you? Yes and no. I knew from the first day at camp. Then who told you? Talia herself told me. How is that possible? Chiron, I am the son of Hades. It was easy for Naruto to see his spirit from inside the tree. Chiron wondered why Naruto was not present. He decided to ask about it the next day. Talia exclaimed that it was amazing, but Naruto corrected her, saying it was intense, especially how he had dealt with that creature. Taliya agreed, smiling, and asked if there was anything else. Naruto revealed that they now knew who their parents were. When Taliya pressed for details, he told her that Percy was the son of Poseidon and that he was the son of Hades. Taliya was shocked, realizing that their fathers had a complicated relationship, but she embraced Naruto, saying it didn't matter because he was perfect to her. Naruto, surprised, returned the hug and thanked her. Taliya pulled back, reminding him that he had something else to say. Naruto explained that he was also connected to the goddess Amaterasu and the primordial deity Chaos. Taliya was astonished, realizing he had blood from both Shinto and Greek gods. Naruto shared that Amaterasu was his grandmother and Chaos was his great-grandfather, recounting the rest of his story to her. Curious, Taliya asked if he could show her his Sharingan. Naruto obliged, revealing his eyes transformed into a striking red with 3 comma-like marks. He then demonstrated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, an advanced form of the Sharingan, before returning to his normal dark blue eyes. Taliya admired his eyes, saying she preferred his dark blue ones because they were beautiful. Naruto complimented her, calling her the prettiest girl he had ever met, which made her blush. He promised to find a way to get her out of there soon. Taliya, hopeful, asked if he meant a date. Naruto nodded, and she expressed her desire to go out with him, her cheeks flushed. Naruto then mentioned he needed to leave but added that he had told Chiron he could speak with her. Taliya inquired about Chiron's reaction, and Naruto explained that he hadn't stayed long enough to gauge it but expected to know more the next day. Taliya said goodbye, giving him another hug before watching him disappear. Naruto found himself in a dark void, realizing he was supposed to be at camp, not there. He called out, confused about his surroundings. A mysterious voice responded, revealing that he was in the void. Turning around, he saw a humanoid figure, completely black with white, pupilless eyes. Naruto activated his Sharingan, asking who the figure was. The figure introduced itself as Chaos, his great-grandfather. Chaos then transformed, revealing a figure with midnight black hair and pale skin, resembling Naruto's grandfather. Naruto asked why Chaos was there. Chaos smiled and explained that he had come to see him. Naruto wanted to know why he had been chosen to confront the Jubi. Chaos explained that the Jubi was the progenitor of the ninja world and would have caused immense destruction if revived. It was necessary to eliminate it. Naruto questioned why he was the one chosen. Chaos explained that the Jubi represented death and chaos, and Naruto carried those elements within him, along with the blood of both Shinto and Greek gods. Chaos expressed his belief in Naruto's potential. Naruto appreciated the faith but admitted he didn't like the burden. Chaos acknowledged Naruto's painful past but reminded him that this was a chance for a new beginning, noting that he already had a girlfriend. Naruto blushed, denying that Taliya was his girlfriend. Chaos merely smiled, and Naruto realized the cleverness of the comment. Chaos placed a hand on Naruto's head, causing him to glow for a moment. When Naruto asked what had happened, Chaos explained he had strengthened his divine blood. Chaos hinted that Naruto would meet another family member on his journey before bidding farewell. Naruto found himself back next to Taliya's tree. The next morning, Percy was having a great day. He had his own cabin with plenty of space for his belongings, including the Minotaur's horn and a spare set of clothes. He enjoyed the freedom of choosing his activities and the solitude. However, he felt utterly miserable. Just as Percy began to feel accepted in Cabin 11, he was suddenly isolated, as if he had a rare disease. Although no one mentioned the Hellhound attack, he sensed that everyone was talking about it behind his back. The attack had frightened everyone, sending 3 clear messages. Percy was the son of the god of the sea, Naruto was the son of Hades and the goddess Amaterasu, and the monsters would stop at nothing to hunt them down, even invading a camp that had always been considered safe. Other campers kept their distance, some looking at Naruto with fear while others admired him, and a few girls blushed at his presence. Cabin 11 was too nervous to train with Percy after his encounter with the Ares campers, so his lessons with Luke became one-on-one sessions. Luke pushed him harder than ever, unafraid to challenge him. He promised Percy that he would need all the training he could get as they practiced with swords and lit torches, preparing for whatever lay ahead. 50 more repetitions. Annabeth continued teaching Percy Greek in the mornings, but she seemed distracted. Whenever he said something, she looked at him with a furrowed brow, as if he had just poked her in the eye. After the lessons, she would walk away murmuring to herself about a plan she needed to devise. Even Clarice kept her distance, though her venomous glare made it clear she wanted to confront Percy for breaking her magical spear. One night, Percy entered his cabin and found a newspaper at the entrance, a copy of the New York Daily News, opened to the Metro page. The article took him nearly an hour to read because the angrier he became, the more the words seemed to float on the page. Boy and mother still missing. Freak car accident. By Eileen Smythe. Sally Jackson and her son Percy have been missing for a week following their mysterious disappearance. The severely burned 1978 Camaro was discovered last Saturday on a northern Long Island road, with the roof torn off and the front axle broken. The car had flipped and skidded several hundred feet before exploding. Mother and son had gone for a weekend getaway to Montauk but left abruptly under mysterious circumstances. Small traces of blood were found in the car and near the accident scene, but there were no other signs of the missing Jacksons. Residents in the rural area reported seeing nothing unusual at the time of the accident. Mrs. Jackson's husband, Gabe Ugliano, claims that his stepson, Percy Jackson, is a troubled boy who has been expelled from numerous boarding schools and has shown violent tendencies in the past. The police have not stated whether Percy is a suspect in his mother's disappearance, but they have not ruled out foul play. Below are recent photos of Sally Jackson and Percy. The police urge anyone with information to call the following toll-free hotline to help apprehend the culprits. The phone number was circled in black marker. Percy crumpled the paper and tossed it aside, then collapsed onto his bunk in the empty cabin. "Turn off the lights, Percy," came Naruto's voice from behind him. "What the heck? Naruto." "Don't do that," Percy replied, but Naruto just smiled. "Where have you been all these days?" "Busy training and dealing with some issues," Naruto said. "I was too occupied to give a full explanation about Talia to Chiron, Mr. Chiron, Annabeth, Grover, and Luke." He continued, "Well, Mr. D didn't care about any of that. Chiron was happy about it. Grover was bouncing off the trees, much to my annoyance, and Annabeth was quite pleased. And Luke he is." "Naruto. Naruto," Percy called out. "What? What's up with you? Why are you so distracted?" "Nothing," Naruto replied. "I'll see you soon." He vanished in a flurry of crows. Strange, Percy thought to himself. Later that night, Naruto and Percy shared the same dream. In it, Poseidon and Zeus battled in Greek armor while Hades cheered them on from the sidelines with his ghostly cheerleaders. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth awakened them. "Come down, little heroes," the voice sang. "Come down." The ground beneath them cracked open, revealing a chasm leading to the center of the earth. Percy's feet slipped, and darkness engulfed him. He vanished. So Percy wakes up, Naruto thought, standing in midair. He looked down into the darkness and saw two malevolent eyes staring back at him. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, his tone icy. "What is this, no fear?" Naruto replied, "I'm not afraid of a coward like you." He felt a murderous intent emanating from the figure. "A disrespectful child, I'll have to teach you some manners." "No thanks," Naruto said, activating his Sharingan and projecting his own killing intent. "This is my mind, and you are not welcome here." With that, a black dragon materialized behind him, roaring fiercely and sending shockwaves throughout the dream world. The dreamscape faded, and Naruto awoke. He heard Grover's voice from his cabin. "Naruto, open the door, I have Percy. We need to get to the big house." He opened the door to find Grover looking frightened. "Why?" Naruto asked. "Just hurry." "Okay, give me 2 minutes." Naruto went back inside, and a few minutes later he emerged in his usual outfit. "Let's go." He placed a hand on Grover's shoulder, and they both disappeared. They reappeared next to Percy. "I felt dizzy," Grover said. Naruto ignored him and looked at Percy, who was deep in thought. "A penny for your thoughts," he said. "Naruto," Percy exclaimed, noticing Naruto's expression. I don't understand how you can be so calm. I mean, we're just a couple of kids who shouldn't exist. Simple. I don't care. I should have known, Percy thought. They looked out over Long Island Sound, where a curtain of misty rain was approaching. Percy said, "We need an umbrella." "No," Grover replied. "It never rains here unless we want it to." Naruto remained silent. At the volleyball pit, they saw the kids from the Apollo cabin playing a morning game against the Satyrs. The Dionysus twins were wandering through the strawberry fields, tending to the plants. Everyone was going about their usual business, but they looked tense, keeping their eyes on the storm. Percy, Grover, and Naruto walked toward the front porch of the big house. Dionysus sat at a table playing pinochle, wearing his tiger-striped Hawaiian shirt and sipping Diet Coke, while Chiron sat at the table in his wheelchair, playing against invisible opponents, 2 floating decks of cards. "Well, well," Mr. D said without looking up. "Our little celebrities." "Thanks for the welcome," Naruto replied. "Come closer," Mr. D said. "And don't expect me to accuse you, mortal, just because old Barnaclebeard is your father." He then glanced at Naruto. "Same goes for you." A network of lightning illuminated the clouds, and thunder shook the windows of the house. "Blah, blah, blah," Dionysus said. Chiron feigned interest in his pinochle cards. Grover shrank back against the railing, his hooves shifting nervously. "If I had my way," Dionysus said, "I would make your molecules burst into flames. We'd sweep up the ashes and be done with a lot of problems. But Chiron seems to think this would go against my mission at this cursed camp, to keep your little brats safe from harm." "Well, I don't need protection," Naruto declared. "You know what I want. I want to get out of here and I want to fight monsters. It's so boring here." Mr. D smiled at his response. "Spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D," Chiron said. "Nonsense," Dionysus replied, turning his gaze toward Percy. The boy would feel nothing. However, he had agreed to hold back. He was considering turning the boy into a dolphin and sending him back to his father. Chiron warned, "Mr. D." "Oh, fine," Dionysus conceded. "There's one more option. But it's a deadly foolishness." He stood up, and the cards of the invisible players fell onto the table. "I'm going to Olympus for an emergency meeting. If Percy is still here when I return, I'll turn him into a bottleneck in the Atlantic. Do you understand? And Perseus Jackson, if you're clever, you'll see that this is a much more sensible option than what Chiron thinks you should do." Dionysus took a playing card, twisted it, and it transformed into a rectangular piece of plastic, a security pass. He snapped his fingers. The air seemed to bend and twist around him. He became a hologram, then a gust of wind, and finally vanished, leaving only the scent of freshly pressed grapes. Naruto thought to himself that what he had done was good, but his was better. Chiron smiled at both of them, though he appeared tired and tense. "Please sit down, Percy and Naruto and Grover." They complied. Chiron placed his cards on the table. "Tell me, boys," he said. "What happened with the Hellhound?" "It scared me," Percy admitted. "Thanks to Naruto, I'm not dead yet." Naruto remarked that it was weak, just like that bull. Others were sweating. "Okay, you'll face a strong opponent, Naruto," Chiron stated. "And you, Percy, will face something much worse before you're done." "Done with what?" Percy asked. "Your quest, of course. Will you accept it?" Chiron replied. Naruto nodded, and Percy glanced at Grover, who was crossing his fingers. Sir," Percy said, "you still haven't told me what it is." Chiron grimaced. "Well, that's the hard part, the details." Thunder rumbled through the valley. Storm clouds had gathered at the edge of the beach. From what they could see, the sky and sea were boiling together. "Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus," Percy said. "They're fighting over something valuable. Something that was stolen, right?" Chiron and Grover exchanged glances. Chiron settled back in his wheelchair. "How did you know?" Percy seemed embarrassed for some reason. "The weather has been strange since Christmas, as if the sea and sky were battling. Then I spoke with Annabeth, and she had heard something about a theft. I've also been having these dreams." "I knew it," Grover said. "Silence, Satyr," Chiron ordered. But it's his quest. Grover's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be. Only the oracle can determine that, Chiron stroked his scruffy beard. However, Percy, you're right. Your father and Zeus are having their worst fight in centuries. They're battling over something valuable that was stolen. To be precise, a lightning bolt. Of course, Hades is just stirring things up for his own amusement. Percy laughed nervously. What? Don't take this lightly, Chiron warned. I'm not talking about a zigzag covered in aluminum foil that you'd see in a second-grade play. I'm talking about a 2-foot-long celestial bronze cylinder, capped at both ends with god-level explosives. Oh, the master bolt of Zeus, Chiron said, feeling nervous now. The symbol of his power, from which all other lightning bolts are modeled. The first weapon made by the Cyclopes for the war against the Titans, the bolt that covered the peak of Mount Etna and hurled Kronos from his throne. The master bolt, which has enough power to make deadly hydrogen bombs seem like firecrackers. And it's missing? Stolen, Chiron replied. By whom? Percy asked. By whom? Chiron corrected. Once a master, always a master. By you too. Percy's mouth dropped open, while Naruto perked up. At least, Chiron raised a hand, that's what Zeus thinks. During the winter solstice, at the last council of the gods, Zeus and Poseidon argued. The usual nonsense, Mother Rhea always liked me more. Air disasters are more spectacular than sea disasters, etc. Afterward, Zeus realized that his master bolt was missing, taken from the throne room right under his nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon. Now, a god cannot directly usurp the symbol of power from another god. That's forbidden by the oldest divine laws. But Zeus believes your father convinced a human hero to take it. Talia clarified the situation, saying that Annabeth, Grover, and Percy were going on a quest for her father's lightning bolt. Naruto nodded in agreement. When she asked where they were headed, he replied that they were going to the underworld. He noticed her sad expression and reassured her that she could communicate with him anytime through her necklace. This quest seems dangerous, so take care, Naruto, Talia said. And look after Annabeth and Grover for me. Naruto nodded and promised he would. He hugged her and said it was time for him to go, assuring her he would see her later. As he prepared to leave, Talia looked up just in time to share a brief kiss with him. Surprised by her action, Naruto decided to return the kiss. Talia wrapped her arms around his neck, and he embraced her waist, drawing them closer together. Both enjoyed the moment until they finally pulled away to catch their breath, their faces flushed. Naruto was the first to speak, expressing his astonishment. Talia wished him good luck, reminding him not to forget their date and to return alive. He nodded and vanished from the limbo. Naruto reappeared outside the tree, reflecting on the new experience with a slight blush on his face. He disappeared again. Percy decided to leave the Minotaur's horn in his cabin, taking only an extra change of clothes and a toothbrush that Grover had found for him. The camp store lent him $100 in mortal money and 20 gold drachmas. These coins were as large as Girl Scout cookies, featuring images of various Greek gods on one side and the Empire State Building on the other. Chiron mentioned that the coins could be useful for non-mortal transactions. He provided Annabeth and Percy each with a canteen of nectar and a Ziploc bag filled with squares of ambrosia, to be used only in emergencies if they were seriously injured. It's food of the gods, Percy, Chiron explained. It will heal almost any injury, but it's lethal for mortals. Too much of that would make a half-blood very, very feverish. An overdose would literally burn you. Well, Naruto is also there to help. Annabeth wore her magical Yankees cap, which she told Percy was a gift from her mother for her 12th birthday. She carried a book about famous classical architecture, written in ancient Greek, to read when she was bored, and a long bronze knife hidden in her shirt sleeve. Grover wore his fake feet and pants to pass as human. He had a green Rasta-style cap because when it rained, his curly hair would flatten, revealing only the tips of his horns. His bright orange backpack was filled with junk and apples for snacking. In his pocket, he had a set of reed pipes that his goat father had carved for him, though he only knew 2 songs, Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 12 and So Yesterday, by Hilary Duff, which sounded quite bad on the pipes. They said goodbye to the other campers, took one last look at the strawberry fields, the ocean, and the big house, then climbed up Half-Blood Hill to the tall pine tree. Chiron was waiting for them in his wheelchair. Next to him was a man Percy had seen while recovering in the infirmary. He wore a chauffeur's uniform, so Percy could only see extra glances at his hands, face, and neck. "Where is Naruto?" Chiron asked. "We thought he was here with you," Percy replied. "I'm here," Naruto said as he stood up from the ground. He wore a gray shirt, black pants, black shoes, and a black hooded jacket. They noticed a black crow perched on his left shoulder. "How do you do that?" Annabeth asked. "That's my secret," Naruto replied. "Naruto, there's a crow on your left shoulder," Percy pointed out. "I know Percy," Naruto said. He turned to everyone. "Guys, meet Karasu-chan, my partner, and she is our 5th member." "Hello," Karasu said with a hungry voice. "Did that bird just speak in my head?" Grover exclaimed. "Yes, I can talk." "Where did you get her, Naruto?" Percy asked. "She is the last thing my mother left me. Karasu-chan is part of her own soul," Naruto said sadly. "Hello, Karasu, welcome to the team," Annabeth greeted. "Thank you," Karasu replied. "Chiron," Naruto said, handing him a black feather. "If you want to contact us, use this. This is Karasu-chan's feather. Throw it and she will be there." "Thank you, Naruto," Chiron said. "This is Argus. He will take you to the city and, well, keep an eye on things." They heard footsteps behind them and saw Luke running up the hill, wearing basketball shoes. "Hey!" Luke called out. "I'm glad I caught you." Annabeth blushed, as she always did when Luke was near. "I just wanted to say good luck," he told Percy. "And I thought, maybe you could use this." He handed Percy the shoes, which looked quite ordinary. Luke said, "Maya." Wings sprouted from the heels, surprising Percy so much that he dropped them. The shoes flapped on the ground until the wings folded and disappeared. "Incredible!" Grover exclaimed. Luke smiled. "They served me well on my quest. Gift from Dad. Of course, I don't use them much these days," he said with a sad expression. Percy didn't know what to say. "Hey man," he said. "Thanks. Listen, Percy and Naruto." Luke seemed uncomfortable. "There are a lot of hopes resting on both of you, so take down some monsters for me, okay?" "Don't worry about Percy's luck, we might run into some," Naruto said calmly. "Hey!" Percy shouted. Naruto simply ignored him and walked away. "Don't waste any more time here," he said and vanished. Percy and Luke shook hands. Luke patted Grover's head between his horns and then gave Annabeth a farewell hug, which made her look like she might faint. After Luke left, Percy told Annabeth, "You're hyperventilating." "I am not. You let him capture the flag in your place, right?" "Oh, why would I want to go anywhere with you, Percy?" Annabeth stepped to the other side of the hill, where a white SUV was waiting at the edge of the road. Naruto and Argus were already there. Percy picked up the flying shoes and had a sudden bad feeling. He looked at Chiron. "I can't use these, can I?" Chiron shook his head. "Luke had good intentions, Percy. But taking to the air, that wouldn't be wise for you." Percy nodded, disappointed, but then an idea struck him. "Hey, Grover. Want a magical item?" Grover's eyes lit up. "Me?" He quickly slipped the shoes onto his fake feet. "Maya!" he shouted. He lifted off the ground, but then fell sideways, dragging his backpack through the grass. The winged shoes continued to flap up and down like tiny broncos. "Practice," Chiron called after him. "You just need practice." "Eh?" Grover flew sideways down the hill like a possessed lawnmower, heading toward the truck. Before Percy could follow, Chiron grabbed him by the arm. "I should have trained you better, Percy. I know Naruto doesn't need training, but you," he said. "If only I had more time. Hercules, Jason, they all received more training." "Alright, I just wish." Percy started, but stopped, not wanting to sound selfish and not get a magical item to help him on his quest. "What am I thinking?" Chiron exclaimed. "I can't let you go without this." He pulled a pen from his coat pocket and handed it to Percy. It was an ordinary disposable pen, black ink, removable cap. It probably cost 30 cents. Wow, Percy said. Thanks. Percy, that is a gift from your father. I have kept it for years, not knowing that you were what I was waiting for. But the prophecy is clear to me now. You are the chosen one. Percy remembered the trip to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Chiron had thrown him a pen that turned into a sword. He removed the cap, and the pen grew longer and heavier in his hand. In half a second, he held a gleaming bronze sword with a double-edged blade, a leather-wrapped grip, and a flat hilt studded with gold rivets. It was the first weapon that truly felt balanced in his hand. The sword has a long and tragic history that we shouldn't delve into, Chiron told him. Its name is Anaklusmos. Riptide, Percy translated, surprised at how easily the ancient Greek came to him. Use it only in emergencies, Chiron advised, and only against monsters. No hero should harm mortals unless absolutely necessary, of course, but this sword wouldn't harm them in any case. Percy looked at the wickedly sharp blade. What do you mean it wouldn't harm mortals? How not? The sword is made of celestial bronze. Forged by the Cyclopes, tempered in the heart of Mount Etna, and cooled in the river Lethe, this sword is deadly to monsters and any creature from the underworld, as long as they don't strike first. However, the sword will pass through mortals like an illusion. They simply aren't significant enough for it to kill them. Percy was warned that as a demigod, he could be harmed by both celestial and ordinary weapons, making him doubly vulnerable. Percy touched the cap of the pen with the tip of his sword, and instantly, Riptide transformed back into a pen. He tucked it into his pocket, feeling a bit anxious, as he was known for losing pens at school. Chiron informed him that he couldn't lose it. It was enchanted and would always return to his pocket. Percy, cautious, threw the pen as far as he could toward the hill, watching it disappear into the grass. Chiron mentioned it might take a few minutes before checking his pocket again, where Percy found the pen waiting for him. Percy acknowledged that this was extremely good but worried about what would happen if a mortal saw him pull out a sword. Chiron smiled, explaining that the mist was a powerful thing. It obscured human perception when divine or monstrous elements interacted with the mortal world, allowing them to see things only partially. Blood would be interpreted very differently by humans, who often went to great lengths to fit things into their version of reality. As Percy placed Riptide back in his pocket, he asked Chiron about the immortality of the gods, wondering if they were alive as long as Western civilization existed. Chiron gave him a melancholic smile, explaining that while the gods were indeed immortal, so were the Titans who still existed in their prisons, enduring endless pain and punishment. He warned that no one knew how long the age of Western civilization would last, and all they could do was follow their destinies. Naruto interjected, stating he didn't believe in destiny or prophecy, insisting that nothing was set in stone. Both Percy and Chiron were surprised by this. Percy nodded silently, and they headed back to join the others in the car. Under the pine tree, Chiron had transformed into his full centaur form, holding his bow in greeting. Naruto commented on Percy's new weapon, to which Percy replied that it was called Riptide. Curious, he asked Naruto about his weapons, to which Naruto revealed he named his gauntlet Hornet and summoned a black katana, introducing it as Shurheim, Princess of Death. Argus escorted them out of the camp and westward toward Long Island. Percy felt strange being back on the road. Annabeth and Grover sat beside him, while Naruto occupied the front seat, making them feel like ordinary carpoolers. After 2 weeks at Half-Blood Hill, the real world felt surreal to Percy as he observed every McDonald's, every child in their parents' car, and every billboard and shopping center. Percy noted that they had traveled 10 miles without encountering a single monster, but Annabeth warned him that it was bad luck to speak that way. Percy playfully asked why she disliked him so much, to which she replied that it wasn't hatred. Annabeth explained that their parents were rivals, recounting past grievances between Athena and Poseidon. Percy joked about how if Athena had invented pizza, he could understand her frustrations. Naruto then mentioned knowing Talia, daughter of Zeus, which surprised Percy. When asked how he knew her, Naruto explained that as the son of Hades, he could see her spirit. When Percy inquired about her appearance, Naruto described her as the most beautiful girl he had ever met, causing both Percy and Grover to freeze in shock. Annabeth noticed their reaction and questioned them, while Grover whispered that Naruto was famous among girls but had never shown interest in any of them. As they sat in traffic in Queens, they eventually arrived in Manhattan at sunset, with rain beginning to fall. Argus dropped them off at the Greyhound station on the Upper East Side, not far from Percy's mother and Gabe's apartment. Percy saw a flyer soaked in water with his photo on it. "Have you seen this boy?" He tore it up before Annabeth and Grover could notice, but Naruto had already seen it. Argus unloaded their luggage, made sure they got bus tickets, and then left, glancing back at them as he exited the parking lot. Naruto noticed Percy staring into the distance, likely thinking about home. Grover slung Percy's backpack over his shoulder and remarked that Percy might be curious about why his mother married Gabe. Percy stared at him, wondering if Grover could read his mind. Grover shrugged, explaining that he could only sense his emotions. Percy nodded, realizing Grover was right. He had been thinking about his mom and stepdad. Grover continued, saying that Gabe had married Percy's mother to protect him, and that she must have loved him a lot to endure Gabe's presence. Percy didn't feel better, but he forced himself not to show it. He thought about seeing his mother again, convinced she hadn't truly left him. As they waited for the bus in the continuing rain, Percy, Annabeth, and Grover decided to play a bit of hacky sack with one of Grover's apples. Annabeth was impressive, bouncing the apple off her knee, elbow, and shoulder. Percy held his own as well. From the sidelines, Naruto was reading a book and observed their game, thinking it was amusing but childish. The game ended when Percy threw the apple to Grover, who bit into it, devouring it completely. Grover blushed, trying to apologize, but Annabeth and Percy were too busy laughing. Finally, the bus arrived. As they lined up to board, Grover began sniffing the air, looking tense. Percy asked what was wrong, but Grover wasn't sure, suggesting it might be nothing. Naruto sensed something was off as well. Percy felt relieved when they finally boarded the bus and found seats together at the back. They stowed their backpacks, and Annabeth nervously tapped her Yankees cap against her thigh. When the last passengers boarded, Annabeth placed her hand on Percy's knee, sensing something was amiss. An elderly woman had just entered the bus, wearing a wrinkled velvet dress, lace gloves, and a shapeless orange hat that obscured her face. She carried a large paisley handbag, and when she looked up, her dark eyes gleamed. Percy recognized her as Mrs. Dodds. She appeared older and more withered, but her wicked face was unmistakable. Percy shrank back in his seat. Behind her were two more elderly women, one in a green hat and the other in purple, looking just like Mrs. Dodds. They settled in the front row, crossing their legs in a way that clearly indicated no one was getting past them. The bus pulled away from the station and navigated the slick streets of Manhattan. Percy remarked that Mrs. Dodds hadn't stayed gone for long, trying to keep his voice steady. Annabeth pointed out that he clearly wasn't lucky. Naruto added that Mrs. Dodds felt more powerful than she had at the museum. Grover lamented their situation, exclaiming that they were facing three of the worst monsters from the underworld. Annabeth, deep in thought, suggested they could escape through the windows, but Grover reminded her they didn't open. Percy insisted that the creatures wouldn't attack with witnesses around, but Annabeth countered that mortals couldn't see what was happening through the mist. They debated possible escape routes, and Naruto finally declared that he would handle it. As they entered the Lincoln Tunnel, the bus plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the aisle lights. It was eerily quiet without the sound of rain. Mrs. Dodds stood up and, in a rehearsed tone, announced that she needed to go to the bathroom. The other two women echoed her request, and they all began moving down the aisle. Annabeth quickly devised a plan, telling Percy to take her hat and let the old women pass. She believed that as a son of the Big Three, his scent might be overwhelming enough to distract them. Percy hesitated, feeling cowardly, but he put on the Yankees cap. When he looked down, he saw that he had become invisible. He crept up the aisle, managing to duck into an empty seat just as the Furies passed by. Mrs. Dodds stopped, sniffing the air, and looked directly at Percy. His heart raced, but she seemed not to notice him and continued moving forward. As they neared the end of the Lincoln Tunnel, Percy was about to press the emergency stop button when he heard a chilling wail from the back of the bus. The elderly women had transformed, revealing their true, monstrous forms. Their faces remained the same, but their bodies had withered into brown leather which forms with bat-like wings and hands and feet resembling gargoyle claws. Their bags had transformed into fiery whips. The Furies surrounded Grover and Annabeth, cracking their whips and hissing about their target's whereabouts. The other passengers on the bus screamed, huddled in their seats, clearly terrified. Annabeth shouted that he wasn't there, that he had left. Naruto, calm and collected, suggested they return to where they came from. The Furies raised their whips, and Annabeth drew her bronze knife while Grover prepared to throw a snack can. Naruto remained seated, observing the chaos. One of the Furies taunted Naruto, underestimating him because of his lineage. Naruto's emotionless tone sent chills down their spines as he locked eyes with them, exuding a deadly intent. He doubted they had the power to handle him, causing the Furies to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Percy had once again acted impulsively. The bus driver was distracted, trying to see what was happening in the rearview mirror. Still invisible, Percy yanked the steering wheel to the left, causing everyone to scream as they were thrown to the right. The bus crashed into the side of the tunnel, metal crumpling and sparks flying. It emerged from the Lincoln Tunnel and back into the storm, with people and monsters tumbling around it as cars swerved aside like bowling pins. Somehow, the driver found a way out, veering off the road through several traffic lights and onto a rural New Jersey path. With forests on one side and the Hudson River on the other, the driver seemed to be heading toward the river. In a moment of reckless inspiration, Percy pulled the emergency brake. The bus screeched, spinning on the wet asphalt before crashing into the trees. Emergency lights flashed, and the door swung open. The driver was the first to exit, with passengers screaming as they followed. Percy stayed in the driver's seat, letting them pass. The Furies regained their balance, striking at Annabeth while she waved her knife and shouted in ancient Greek, demanding they back off. Grover threw cans at them. Naruto remained unfazed, thinking about Percy's reckless behavior. Percy then revealed himself, removing his hat. The Furies turned, showing their yellow fangs, instantly regretting it as anger crossed Percy's face. Mrs. Dodds approached like a teacher about to hand out another failing grade, her whip crackling with flames. Her two hideous sisters leaped over the seats, crawling toward him like enormous lizards. Mrs. Dodds accused Percy of offending the gods and declared he would die. Percy retorted that he preferred her as a math teacher. Annabeth and Grover cautiously moved behind the Furies, searching for an opening. Percy unsheathed his pen, transforming it into a gleaming sword. Mrs. Dodds hissed, demanding he submit to avoid eternal torment. Percy dismissed her attempt. Annabeth warned him to be careful as Mrs. Dodds wrapped her whip around his sword hand. Despite the burning sensation, Percy held on to Riptide, striking the Fury on his left with the hilt, sending her back into a seat. He then turned and cut down the Fury on his right, who exploded into dust upon contact. Annabeth tackled Mrs. Dodds, while Grover wrested the whip from her grasp. As she screamed in pain, the Fury Percy had struck lunged at him again, but he swung Riptide, and she burst apart like a piñata. Mrs. Dodds struggled against Annabeth, kicking and scratching, but Annabeth held firm while Grover tied her legs with her own whip. Finally, they pushed her back down the aisle. Mrs. Dodds attempted to rise but lacked the space to flap her wings, continuing to fall. She threatened Percy with Zeus's wrath and Hades claiming his soul. In a moment of desperation, Percy shouted a phrase that humorously meant, "Eat my pants." Just then, Naruto intervened, a shadowy hand emerging to capture Mrs. Dodds in midair. He declared it was enough, and the shadow hand silenced her, causing her to disintegrate into dust. Suddenly, thunder shook the bus. Annabeth urged everyone to get out immediately. They rushed outside to find other passengers dazed, arguing with the driver or running in circles, panicking about their fate. A tourist snapped a photo of Percy before he could conceal his sword. Grover realized they had left their bags behind, filled with their money, food, and clothes. Just then, a loud explosion shattered the bus windows as the passengers ducked for cover. A lightning bolt struck, creating a massive crater in the roof. Naruto urged them to move quickly, insisting they didn't want more trouble than they already had. With that, he vanished along with Annabeth, Percy, and Grover, leaving the chaos behind. Well, maybe if you hadn't jumped into the fight. What did you want me to do? Let you get hurt? You didn't need to protect me, Percy. I would have been fine. Besides, the situation was already under control. Sliced like sandwich bread, Grover added, but okay. Shut up, goat boy, Annabeth said. Grover let out a whine. Cans. A perfectly good bag of cans. Enough, Naruto said in a cold tone. I have money for all of us for the trip. You have money? Annabeth exclaimed. Naruto confirmed, yes. After a few moments, Annabeth stepped up beside him. She hesitated before speaking. But I appreciate that you came back for us, okay? That was really brave. We're a team, right? Percy asked. Annabeth fell silent for a few steps. It's just that if you die, aside from the fact that it would really hit you hard, it would mean the quest was over. This could be my only chance to see the real world. Technically, this is a double quest for both me and Percy, Naruto interrupted. I promise I won't let either of you die. Thanks, Naruto, Annabeth replied. The storm finally calmed, leaving them in total darkness as they returned to silence. Well, until Percy broke it. Haven't you left Camp Half-Blood since you were 7? He asked Annabeth. No. Just short trips. My dad, the history teacher. Yes. It didn't work for me living at home. I mean, Camp Half-Blood is my home, Annabeth said. She rushed her words now, as if fearing someone might try to stop her. At camp, you train and train. And that's great and all, but the real world is where the monsters are. That's where you learn if you're good or not. You're pretty good with that knife, Percy said. You think so? Anyone who can carry a fury is good enough for me. You know, Annabeth said with a smile, maybe I should tell you something funny on the bus. What she wanted to say was interrupted by a shrill toot-toot-toot sound, like the noise of a distressed owl. Hey, my pipes still work, Grover cried. If I could remember a song to find the way, we could get out of these woods. He breathed a few notes, but the melody still suspiciously resembled one of Hilary Duff's songs. Instead of finding a way, Percy immediately crashed into a tree, earning himself a sizable bump on the head. Add to the list of superpowers I don't have, infrared vision, he thought. Be careful, Percy, Naruto warned. I can't see where I'm going. It's too dark here, Percy said. This will help, Naruto said as a bright white sphere appeared in his left hand, casting a soft light on the path. Wow! Grover exclaimed. Thanks, Naruto. Yeah, Annabeth agreed. Thanks. How many powers do you have, Naruto? Percy asked, surprised. I'm a man of many skills, Percy, Naruto replied with a smile. After a few kilometers, they saw neon light ahead. Percy smelled food. Then he realized he hadn't eaten anything unhealthy since arriving at Half-Blood Hill, where they lived on grapes, bread, cheese, and a barbecue prepared with extra lean nymph. I need a double cheeseburger, he thought. They continued walking until they spotted a deserted 2-lane road through the trees. On the other side was a closed gas station, a billboard for a 1990s movie, and an open business, which was the source of the neon light. It wasn't a fast food restaurant like Percy had expected. It was one of those strange roadside curiosity shops that sold lawn flamingos, wooden Indians, cement grizzly bears, and things like that. The main building was a long, low warehouse surrounded by acres of statues. The neon sign above the door was impossible for normal demigods to read because if there's anything worse for their dyslexia than regular English, it's cursive neon red English. To Percy and Annabeth, it looked like Atnyumis Duran Gomen Meprowim. What does that say? Percy asked. I don't know, Annabeth replied. He loved reading so much, he had forgotten he was also dyslexic, Percy thought. M's Garden Gnome Emporium, strange name, Naruto said. Flanking the entrance, as advertised, were 2 cement garden gnomes, ugly little bearded fellows, smiling and waving as if they were about to take a picture. They crossed the street, following the smell of hamburgers. Hey! Grover warned. The lights are on inside, Annabeth said. Maybe it's open. Snack bar, Percy said nostalgically. Snack bar, Annabeth nodded. Are you two crazy? This place is weird, Grover said. Naruto, please say something. Grover noticed that Naruto wasn't looking at him. Then he saw a bunch of statues in the woods, cement animals, cement children, even a cement satyr playing the pipes, which gave him chills. Blah, he exclaimed. It looks like my Uncle Fernando. They stopped at the door of the warehouse. Don't knock, Grover pleaded. I smell monsters. Your nose is clogged by the Furies, Annabeth told him. All I smell are hamburgers. Aren't you hungry? Meat, Grover said disdainfully. I'm a vegetarian. They eat cheese enchiladas and aluminum cans, Percy pointed out. Those are vegetables. Come on, let's go. These statues are staring at me. I agree with Grover. There's something strange about those statues and this whole place, Naruto said. Annabeth and Percy were surprised by this, but before they could say anything, the door opened. They saw a tall woman of Middle Eastern descent standing before them. At least, they assumed she was of Middle Eastern descent because she wore a long black dress that covered everything but her hands, and her head was completely concealed. Her eyes glimmered behind a veil of black gauze. Her brown hands looked old but well-kept and elegant. She said, Children, it's too late to be out alone. Where are your parents? Her accent sounded vaguely Middle Eastern. Annabeth began. We're orphans, Percy interjected. Orphans? The woman said. The words sounded strange coming from her. But my dears, surely not. We got separated from our caravan, Percy explained. Our circus caravan. The ringmaster told us to meet him at the gas station if we got lost, but he might have forgotten, or maybe he meant a different gas station. Anyway, we're lost. Is that what I smell? Oh dear, the woman said. You must come in, poor children. I am Aunt Em. Please go straight to the back of the warehouse. There's a dining area. They thanked her and entered. Annabeth murmured to Percy, Circus caravan? You always have a strategy, right? Your head is full of seaweed. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the woman. There was something strange about her. I need to keep my eyes on her, he thought. He entered. The warehouse was filled with statues, people in various poses, dressed in different outfits, with a range of expressions on their faces. Percy and Annabeth felt hungry. They were oblivious to Grover's nervous whispers, the way the eyes of the statues seemed to follow them, or the fact that Aunt Em had closed the door behind them. All they cared about was finding the dining area. As they reached the back of the place, they noticed a fast food counter with a grill, a soda fountain, a pretzel warmer, and a nacho cheese dispenser. It was everything they could wish for, along with a few steel picnic tables in front. Aunt Em encouraged them to sit down. Percy expressed his amazement, while Annabeth thanked her. Aunt Em stiffened for a moment, as if Annabeth had done something wrong, but then relaxed just as quickly. Only Naruto noticed this. Aunt Em complimented Annabeth on her beautiful gray eyes, which puzzled Naruto since they had not introduced themselves. Their hostess disappeared behind the snack counter and began cooking. Before long, she returned with plastic trays filled with cheeseburgers, vanilla shakes, and oversized portions of fries. Naruto only ate because he sensed nothing wrong with the food. He ate slowly, keeping an eye on the woman. Percy was halfway through his burger before he remembered to breathe, and Annabeth slurped her shake. Grover grabbed the fries and stared at the wax paper lining the tray as if it might come alive, but he still seemed too anxious to eat. He questioned the strange whistling sound. Percy listened but heard nothing. Annabeth shook her head, while Naruto thought to himself that it sounded like snakes. Aunt Em suggested it might be the friar, praising Grover's keen hearing. Grover mentioned taking vitamins for his ears, to which Aunt Em responded with admiration but urged him to relax. She did not eat anything herself, keeping her headscarf on even while cooking, and sat forward, fingers intertwined, watching them eat. Percy felt satisfied after his burger and was starting to feel drowsy, but he decided to engage Aunt Em in conversation. He asked about her business, trying to sound interested. Aunt Em explained that she sold gnomes, animals, and people anything for the garden, including custom orders. When Percy inquired about her business, she lamented that since the highway was built, fewer cars passed by, making her appreciate every customer she received. Suddenly, Percy felt as if someone else was watching him. He turned to find only the statue of a girl holding an Easter basket. The detail was incredible, far superior to most garden statues, but something about her face seemed off. She looked frightened, even terrified. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the statue, activating his Sharingan to sense the faint energy signatures of all the statues. He realized they had once been real people. Aunt M spoke sadly to Percy, acknowledging that some of her creations did not turn out well and were unsellable. She revealed that the face was the hardest part to get right. When Percy asked if she made the statues herself, she shared a tragic story about her two sisters who had once helped her but had since passed away due to a terrible accident caused by a jealous woman. The sadness in her voice was palpable, and Percy couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Annabeth, having stopped eating, asked about the sisters. Aunt M described the incident as a terrible story, not suitable for children, explaining how she had survived but at a great cost. Naruto thought to himself that Aunt M was Medusa. Percy felt a pang of sorrow for her, wondering who would want to hurt someone so kind. He glanced at Annabeth, who seemed tense, and suggested they leave, mentioning the master of ceremonies would be waiting. Grover, now nervously eating the wax paper from his tray, echoed her sentiment, while Naruto's expression turned cold. Aunt M complimented Annabeth's eyes again, reminiscing about how long it had been since she had seen such beautiful gray eyes. She reached out as if to caress Annabeth's cheek, but Annabeth abruptly stood up, insisting they should go. Grover quickly followed suit, and Naruto urged Percy to leave as well. Percy, feeling content and wanting to stay with Aunt M, hesitated. She pleaded with them, expressing how rare it was for her to be with children, and suggested they take a photograph together. Annabeth hesitated, but Percy, irritated with her for being so dismissive of their kind host, insisted they could take a picture. He felt it was just a photo, wondering what Annabeth's issue was. Aunt M reassured them that there was no harm in it. Reluctantly, Annabeth allowed Aunt M to guide them back through the main door to the Garden of Statues. Aunt M directed them to a park bench beside a stone satyr, positioning them for the photo. Percy commented on the lack of light for a good picture, but Aunt M dismissed his concern, assuring them it would be enough to see them. Grover inquired about her camera, and Aunt M stepped back, admiring the shot as she prepared to capture the moment. "Can you smile for me, please, everyone?" A big smile? Grover glanced at the concrete satyr beside him and thought it resembled Uncle Ferdinand. Aunt M urged him to look a certain way, still without a camera in hand. Annabeth called out to Percy, who wanted to listen but was struggling against a wave of drowsiness brought on by the food and the soothing voice of the elderly woman. Aunt M said she would only be a moment, mentioning her inability to see clearly through the veil. Annabeth insisted that something was wrong. Aunt M dismissed the concern, claiming she had such noble company that nothing could be amiss. Grover gasped, recognizing Uncle Fernando. Annabeth shouted for everyone to get away from Aunt M. In an instant, Naruto vanished in a flurry of crows, which began to swarm around Aunt M. Annabeth quickly put on her Yankees cap and disappeared, pushing Grover and Percy off the bench. Percy found himself on the ground, disoriented as he heard Grover and Annabeth moving in different directions. He was too stunned to react when he heard Aunt M scream in pain as the crows began to attack. "What is this?" she cried, her voice filled with distress as the crows pecked at her. Then, suddenly she stopped, still standing where she had been all along. "Did you enjoy the show?" Naruto's voice came from somewhere nearby. Aunt M, angered, declared her desire to take revenge on the Son of Death. But he calmly replied that she lacked the power to harm him. Aunt M then turned her attention to Percy, smiling sweetly. Percy felt a surge of panic as he noticed a strange, rough sound above him. His gaze shifted to Aunt M's hands, which had transformed into gnarled claws with sharp bronze nails. He almost looked up, but Annabeth's voice echoed from his left, pleading for him not to. Percy was paralyzed, staring at Aunt M's twisted claws while fighting against the trance she had cast over him. "It's a shame to ruin such a young and beautiful face," Aunt M said softly, urging him to stay with her and just look up. He struggled against the urge to obey, instead glancing sideways to see a crystal sphere, a viewing ball used by garden inhabitants. In its orange surface, he saw Aunt M's dark reflection. Her headdress was gone, revealing a pale, glowing face with hair writhing like snakes. A realization struck him. How could he have been so foolish? The voice of Medusa echoed in his mind, recalling how the gray-eyed one had done this to her, revealing her transformation from a beautiful woman into a monster. Don't listen to her. Annabeth's voice urged from somewhere among the statues. Run, Percy. Medusa growled, her voice shifting back to a soothing tone, explaining why she needed to destroy Annabeth, the daughter of her enemy. She attempted to convince Percy that he need not suffer. No, he murmured, trying to move his legs. Do you really want to help the gods? Medusa asked. Do you understand what awaits you on this foolish quest? What if you reach the underworld? Don't be a pawn of the Olympians. You'd be better off as a statue, less pain. Suddenly, an invisible force struck Medusa, sending her away from Percy. Percy seized the moment to hide among the statues. Just beside him, Annabeth's voice called out, urging him to act. He jumped in surprise, nearly knocking over a garden gnome, exclaiming that she shouldn't scare him like that. Annabeth, now visible after removing her cap, insisted that he needed to be the one to defeat Medusa. Percy hesitated, questioning why he should take on such a task. Annabeth explained that Medusa was a threat, and while she would confront her herself, she was too afraid after what had happened to her mother. She believed Percy had the best chance. Look at those innocent people turned to stone, she pointed out, indicating a couple frozen in an embrace. Annabeth grabbed a green sphere from a nearby pedestal, suggesting it would serve as a better shield. She examined it critically, explaining the distortion it would cause. Can you speak in English? Percy asked, feeling overwhelmed. I am, she replied, tossing the crystal ball to him. Just look at it in the glass. Never look directly at her. Grover's voice suddenly called from above, claiming he thought Medusa was unconscious. Maybe not, he corrected himself as a roar echoed around them. Annabeth urged Percy to hurry, putting her cap back on and disappearing once more. Grover wished him good luck, and Naruto reminded him to use the lessons he had learned. Percy took a deep breath, drawing his pen and transforming it into Riptide, the bronze blade extending in his hand. He followed the hissing sounds of Medusa's hair, keeping his eyes fixed on the crystal ball to see only her reflection. As he approached, he saw her face in the distorted glass, wondering if she truly looked as hideous as she seemed. Surely it can't be that bad, he thought, trying to convince himself. You're not going to harm an old woman, Percy, Medusa cooed, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Percy hesitated, captivated by the reflection, her eyes seeming to burn through the green tint, weakening his resolve. Don't listen to her, Grover shouted from his hiding spot. Medusa continued to speak, trying to ensnare him with her words. Too late. She lunged at Percy with her claws. Percy swung his sword and then heard a commotion. It was a sound like wind rushing from a cave, the sound of a monster disintegrating. Something fell to the ground beside his foot. It took all his willpower not to look. He could feel the warm mud soaking into his sock, little heads of dying snakes tugging at his shoelaces. Grover, eyes still tightly shut, expressed his disgust. Oh, yuck. Mega yuck. Annabeth approached him, her gaze fixed on the sky. She held the black veil of Medusa. Cautiously, without looking down, she knelt and covered the monster's head with the black cloth before lifting it. It still dripped with green juice. Good job, Percy, Naruto said, suddenly rising from the ground like a ghost and startling everyone. Don't do that, Naruto, Annabeth shouted. Ignoring her, Naruto turned to Percy, asking if he was okay. Percy decided he was fine, even though he felt like he might throw up his double cheeseburger. Noticing Percy's pale face, Naruto offered, "This will help," placing his hand on Percy's head and using a healing technique. Thanks, Percy felt much better. Why didn't the head evaporate? He wondered aloud. Once you break it, it becomes a trophy, Annabeth explained. Just like the horn from your minotaur. But don't unwrap the head, it can still petrify you. Percy sheathed his sword, and together they returned to the storage area. They found some old plastic bags behind the snack counter and wrapped Medusa's head carefully. They placed it on the table where they had dined and gathered around it. Percy asked if they should thank Athena for the monster. Annabeth shot him an irritated look, reminding him it was actually his father's fault. Medusa had been Poseidon's girlfriend, and they had decided to meet in the temple of Annabeth's mother. That was why Athena had turned her into a monster. Medusa and her two sisters, who had helped her enter the temple, became the three Gorgons. That was also why Medusa had wanted to cut Annabeth, but preferred to keep Percy as a pretty statue. She probably still had a soft spot for his father. Percy felt his face heat up. He couldn't believe it was his fault they encountered Medusa. Annabeth straightened up and mimicked Percy's voice, teasing him about his reaction. "Forget it," Percy replied, feeling frustrated. "You're impossible," Annabeth shot back. "You're unbearable." "Hey," Grover interrupted. "You two are giving me a headache, and satyrs don't even get headaches." "What are you going to do with the head, Percy?" Naruto asked. Percy stared at the head, a small snake dangling from a hole in the plastic. The words printed on the side of the bag read, "We appreciate your business." He felt anger not just towards Annabeth or her mother, but at all the gods for leading them into two major fights on their first day out of camp. At this rate, they would never make it to Los Angeles alive, let alone before the summer solstice. What had Medusa said? Percy recalled, "Don't be a pawn of the Olympians, dear. You'd be better off as a statue." He stood up, declaring he would be back soon. "Percy," Annabeth called after him, but he didn't hear her. He searched the back of the storage area until he found Medusa's office. Her ledger showed her 6 most recent sales, all shipments to the underworld to decorate Hades and Persephone's garden. A shipping invoice listed the underworld billing address as DOA Recording Studios, West Hollywood, California. He folded the bill. "So this is the underworld's address," Naruto said, appearing behind him. "Why yeah," Percy replied, tucking the address into his pocket. In the cash register, they found $20, a few golden drachmas, and some packing slips for Hermes Overnight Express, each with a small leather pouch for coins. Percy rummaged through the rest of the office until he found a suitably sized box. They returned to the picnic table, picked up Medusa's head, and filled out a DLVRY slip. The gods. Mount Olympus. 600th floor. Empire State Building. New York, New York. Best wishes? Percy Jackson. "They're not going to like that," Grover warned. "They'll think you're being cheeky." "But I like it," Naruto said with a grin. "You'll get us all in trouble," Grover replied. Percy poured some golden drachmas into the pouch. As soon as he closed it, the sound of a cash register rang out. The package floated off the table and disappeared with a pop. "I am cheeky," Percy declared, looking at Annabeth, challenging her to criticize him. She didn't. She seemed resigned to the fact that he had a knack for annoying the gods. "Let's go," she murmured. "We need a new plan." They set up camp in the woods, 100 meters from the main road, in a marshy clearing that clearly local kids had used for parties. The ground was littered with crushed soda cans and fast food wrappers. "Well, this probably isn't the best place to camp," Percy remarked. Grover reassured him, saying they had food and blankets. "And we don't have any other options," Annabeth added. Naruto interrupted, suggesting they had another option. He suddenly stopped in a clearing, and everyone looked at him. He began making hand signs and slammed his hands against the ground. "Wood release, 4 pillars house technique." Roots began to rise from the ground, twisting together. It took about a minute to finish. When it was done, Naruto stood atop a fully formed house. The others gaped at the structure that had just materialized. "Wow!" Annabeth, Percy, and Grover thought in unison. "There's plenty of room for everyone, so you can sleep inside or outside," Naruto said. They entered the house, jaws dropping as they saw the furnished interior, complete with sofas and soft rugs on the floor. "That's amazing," Grover exclaimed. "Thanks," Naruto replied. "Get some sleep. I'll keep watch first." "Why?" Percy asked. "In case more monsters come after us, that way we won't be surprised," Naruto explained. "Thanks, Naruto," Annabeth said, grabbing a blanket and settling down on the sofa. That was quick, Percy noted. Percy, we all had a tough day, Grover replied. Tough for you, not for me, Naruto said before disappearing. Naruto appeared on the roof, making more hand signs. Summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, crows appeared. Watch the house, he instructed. All the crows melted into shadows. It's time to meet Talia, Naruto thought. She sat on the roof and closed her eyes. 0 with Talia 0. Talia was sitting alone, thinking about Naruto. She missed him after just a few days apart and gazed at the necklace he had given her. She remembered their kiss and felt a warm blush on her cheeks. Suddenly, the necklace began to glow, and with a bright flash, Naruto appeared before her. Talia expressed her joy at seeing him and stood up, attempting to embrace him, but hesitated. Naruto explained that he was just a projection and that the real him was on a quest. She apologized, and he reassured her that it was fine, adding that she missed him a lot. Talia's face turned bright red at his words. She asked what had happened on his quest. Naruto recounted their battles against the Furies and Medusa. 0 with another 0. Percy stepped out of the house and noticed Grover sitting on the lowest branch of a tree. He encouraged Grover to rest, promising to wake him if anything went wrong. Percy noticed that Naruto was not around and asked where he was. Grover replied that Naruto was on the roof and expressed his sadness about the situation. Percy inquired what he meant, wondering if it was about the quest they were on. Grover pointed out the litter scattered around them and lamented the polluted sky that obscured the stars. He felt it was a terrible time to be a satyr. Percy made a light-hearted comment about Grover being an environmentalist, but Grover shot him a disapproving look, explaining that only a human could be indifferent to the state of the world. He felt it was futile to teach a human, especially since he feared he would never find Pan. Percy was confused and asked about Pan, thinking Grover was referring to something else. Naruto appeared behind them, clarifying that Grover meant Pan, the god of the wild places. Grover explained that he needed a seeker's license to search for Pan, just like his father and Uncle Ferdinand had done. A strange breeze swept through the clearing, momentarily overpowering the smell of garbage, bringing with it the scent of berries, wildflowers, and clean rainwater, things that might have once thrived in those woods. Suddenly, Percy felt a wave of nostalgia for something he had never known. He asked Grover to tell him more about the quest. Grover looked at Percy cautiously, as if unsure whether he was being mocked. He shared that the god of the wild places had vanished 2,000 years ago, recounting a tale of a sailor from Ephesus who heard a mysterious voice proclaiming that Pan was dead. The humans believed it, and since then, they had been plundering Pan's realm. For satyrs, Pan was their lord and protector, and they refused to accept his death. Each generation, the bravest satyrs dedicated their lives to finding him, scouring the land and exploring the wildest places in hopes of awakening him from his slumber. Percy asked if Grover wanted to be a seeker. Grover admitted it was his lifelong dream, sharing that his father and Uncle Ferdinand had been seekers too. Percy recalled seeing a statue of Uncle Ferdinand and apologized for bringing it up. Grover shook his head, explaining that his uncle understood the risks, as did his father. He was determined to be the first seeker to return alive. Percy was surprised to learn that no seeker had ever returned. Once they set out, they vanished without a trace. Grover confirmed that it had been 2,000 years since anyone had come back. Percy asked about Grover's father, but Grover had no idea what had happened to him. Despite this, Grover still wanted to go on the quest, and Percy was astonished that he believed he could be the one to find Pan. Grover insisted he had to believe that, as did all seekers. It was the only thing that kept them from despairing over what humans had done to the world. He needed to believe that Pan could still be awakened. Percy gazed at the orange haze in the sky, trying to understand how Grover could chase a dream that seemed so hopeless. He then asked how they would enter the underworld, questioning their chances against a god. Grover admitted he didn't know but recalled that while they were at Medusa's, Annabeth had been discussing something important. Percy remembered that Annabeth would have a solid plan. Grover urged Percy not to be too hard on her, explaining that she had a tough life but was a good person. He trailed off, his voice faltering. Percy pressed him for clarification, wondering what Grover meant. Grover seemed suddenly very interested in the notes on his pipes. Naruto interjected, mentioning Talia and how Percy was her kipper. Percy was taken aback and exclaimed in confusion. Grover, feeling uncomfortable, insisted he didn't want to talk about it, his trembling lips suggesting he might cry if pressed further. Naruto reassured Grover that it wasn't his fault, and Grover thanked him. He turned back to Percy, explaining that during their time at Medusa's, he and Annabeth had agreed that something was off about their quest. Percy pointed out that they were being blamed for stealing a lightning bolt, but Grover clarified that wasn't what he meant. He noted that the Furies had been holding back, recalling how Mrs. Dodds had waited to attack him at Yancy Academy. He questioned why they had waited so long to try to harm him and mentioned that on the bus, they hadn't been as aggressive as they could have been. Percy argued that they had seemed pretty aggressive to him. Grover shook his head, recalling how they had shouted, asking where something was. Percy realized they were asking about him. Grover speculated that perhaps they weren't asking for a person but rather for an object. Percy found that idea confusing. Naruto suggested that something had been stolen from his father, which was not Zeus's Master Bolt. Grover added that if they had misunderstood something about the quest and only had 9 days to find the Master Bolt, they were in trouble. He looked at them, waiting for answers, but they had none. Percy admitted he hadn't been honest with them. He didn't care about the Master Bolt. He had agreed to go to the underworld to save his mother. Naruto acknowledged that they already knew that. Grover played a soft note on his pipes, questioning whether that was the only reason Percy wanted to go. Percy insisted he wasn't doing it to help his father, who didn't care about him, and he didn't care about him either. Grover looked down from his branch, acknowledging that he wasn't as smart as Annabeth or as brave as Percy. Percy didn't consider himself as strong as Naruto, but he was quite good at reading emotions. He sensed that Annabeth was happy her father was alive. She felt relieved that he had claimed her, and a part of her wanted him to be proud. That was why she had sent the head of Medusa to Olympus. She wanted him to recognize her accomplishments. Percy felt a bit irritated as he thought about it. He believed that perhaps the emotions of satyrs worked differently than those of humans. He dismissed Annabeth's feelings, stating that he didn't care what anyone thought. They had barely left New York, and now they were stuck without money, except for whatever Naruto had, and there was no way they could head west. Naruto, observing the situation, decided it was time for them to rest. It told them both to go to sleep, and though Percy wanted to protest, he was met with Naruto's cold gaze and nodded in agreement. As Percy drifted into sleep, he found himself in a dark cavern before an open pit. Shadows swirled around him, whispering like the spirits of the departed. They tugged at his clothes, trying to pull him back, but he felt compelled to walk toward the edge of the abyss. The pit yawned wide and deep, and he sensed something enormous and malevolent trying to rise from its depths. A voice echoed in the darkness, mocking him as the little hero. It claimed he was too weak and too young, but perhaps he could still be of use. The ancient voice wrapped around him like heavy chains, offering him a deal. It promised to grant him whatever he desired. An image appeared above the void. His mother, Sally, frozen in the moment she had turned into a shower of gold. Her face twisted in pain, as if the Minotaur still had a grip on her neck. Her eyes pleaded with him to escape. Percy tried to scream, but no sound came out. The chilling laughter reverberated through the abyss, and an invisible force pushed him forward. The voice grew hungrier, urging him to help it rise. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the darkness, declaring that it was enough. The world turned red, and a flock of crows heralded Naruto's arrival before Percy. He asserted that Percy was not welcome in this place, nor was he in his own mind. Naruto's tone was cold as he commanded the voice to return. A shockwave rippled through the cavern, causing the image of Percy's mother to fade. Percy, confused, asked what was happening. Naruto explained that someone was trying to manipulate him and urged him to wake up. Percy felt someone shaking him, and when he opened his eyes, it was daylight. Annabeth greeted him, noting that the zombie had returned to life. Percy, still shaken from his dream, asked how long he had been asleep. Annabeth informed him it was long enough for her to prepare breakfast and tossed him a bag of nacho-flavored chips. Grover and Naruto had gone off to explore, and she invited Percy to join her. As they stepped outside, Percy was astonished by the transformation of the area. Where there had once been garbage, there were now beautiful flowers, green grass, and trees. A familiar voice behind him commented on the beauty of the scene, startling him. It was Naruto, who seemed pleased with his handiwork. Percy asked if Naruto had created this, and Naruto confirmed it with a smile. He demonstrated his abilities further by performing a hand sign and calling forth a vast forest from the remaining area. Percy marveled at Naruto's powers. Grover was sitting cross-legged on a blanket, holding something peculiar in his lap, a dirty, unnaturally pink poodle. Percy blinked in disbelief, realizing it was indeed a poodle. Grover insisted it was their ticket west and urged Percy to be kind to it. Percy was incredulous, questioning if Grover was really talking to the poodle. Grover explained that he had met the poodle, named Gladiola, in the woods, and they had struck up a conversation. Gladiola had escaped from a wealthy family that was offering a reward for its return but was willing to help Grover instead. Percy asked how Gladiola knew about the reward, to which Grover replied that the poodle could read the signs. Annabeth suggested they return Gladiola to its family, collect the reward, and buy tickets to Los Angeles, keeping Naruto's money for emergencies. Percy recalled his unsettling dream, the whispering voices, the entity in the abyss, and his mother's face dissolving into gold. He wondered what awaited him in the West and what Naruto's role had been in his dream. He decided to ask Naruto later. Cautiously, Percy expressed his reluctance about taking another bus. Annabeth agreed, pointing downhill toward a train station he hadn't noticed the night before. They had a new plan ahead of them. According to Gladiola, the train heading west departs at noon. 2 days passed on the Amtrak train, traveling west through the hills, over rivers, and past amber waves of grain. They had not been attacked once, but they remained vigilant, keeping their guard up. They tried to maintain a low profile since Percy's name and image were splashed across the covers of several newspapers on the East Coast. The Trenton Register News featured a photo taken by a tourist as he got off a Greyhound bus, with a wild look in his eyes. The caption read, "Here, 12-year-old Percy Jackson is wanted for questioning in the disappearance of his mother from Long Island 2 weeks ago. He was seen fleeing from a bus where he boarded with several elderly passengers. The bus exploded on a road east of New Jersey shortly after Jackson left the scene. According to eyewitness accounts, police believe the boy may be traveling with 2 teenage accomplices. His stepfather, Gabe Ugliano, has offered a cash reward for information leading to his capture." Annabeth reassured Percy that the mortal police would never find them, though she didn't seem entirely convinced. Percy then turned to Naruto and asked why no one knew anything about him. Naruto explained that he had used an illusion. Grover inquired why Naruto didn't use that on them, to which Naruto calmly replied that they never asked. They all felt a bit embarrassed by that response. Throughout the day, Percy alternated between pacing the train and gazing out the windows. On their journey, he spotted a family of centaurs galloping through a wheat field, bowing as they prepared lunch. A small centaur, about the size of a second grader on a pony, caught his attention and waved. He looked around the passenger car, but no one else seemed to notice. The adult riders were engrossed in their laptops or magazines. Later that evening, Percy saw something massive moving through the forest. It resembled a lion, but lions did not roam wild in the United States, and this one was the size of a Hummer, its golden fur shimmering in the sunset. It leaped through the trees and vanished. They hadn't booked a sleeper car, so they attempted to sleep on the train. Percy's neck grew stiff as he tried not to drool while sleeping next to Annabeth. Naruto was meditating, and Grover continued to snore. At one point, Grover shifted, and his fake foot fell off. Annabeth and Percy quickly helped him reattach it before any other passengers noticed. Once they had fixed Grover's shoe, Annabeth asked Percy what had happened in his dream. Percy hesitated to share, as it was the second time he had dreamt of the sinister voice from the pit. However, it troubled him enough that he eventually confided in her. Annabeth was silent for a long time before expressing that it didn't sound like Hades, who always appeared on a black throne and never laughed. Percy recounted how Hades had offered his mother a deal, prompting Annabeth to wonder why he would ask for the Master Bolt if he already possessed it. Naruto then startled them by stating that it wasn't his father. He explained that someone was trying to manipulate Percy, someone much darker than his own father. Annabeth was shocked, and Percy echoed her disbelief. Naruto confirmed that he had been in Percy's dream. Annabeth gasped, and Percy's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto speculated that it could be a giant hole in the ground that the dead feared, suggesting it might be a titan, our grandfather, he said. This revelation made Annabeth gasp again, and Percy's eyes grew wide. Despite the gravity of the situation, Annabeth quickly regained her composure and warned that they could not bargain with either of them. Kronos was an evil titan, and Hades was deceitful, ruthless, and greedy. She insisted that it didn't matter if the kind ones hadn't been aggressive this time. Percy asked if Annabeth had encountered them before, to which she replied that she had no love for the Lord of the Dead. She touched a white bead on her necklace, painted with the image of a pine tree, one of her clay tokens from summer camp. She explained that she blamed his father for Talia's condition. Naruto confirmed her suspicion, and Annabeth asked if he was angry with her. He reassured her that he wasn't, despite her connection to his father. He had never met him and promised not to worry about Talia, vowing to find a way to free her. Grateful, Annabeth thanked him. Percy then posed a hypothetical question about what she would do if her father were kidnapped like his mother. Annabeth replied that she would let him rot. Percy was taken aback, unsure if she was serious. Annabeth's gray eyes locked onto Percy's, and she revealed that her father had resented her since the day she was born. He had never wanted a child and had even asked Athena to take her back to Olympus because he was too busy with his work. When she had appeared at his door in a golden cradle, he had treated it as an inconvenience rather than a miracle. He married a mortal and had 2 children, completely forgetting about her. Naruto remained silent, and Percy didn't know how to respond, so he turned to the window just as they passed the lights of a nearby city. Percy wanted Annabeth to feel better after everything she had shared. He began to speak about his own experiences, mentioning how his mother had married a truly horrible man. He recalled Grover's words about protecting him by hiding him in the scent of a human family, wondering if that was what Annabeth's father had in mind as well. Annabeth was still preoccupied with her necklace, nervously pinching the gold college ring that hung with the beads. Percy thought it likely belonged to her father. Annabeth expressed her feelings of neglect, sharing how her stepmother had treated her like a monster, forbidding her from playing with her step-siblings. Her father had sided with her stepmother, and whenever danger arose, they would look at her with resentment, as if she were the cause of their troubles. Feeling unwanted, she had run away at the age of 7, the same age she had been when she first arrived at camp. Percy questioned how she could have made it to Half-Blood Hill alone. Annabeth explained that Athena had watched over her and guided her, and she had made a few unexpected friends who had cared for her, at least for a short time. Naruto chimed in, suggesting that every half-blood had a rough childhood, and they all agreed. Annabeth then asked Naruto about his own childhood. He reflected on a life filled with blood, war, and death, before offering to show her something. He asked her to take his hand, assuring her to trust him. Annabeth complied, and as she closed her eyes, she felt a peculiar sensation. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a dark room. Confused, she looked around and saw Talia staring at her in astonishment. Annabeth tried to embrace her friend, but her arms passed through her. Naruto reminded her that they were merely projections. Talia acknowledged Annabeth's growth, expressing gratitude to Naruto for facilitating this moment. After a while, Percy observed Annabeth and Naruto sitting together, and he wondered what had transpired. Annabeth, with tears in her eyes, thanked Naruto again. Percy, confused, asked what had happened. Annabeth explained that she had met Talia, even though they had been sitting right there the whole time. Naruto pointed out that there were many ways to connect with someone without moving. As they continued their journey, Percy noticed the scenery outside the train window. On the second day of their trip, they passed through Golden Hills and crossed the Mississippi River into St. Louis. Annabeth expressed her desire to build something grand, like the Gateway Arch, and shared her dream of constructing a monumental tribute to the gods that would last for 1,000 years. Percy chuckled at the idea of her becoming an architect, but Naruto reminded him not to laugh at anyone's dreams. Annabeth mentioned that Athena encouraged her children to create rather than destroy, referencing a certain earthquake god. Percy suggested they could work together, recalling how Athena and Poseidon had collaborated on the chariot. Annabeth reluctantly agreed, and Naruto expressed his support for their partnership. At the Amtrak station, they learned they had a 3-hour layover before heading to Denver. Grover, still waking up, mentioned food, but Annabeth was eager to visit the Gateway Arch. Naruto offered to cover the expenses, and Grover shrugged, agreeing as long as there were no monsters around. The arch was a mile from the station, and the lines to enter were manageable. They navigated through the underground museum, where Annabeth excitedly shared facts about the arch's construction, though only Naruto seemed to be listening. Percy, however, sensed something unsettling in the air. He whispered to Grover about the symbols of power of the gods. Annabeth, having been distracted by her reading, looked up when Percy mentioned Hades. Grover reminded them they were in a public place, and Percy clarified that their friend from below was present. Annabeth confirmed that Hades had been at the Winter Solstice Council meeting, noting that his helm was much more powerful than her invisibility hat. Grover elaborated on the helm's abilities, explaining that it allowed Hades to become darkness itself, merging with shadows and instilling a fear so intense it could incapacitate anyone who encountered it. Why do you think all rational creatures fear the dark? But how do we know it's not here now, watching us? Percy asked. Annabeth and Grover exchanged glances. We don't, Grover replied. Don't worry about it. My father isn't here, Naruto assured them. I can sense him in the darkness because the darkness is also one of my domains. To demonstrate, a shadow rose from the ground and coiled around his right arm like a serpent. Thanks, that makes me feel a lot better, Percy said. Percy seemed calm until they had to get into a small car that would take them to the arch. I don't like confined spaces. They drive me crazy, Percy thought. They climbed into the car with a large woman and her chihuahua, which wore a rhinestone collar. It seemed the dog had a fixed gaze, as none of the guards said a word about it. They began to ascend inside the arch. Percy had never been in an elevator that turned, and his stomach wasn't too happy about it. Are your parents here? The large woman asked. She had small, bright eyes, sharp, coffee-stained teeth, a flexible denim hat, and a denim dress that puffed out so much it resembled a blue jean blimp. They're down below, Annabeth replied. Afraid of heights. Oh, the poor dears. The chihuahua growled. The woman said, Now, sweetheart. Behave. The dog had bright eyes like its owner, intelligent and fierce. Sonny. Is that his name? Percy asked. No, the woman replied, smiling as if that clarified everything. They're not normal, Naruto thought. At the top of the arch, the observation deck reminded them of a can with carpets. Rows of tiny windows looked out over the city on one side and the river on the other. The view was nice, but it was making Percy a bit queasy. Heights and enclosed spaces didn't suit him well. Annabeth continued talking about structural supports and how she would have made the windows larger, designing a transparent floor. She could have stayed there for hours, but the park ranger announced that the observation deck would close in a few minutes. They headed toward the exit, loaded into the elevator, and just as Percy was about to enter, he noticed there were already 2 other tourists inside. There was no room for him. The next car, sir, the park ranger said. We'll go out, Annabeth said. We'll wait for you. Naruto saw that the people on the observation deck included Percy, a small child with his parents, the ranger, and the large woman with her chihuahua. Percy said it was fine, but Naruto insisted they would wait for him. They stepped out of the elevator, giving their place to the child and his parents. The elevator doors closed, and the car disappeared down the ramp. Now the only ones left on the observation deck were Percy, Naruto, Annabeth, Grover, the ranger, and the large woman with her chihuahua. Why did you do that, Naruto? Percy asked. You'll find out soon, Naruto replied. Everyone stay alert. He quickly cast a genjutsu on the ranger. Before they could ask anything, The chihuahua leaped and began barking at them. "Not now, sweetheart," the woman said. The chihuahua bared its teeth, foam dripping from its black lips. "Well, dear," the large woman sighed. "If you insist." Did you just call that chihuahua your son?" Percy asked, hoping the woman would nod. "Chimera, dear," the woman corrected. "He's not a chihuahua. It's an easy mistake to make." "See, Chimera. And she called it her son," Grover said. "That means she is." "Echidna," Annabeth finished. The large woman rolled up her denim sleeves, revealing scaly, green skin on her arms. When she smiled, they saw her teeth were fangs. Her pupils were slits, like a reptile's. The chihuahua barked louder, and with each bark, it grew. First to the size of a Doberman, then to a lion. Its bark turned into a roar. Now it was so large that its back brushed against the ceiling. It had the head of a lion with a blood-soaked mane, the body and hooves of a giant goat, and a snake for a tail, a 10-foot-long diamond that grew directly from its furry rear. The rhinestone collar still hung around its neck, and the name tag, now easy to read, said, "Chimera, rabid, fire, poisonous. If found, please call Tartarus Ixta." The serpent woman hissed, which could have been a laugh. "Be honored, Percy Jackson and Naruto Uchiha. Lord Zeus rarely allows me to test a hero with one of my offspring. I am the mother of monsters, the fearsome Echidna." Percy stared at her, only able to think, "Isn't that some kind of anteater?" "Idiot," thought Naruto and Annabeth. Echidna howled, her reptilian face turning brown and green with rage. "I hate when people say that. I hate Australia. Naming that ridiculous animal after me. Because of that, my son will destroy you all." The chimera charged, its lion teeth gnashing at Percy, but Naruto stepped in front of him. "Wind release, vacuum sphere." He took a deep breath and then exhaled several small bursts of wind chakra toward the chimera and Echidna, pushing them back. "Annabeth and Grover, take care of the ranger," Naruto instructed. They nodded. He focused on the fallen form of the chimera with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, Echidna appeared, looking furious. "You." She pointed at Naruto. "I will kill you slowly and painfully." "I don't think so," Naruto replied. Echidna suddenly leaped aside to avoid being struck by a column of flames. Where she had stood just moments before, there was now an irregular hole in the side of the arch, with molten metal smoking at the edges. She looked at the attacker, and it was her son, the chimera. "Son, what are you doing?" she shouted. The chimera positioned itself between Naruto and her, baring its teeth. "What?" Echidna said, staring into her son's eyes, which were now red with round pupils. "What have you done to my son?" she demanded. "Nothing," Naruto said, placing his hand on the chimera. "He's my new pet from now on." "Chew." Before Echidna could finish, the chimera opened its mouth and shot a column of fire directly at her, but she managed to dodge it. Percy unsheathed his sword, Riptide, and tried to attack Echidna from behind. Before he could swing his sword, she noticed him and grabbed his hand, throwing him out of the hole in the arch and into the Mississippi River. "Percy!" Annabeth and Grover shouted. "He'll be fine." Naruto stated that Percy was the son of Poseidon and instructed Grover to go after him. Grover nodded and, using his magical shoes, pursued Percy. As the chimera prepared for another attack, its mouth glowed red, heating up for an explosion. Echidna yelled for her son, and the chimera unleashed a column of flames toward her. She dodged again, but the chimera appeared in front of her, attempting to strike with its claws. Echidna, angered, reminded the creature that she was its mother, wrapping her arms around it and throwing it away. She then turned her attention to Naruto, vowing that he would pay for the son of death. Naruto responded as his right glove transformed into a black and red gauntlet, connected by a small chain and featuring a blade-like stinger on his middle finger. With a burst of speed, he vanished. Moments earlier, Percy found himself facing a rushing river, feeling the wind steal his breath away as buildings fell in and out of his view. Suddenly, he was submerged in bubbles, sinking into darkness. He braced for impact, expecting to be crushed, but instead he found himself gently descending, bubbles slipping through his fingers as he settled silently at the river's bottom. Surrounded by clouds of muck and debris, he realized he was not harmed and was somehow still alive. To his astonishment, he discovered he was not wet and could feel the coolness of the water. His shirt remained perfectly dry, leaving him puzzled. Then he experienced the most peculiar thought. He was breathing. Underwater, he was breathing normally. A woman's voice, reminiscent of his mother's, echoed in his mind, urging him to listen. Percy felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing that he was not imagining it. The voice resonated around him, flowing through the water like sonar. He called out, searching for her. Through the dimness, he spotted a figure, a woman with water-like skin, a ghostly presence floating just above his sword. Her long, thick hair and faintly visible green eyes mirrored his own. He called out to her, but she clarified that she was merely a messenger, assuring him that his mother's fate was not as dire as he believed. She instructed him to go to Santa Monica Beach, emphasizing that it was his father's will. She warned him not to trust gifts before her voice faded away. Percy attempted to ask more questions, but the sound vanished, and the apparition disappeared. Suddenly, he heard Grover calling for him. Percy quickly sheathed his sword and thanked the waters before kicking through the muck and swimming to the surface, where Grover awaited him, floating with the help of his shoes. Grover expressed his relief at seeing Percy safe and urged him to leave. Together, they flew toward Arch, where they encountered a familiar voice, Annabeth, who was concerned for Percy's well-being. Percy assured her he was fine, but Annabeth scolded him for worrying them. He glanced at Naruto, who appeared unharmed, while Echidna was bleeding heavily, a swirling seal marking her body. Echidna threatened Percy, but before she could finish, Naruto vanished and reappeared behind her, delivering swift strikes that left her wounded. She fell to her knees, holding her mouth as dark blood dripped onto the floor. Naruto confronted her with cold eyes, declaring it was the end. As she attempted to retaliate, a larger swirl erupted from her wound, disintegrating her completely, leaving only golden dust behind. Naruto examined the dust and discovered a small white crystal ball attached to a gold chain. He found it intriguing just as Annabeth, Percy, and Grover approached him. Percy inquired about the crystal, and Naruto explained it was a prize. Grover asked what it could do, and Naruto noticed bruises on Annabeth's arm, prompting him to ask about her injury. She downplayed it as a minor accident. Naruto placed the crystal against her arm, and it began to glow green, healing her injuries in seconds. Grover marveled at its healing properties, while Naruto acknowledged its usefulness but deemed it unnecessary for himself. He handed it to Annabeth, who was surprised by his generosity. Grover pointed out the approaching chimera, and Naruto reassured them that it was now his new pet. He commanded the chimera to sit, and it obeyed like a loyal dog, astonishing the others. Percy asked how he managed that, and Naruto explained that his eyes could control any demon or monster. Annabeth then asked about his plans for the chimera, and Naruto smiled, forming a hand sign before slamming his hand onto the ground. A seal enveloped the chimera, and it vanished in a puff of smoke. Grover inquired about its destination, and Naruto replied that it was somewhere safe. "Let's go, before someone shows up," Naruto urged. Annabeth asked about the ranger who had witnessed everything. Naruto reassured her, stating that the ranger would remember nothing, thinking it was just a minor incident. He then instructed her to take his hand, and they joined hands. In an instant, they found themselves next to a floating McDonald's. Percy remarked on how fast that was. A block away, they could see emergency vehicles surrounding the Arch in St. Louis, with police helicopters circling overhead. A news reporter spoke into the camera, suggesting it was likely a terrorist attack, though it was still early in the investigation. The damage, as visible, was quite severe. Naruto insisted they needed to leave the city quickly, as there were no witnesses or evidence of the incident thanks to him. Annabeth inquired about their next destination, and Percy mentioned they had to go to Santa Monica. Grover questioned why, and Percy recounted his experience with the underwater lady's message. Grover exclaimed that they had to get Percy to Santa Monica, emphasizing that he couldn't ignore a summons from his father. Annabeth and Naruto nodded in agreement. Naruto declared they had to get out of the city first. They returned to the Amtrak station and boarded the train just before it departed for Denver. As the train moved westward into the darkness, the police lights pulsed against the St. Louis skyline behind them. The following afternoon, June 14th, just 7 days before the solstice, their train arrived in Denver. They hadn't eaten since the previous night in the dining car somewhere in Kansas and hadn't showered since Half-Blood Hill, making them quite noticeable to the other passengers. Naruto, however, looked clean and tidy, leaving them puzzled about how he managed it. Annabeth suggested they try to contact Chiron to discuss Naruto's conversation with the river spirit. Percy reminded her that they couldn't use phones, but Annabeth clarified she wasn't talking about that. They wandered around downtown for about half an hour, though Percy was unsure of what Annabeth was searching for, while Naruto seemed to have an idea. The air was dry and hot, a stark contrast to the humidity of St. Louis. Eventually, they found an empty car wash and moved to the farthest stall, keeping an eye out for patrol cars. For teenagers, hanging out in a car wash without a car would certainly raise suspicion. Percy asked what they were doing exactly. Grover pulled out a quarter and complained about having only 2 left. Annabeth told him not to look at her for help. Naruto handed him another quarter, and Grover expressed his gratitude. He explained that they could use a spray bottle, but the connection wouldn't be as good, and his arm would tire from pumping. Percy was confused and asked what Grover was talking about. Grover inserted the quarters and set the nozzle to fine mist, announcing he was about to send a message. Annabeth explained that Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, delivered messages from the gods and could do the same for demigods if they knew how to ask. Grover pointed the nozzle into the air, and water hissed into a thick white mist. Naruto was asked if he could create a rainbow, to which he responded that he could. He used his water manipulation to form a small rainbow. Annabeth raised a drachma above her head and made an offering, tossing it into the rainbow. It disappeared in a golden shimmer as she requested to connect with Half-Blood Hill. For a moment, nothing happened, but then they saw through the mist the strawberry fields and Long Island Sound in the distance. The image appeared to be from the porch of the big house, where a blond guy in orange shorts and a tank top stood with a bronze sword, gazing intently at something in the meadow. Percy called out to Luke, who turned with wide eyes. Percy felt as if Luke was standing right in front of him, despite the mist. Luke's scarred face broke into a smile as he recognized them, expressing relief that they were okay. Annabeth nervously adjusted her dirty shirt and tried to tame her loose hair. Luke's smile faded as he informed them that they were having issues with the campers. He asked if everything was all right with them. Grover inquired about the nature of the problems, and just then, a loud Lincoln Continental pulled into the car wash, its hip-hop music blaring. The bass vibrated the pavement as the car moved to the next stall. Luke shouted over the noise about Chiron having to break up a fight, mentioning the tension among the campers due to rumors of a confrontation between Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. He explained that the campers were starting to take sides, and it was shaping up to be a conflict reminiscent of the Trojan War, with Aphrodite, Ares, and Apollo backing Poseidon and Hades, while Athena supported Zeus. Grover expressed concern about the situation, and Luke acknowledged it. Percy thought it was surprising that Clarissa's cabin would side with his father. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash followed by a female scream, prompting Luke to ask what was happening. Percy admitted he didn't know, and Luke asked about their status, noting that Chiron would be disappointed to have missed them. They shared nearly everything, including Percy's dreams, feeling a sense of comfort in reconnecting with Luke, unaware of how much time had passed during their conversation. Luke expressed his wish to be there with them. They couldn't help much from their location, but they listened intently. It had to be Hades who took the Master Bolt. He had been in Olympus during the winter solstice, accompanying a field trip, and they had seen him. Naruto, who had just arrived with Annabeth, expressed his disbelief. The gods couldn't directly take each other's magical items. Luke, looking worried, confirmed that it was indeed true. Hades possessed the Helm of Darkness. How could anyone else sneak into the throne room and steal the Master Bolt? They would have to be invisible. A silence fell over them until Luke realized what he had implied. He glanced at Annabeth and quickly clarified that he hadn't meant to accuse her. They had known each other for so long, and he felt bad for suggesting it. Annabeth, feeling a bit down, reassured him that it was okay. Luke wished her well in Denver before his image faded away as the mist cleared. Percy turned to Naruto and Annabeth, curious about what had transpired between them and the driver of the car. He had heard a loud noise. Annabeth began to recount the incident. Just moments earlier, she and Naruto had encountered a young man in his early 20s who was playing music too loudly. She had politely asked him to turn it down, but he had responded arrogantly. Naruto had stepped in, defending Annabeth and demanding the driver show some manners. The driver had only scoffed, further provoking Naruto. After a brief exchange, Naruto had struck the hood of the car with such force that it flipped over. He had warned the driver that if he spoke to them like that again, it wouldn't just be his car that would be in trouble. The driver had fled in fear, leaving Annabeth laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Naruto had playfully mentioned that he had always wanted a little sister, and Annabeth had embraced him, expressing that she would be happy to have a brother like him. They had both shared a smile before disappearing in a swirl of energy. Returning to the present, Annabeth remarked that it was nothing special and asked what Luke had said earlier. Grover and Percy filled them in on the details, and Annabeth expressed concern over the situation. Someone had leaked information about the confrontation between Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Suddenly, Percy's stomach growled loudly, causing him to blush in embarrassment. Naruto suggested they find something to eat and assured Percy not to worry about the money. A few minutes later, Naruto handed Annabeth some cash and told her to go ahead while he took care of some personal business. She asked where he was going, but he simply replied that it was nothing to worry about. Naruto walked into a dark alley and, sensing no one around, called out for someone to reveal themselves. Suddenly, a white wolf with crimson markings appeared before him. The wolf spoke in a feminine voice, confirming that she could sense him. When Naruto asked who she was, she suggested they talk somewhere. They vanished, reappearing on a hilltop. As Naruto looked up at the rising sun, the wolf transformed into a beautiful woman with long black hair and purple eyes. She radiated warmth and vitality. She introduced herself as Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the universe. Naruto was taken aback, realizing she was his grandmother. Amaterasu approached him and placed a hand on his head, explaining that she was there to talk. Suddenly, Naruto began to glow with a dark aura, and crimson markings appeared on his shoulders. He asked what was happening, and Amaterasu revealed that these were divine markings, a gift from her, and they would cover his body. She smiled at him, indicating it was time to discuss his life and powers. Meanwhile, Annabeth, Percy, and Grover were seated in a shiny chrome diner, surrounded by families enjoying their meals. When the waitress approached, she raised an eyebrow skeptically and asked if they had money to pay for their dinner. Before they could respond, a loud noise shook the building as a motorcycle, larger than a baby elephant, pulled up outside. The entire diner fell silent as the motorcycle's headlights turned red, and its tank was adorned with painted flames. The rider, a menacing figure dressed in red and black, entered the diner, exuding an intimidating presence. As he approached, a hot, dry wind swept through the place, causing everyone to rise as if under a spell. He waved his hand dismissively, and they all sat back down, returning to their conversations. The waitress blinked in confusion and asked again if the kids had money. The rider slid into a booth that seemed too small for him, pressing Annabeth against the window. He looked at the waitress, who was still in shock, and commanded her to leave. As he turned his attention to Percy, the young hero felt a sense of dread. The rider's eyes were hidden in shadow, but Percy could sense anger and bitterness radiating from him. It was a feeling that made him want to strike something. Percy felt a surge of aggression as he faced the stranger. The man flashed a mischievous smile and introduced himself, revealing his identity as the father of Clarice, Ares, the god of war. Percy should have felt surprised or intimidated, but instead, he was reminded of his stepfather, Gabe, and a strong desire to confront this man arose within him. Annabeth shot Percy a warning glance, but Ares waved her off, claiming he didn't mind a little attitude as long as Percy remembered who was in charge. Percy couldn't shake the feeling that Ares looked familiar, with a cruel smirk reminiscent of some campers from Cabin 5 at Camp Half-Blood. When Percy acknowledged Ares, the god revealed that he had heard about Percy breaking Clarice's spear. Percy defended his actions, stating she had been asking for it. Ares seemed amused by this and explained that he didn't fight his children's battles. He was in town to find a boy known as Corpse Breath, and he had a favor to ask of Percy. Just then, a waitress returned with trays of food, and Ares casually handed her some gold drachmas. She hesitated, clearly nervous about the coins. Ares, with a menacing grin, cleaned his nails with a large knife, causing her to leave quickly. Percy was outraged, insisting that Ares couldn't threaten people like that. Ares laughed, enjoying the chaos. He explained that the world was dangerous and that Percy should carry a weapon. He then laid out his proposal. Ares needed Percy to retrieve his shield, which he had left behind at an abandoned water park during a date that had been interrupted. When Percy questioned why Ares couldn't just go back himself, the fire in Ares' eyes intensified. He warned Percy that he was being given a chance to prove himself and challenged him to show that he wasn't a coward. Ares leaned forward, suggesting that perhaps Percy only fought when he had help from his father. Though Percy felt the urge to strike Ares, he recognized that the god was provoking him. Instead of giving in to anger, Percy declared that they weren't interested in Ares' offer, as they already had a mission. Ares, however, revealed that he knew all about their quest and had once sent his best to find the stolen item. He hinted that if they couldn't find it, they had little hope. He also mentioned that he had shared his suspicions about the ancient Corpse Breath with Zeus. Just then, Naruto appeared, standing quietly with his hood up. Ares acknowledged him, doubting that he had stolen anything. Naruto, uninterested, began to walk away, stating that it wasn't his quest. Ares admired Naruto's intelligence but turned back to Percy, insisting that if Percy helped him, he would provide assistance on their journey, even offering information about Percy's mother. Intrigued, Percy pressed for details about his mother, but Ares only smiled, revealing the location of the water park. Percy couldn't help but ask what had interrupted Ares' date, sensing a hint of nervousness in the god's demeanor. Ares warned Percy not to underestimate him, claiming he was lucky to be dealing with him instead of other Olympians. He left, instructing Percy not to disappoint him. After Ares departed, Percy felt a mix of confusion and concern. Grover pointed out that Ares had sought Percy out, which couldn't be a good sign. Percy wondered if Ares truly knew something about his mother or if he was just toying with him. Annabeth cautioned against ignoring the gods, as it could lead to misfortune. Naruto, munching on hot noodles, added that perhaps Ares needed their help for a reason that required more than just strength. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, the trio made their way to the water park, feeling the weight of the challenges ahead. Judging by the sign, it had once been called Waterland, but now some of the letters were broken, reading WERAD. The main door was locked and covered with barbed wire. Inside, enormous dry water slides and twisted pipes led to empty pools. Old tickets and advertisements fluttered around the asphalt. With night approaching, the place felt sad and eerie. Percy observed the barbed wire and commented that if Ares brought his girlfriend here for a date, he wouldn't want to see how she looked. Annabeth cautioned him to be more respectful, reminding him that Ares was still a god and his girlfriend was quite temperamental. Grover added that they didn't want to insult her appearance, and when Percy asked who she was, Grover dreamily replied that she was Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Percy recalled that Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, to which Grover questioned his point. Percy suddenly felt the need to change the subject and asked how they would get in. Grover, with his shoes sprouting wings, flew over the fence, performing an accidental somersault in the air before stumbling on landing. He removed his pants as if it had been part of the plan and invited the others to join him. Naruto placed his hands on Percy and Annabeth's shoulders, offering to help. They vanished and reappeared in front of Grover. As they walked through the park, shadows grew around them, and they observed the attractions. Fortunately, there were no monsters in sight, so they felt safe. The area was eerily quiet. They stumbled upon a souvenir shop that was still open, with merchandise lining the shelves: snow globes, pencils, postcards, and racks of clothing. Annabeth excitedly pointed out some fresh clothes, and despite Percy's protests, She grabbed a whole row of items and disappeared into the changing room. Moments later, she emerged wearing floral shorts, a large red wattleland shirt, and commemorative surf shoes, with a wattleland backpack slung over her shoulder, obviously filled with more goodies. Grover shrugged in disbelief. Soon, the trio was dressed like walking advertisements for the defunct theme park. Annabeth called out to Naruto to try something on, but he was nowhere to be found. Grover noted that he had disappeared again, and Percy reassured them that Naruto could handle himself. They continued searching for the Tunnel of Love, with Percy feeling as if the entire park was holding its breath. To distract himself from the growing darkness, he brought up Ares and Aphrodite, wondering if they had something going on. Annabeth dismissed it as old gossip, while Percy inquired about Aphrodite's husband, Hephaestus. Annabeth explained that Hephaestus, the blacksmith, had been cast out of Olympus by Zeus as a baby and was not exactly handsome. She noted that while he was skilled, Aphrodite was not drawn to brains or talent. Percy remarked that she liked the adventurous type, and Annabeth confirmed that Hephaestus had caught them together once, literally trapping them in a golden net and inviting all the gods to laugh at them. This was why they often found themselves in hidden places. Ahead of them was an empty pool, at least 50 meters wide and shaped like a bowl. A dozen bronze statues of Cupid stood guard around the edge, wings spread and bows ready. On the opposite side, a tunnel opened up, likely where the water had flowed when the pool was full. The sign above read, "Getting to love, not your parents' tunnel of love." Grover crawled toward the edge, drawing their attention to a pink and white two-seater boat at the bottom of the pool, adorned with little painted hearts. On the left seat, glinting in the light, was Ares' shield, a polished bronze circle. Percy wondered if they could simply walk down and retrieve it. Annabeth examined the base of the nearest Cupid statue and noticed Greek letters carved there, prompting her to wonder aloud. Percy asked Grover if he sensed any monsters. Grover sniffed the air and reported nothing. Percy pressed for clarification, recalling their previous encounter with Echidna, but Grover insisted they were safe underground. Percy decided to go down to get the shield, and although Grover offered to join him, he didn't seem very enthusiastic. Percy insisted Grover stay above with his flying shoes, reminding him that he was the Red Baron, a skilled flyer, and he would count on him for backup if anything went wrong. Grover puffed up his chest in agreement, but Percy felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. He asked Annabeth to come with him, but she reacted as if he had just suggested something absurd. She blushed, embarrassed at the thought of being seen in the Tunnel of Love. Percy questioned who would see them, and Annabeth grumbled about how boys always made things complicated. Deciding to go alone, Percy moved toward the side of the pool, with Annabeth reluctantly following, muttering about boys ruining everything. They reached the boat, where Ares' shield rested against a seat, accompanied by a lady's silk scarf. Percy picked up the scarf, enchanted by its pink hue and the indescribable fragrance, but Annabeth snatched it from him and stuffed it in her pocket, warning him to stay away from any love magic. Percy frowned and reached for the shield, only to pale as his other hand hit a tripwire. Annabeth warned him just in time, realizing that another Greek letter, another Ada, was carved on the side of the boat, indicating it was a trap. The noise erupted around them, gears whirring as if the entire pool was transforming into a giant machine. Grover shouted from the edge, alerting them that the Cupid statues were drawing their bows. Before Percy could suggest taking cover, the arrows were released, aimed directly at them. Silken cables slithered from the arrows, forming a bow over the pool and anchoring where they landed to create a massive golden asterisk. Then, smaller metallic threads began to weave magically among the main strands, forming a net. Percy urged everyone to leave, while Annabeth expressed her frustration. As they grabbed the shield and ran, climbing up the slope of the pool proved to be much harder than descending. Grover shouted for them to hurry, struggling to keep a section of the net open for their escape, but wherever he touched, the golden threads began to wrap around his hands. Suddenly, the heads of the Cupids opened wide, releasing cameras. Spotlights rose around the pool, blinding them with bright light, and a voice echoed through the speakers, counting down, live from Olympus in 1 minute. 59 seconds, 58. Annabeth realized the trap was set by Hephaestus, designed to catch his wife with Ares. They were about to be broadcast live to Olympus, looking foolish. Just as they reached the edge, a row of mirrors opened like hatches, and thousands of tiny metallic creatures spilled out. Annabeth screamed as an army of creepy, spider-like robots surged toward them, their bronze bodies and thin legs creating a chaotic wave of buzzing metal. Panicking, Annabeth stumbled backward, nearly overwhelmed by the robotic spiders until Percy pulled her up and dragged her toward the boat. Once on board, Percy began kicking the spiders as they leaped onto the vessel, shouting for Annabeth to help, but she was too paralyzed by fear to do much more than scream. The countdown continued, 30, 29. The spiders began to spit strands of metallic thread, attempting to ensnare them. Initially, the threads were easy to break, but there were so many, and the spiders kept coming. Grover hovered above the pool with his flying sneakers, trying to free the net, but it wouldn't budge. He wished Naruto were there. He knew what to do. Suddenly, Naruto appeared behind Grover, floating in the air. Grover pointed to Percy and Annabeth, pleading for help. Naruto assessed the situation, noting the duo trapped behind the golden net. He commented on Hephaestus's intentions, realizing the trap was meant to prevent Ares and Aphrodite from enjoying themselves. As the countdown continued, Percy summoned water from the pipes around them to drench and wash away the metallic spiders, but they still swarmed relentlessly. Naruto, determined to help, conjured a black fireball in his left hand and hurled it at the net. The black flames engulfed the golden threads, destroying them completely. With the net gone, Naruto encouraged Annabeth and Percy to jump as high as they could. They nodded, preparing for the leap while Grover readied himself to catch them. As they soared into the air, Naruto caught Annabeth, and Grover caught Percy, gently lowering them to the ground. Grateful, Annabeth hugged Naruto, thanking him for his help. They noticed the Cupids were still filming, their cameras now trained directly on them, with the spotlights illuminating their faces. Naruto declared the show over, sending a storm of black flames toward the cameras, obliterating them. He turned to see Percy's eyes narrowing in determination. Percy raised his shield, stating they needed to have a serious talk with Ares. In the restaurant parking lot, the god of war awaited them, casually noting they hadn't killed themselves. Percy pointed out that Ares had known it was a trap. Ares smirked, relishing the chaos he had orchestrated. He gestured toward a parked 18-wheeler, explaining it would take them straight to Los Angeles, with a stop in Las Vegas. The truck bore a sign warning about live animals. Percy was incredulous, but Ares dismissed his concerns, opening the back of the truck and tossing Percy a blue nylon backpack filled with fresh clothes, cash, golden drachmas, and a bag of Oreos. Grover thanked Ares, giving Percy a warning look. Percy gritted his teeth, feeling insulted by the gift, reminding him of all the bullies he had faced. As he glanced back at the restaurant, he noticed the nervous waitress and the cook, who was trying to take a picture of them. Suddenly, black feathers began to fall from above. Naruto explained he had erased the memories of the bystanders for their safety. Percy questioned the need for such measures, but Naruto emphasized the importance of keeping their identities hidden. Ares acknowledged Naruto's intelligence and Percy, maintaining his composure, reminded Ares that he still owed them one more thing. Percy had been promised information about his mother. Ares, revving his motorcycle, questioned if Percy could handle the news. He revealed that she was not dead, she had been taken from the Minotaur before she could perish. She had transformed into a shower of gold, which meant she was alive, being held captive. Percy was confused and demanded to know why. Ares explained that in war, hostages were taken to control others. Naruto added that no one was controlling Percy, but Ares laughed, dismissing him. Percy clenched his fists, calling Ares arrogant for someone who fled from Cupid's statues. Ares warned Percy that they would meet again and advised him to watch his back in future fights before speeding away. Annabeth scolded Percy for provoking Ares, but he shrugged it off, insisting he didn't care. Naruto cautioned him about anger, explaining that it was neither good nor bad, but it was how one chose to act that mattered. Grover interrupted, pointing out two men in identical black jumpsuits paying their bill, with a logo matching that of a truck labeled Kindness International. He urged the group to hurry if they were taking the express route to the zoo. Naruto vanished in a flurry of crows, and the others rushed to the back of a large vehicle, shutting the doors behind them. Annabeth noticed a foul smell, prompting Naruto to conjure a ball of light. In the illumination, they saw three of the most unfortunate animals from the zoo: a zebra, a male albino lion, and a peculiar antelope. The lion was pacing in a cramped space, clearly uncomfortable, while the zebra's mane was tangled with gum, and the antelope had a silly birthday balloon tied to its horn. Grover exclaimed in disbelief at the inhumane treatment, suggesting it resembled a black market transport. Naruto warned them not to act recklessly, as this was their only chance to reach Los Angeles on time. Later that night, the trio of demigods and satyrs found themselves in front of a bookstore. Grover expressed surprise, while Annabeth questioned Naruto about their purpose there. Naruto assured them that the bookstore would be helpful and entered, asking the clerk for a book about Los Angeles. After paying for it, Percy inquired why Naruto needed the book, but Naruto promised to explain later and urged them to follow him. Once outside, they navigated through the bustling street to a dark alley. Naruto explained his teleportation abilities, revealing that he needed the exact location to transport himself. He flipped through the book, showing them an image of Santa Monica Beach. A portal opened, displaying the beach within it. Percy was astonished, and Naruto encouraged them to step through, warning them not to do anything foolish. Grover, feeling anxious, hesitated but ultimately followed his friends into the portal. When they emerged, Grover was relieved to find himself on Santa Monica Beach, which looked just like the movies, albeit with a less pleasant smell. As they walked toward the water, Annabeth asked if Naruto could sense the energy signature of Zeus's Master Bolt. He admitted he couldn't, explaining that without having seen it before, he couldn't identify its energy. He turned to Annabeth, questioning if she truly believed that someone who had stolen it would be careless enough to leave it unguarded. Grover pondered this, and Annabeth asked what their next move would be. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the Pacific, Naruto suggested that Percy might have a lead. They turned to see Percy walking into the water, ignoring Annabeth's concerns about its pollution. Naruto reassured her, stating that Percy was the son of Poseidon. Percy felt something brushing against his leg. Looking down, he saw a 5-foot mako shark. Strangely, it wasn't attacking him, it was nuzzling him like a pet. Percy reached out and touched its dorsal fin, which seemed to invite him to hold on tighter. Gripping the fin with both hands, he was pulled along as the shark glided into the darkness. He noticed the surface was 150 feet above him. He thought to himself that he should have been crushed by the pressure, yet he was still able to breathe. Then he spotted something shining in the depths below, growing brighter as he approached. A woman's voice, reminiscent of his mother, called out his name. As he drew closer, her form became clearer. She had long black hair and wore a flowing green silk dress. Light flickered around her, and her eyes were so captivating they distracted him. She was riding a seahorse the size of a stallion. Dismounting, the seahorse and the mako shark swam away, touching what appeared to be a tag. The underwater lady smiled at him, acknowledging his journey. "You've come far, Percy Jackson." "Well done," she said. Unsure of how to respond, Percy bowed slightly. "You are the woman who spoke to me at the Mississippi River?" he recalled. "Yes, child. I am a Nereid, a spirit of the sea." It was not easy to appear so far upstream, but the naiads, my freshwater cousins, helped sustain my life force. They honor Lord Poseidon, though they do not serve in his court. "And do you serve in Poseidon's court?" he asked. She nodded. "It has been many years since a child of the god of the sea was born. We have watched with great interest." Suddenly, Percy remembered the faces in the waves at Montauk Beach when he was a child, reflections of smiling women. He had never thought much about it until now. "If my father is so interested in me," he questioned, "why isn't he here? Why doesn't he speak to me?" A cold current surged from the depths. "Do not judge the Lord of the Sea too harshly," the Nereid replied. "He stands on the brink of an unwanted war. He has much to occupy his time. Furthermore, he is forbidden from helping directly." The gods cannot show such favoritism. Even to their own children? Especially to them. The gods can only act through indirect influence. That is why I offer you a warning and a gift. She extended her hand, revealing 3 shining white pearls. Grover and Annabeth were waiting for Percy while Naruto sat on the ground, meditating. What's taking him so long? Grover wondered aloud. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Annabeth reassured him. Naruto opened his eyes and announced that Percy was approaching. He stood up as Percy emerged from the water, already dry. What happened in there? Grover asked. Percy recounted his experience to Naruto, Grover, and Annabeth, showing them the pearls. Interesting, Naruto remarked. Annabeth frowned. No gift comes without a price. Percy insisted that they were free. No, she shook her head. There's no such thing as a free lunch. That's an old saying that translates well into American culture. There will be a price. You can count on it. We can talk about that later, Naruto interjected. Percy, give me the address. Confused, Annabeth asked what address he meant. Underworld, Percy informed them. You have the Underwood address. Grover exclaimed in surprise. We got it from Garden Emnium at Aunt M's gnome, Percy explained as he provided the address to Naruto. Naruto took it from him. Recording Studios DOA, West Hollywood, California. Annabeth suggested they go. Hollywood, Grover added. The 3 demigods and Satyr found themselves in Hollywood. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover wore new clothes they had taken from Ares's backpack, while Naruto remained in his usual outfit. They wandered for miles on foot, searching for DOA, but no one seemed to know where it was. It didn't appear in the phone book. Percy froze in front of an electronics store window when he saw a television playing an interview with someone who looked very familiar, his stepfather, Smelly Gabe. He was speaking with Barbara Walters as if he were some kind of celebrity. She interviewed him in his apartment, amidst a poker game, with a young blonde woman sitting beside him, patting his hand. A fake tear glistened on his cheek as he spoke. Honestly, Ms. Walters, if it weren't for Sugar here, my pain counselor, I would be a wreck. My stepson took everything I cared about. My wife. My Camaro. I'm sorry. I have trouble talking about it. There you have it, America, Barbara Walters turned to the camera. A broken man. A teenager with serious issues. Let me show you once again the last known photo of this troubled young fugitive. It was the same photo Percy had taken on the bus. Your stepfather is quite the actor, Naruto commented beside him. If you want, I can send him to another dimension forever. Percy felt a spark of hope. You can do that? Yes. Let's go, Grover urged, pulling Percy away before he could respond. Percy, for your kind information, my offer still stands, Naruto said. As darkness fell, hungry figures began to emerge onto the streets. Percy, being from New York, was not easily frightened. However, Los Angeles felt entirely different from New York. In New York, everything seemed familiar. No matter how large the city was, one could navigate without getting lost. The street and subway patterns made sense. A child could be safe as long as they weren't foolish. Los Angeles was not like that. It was sprawling, chaotic, and difficult to navigate. It wasn't enough for LA to be big. It had to prove its size by being loud, strange, and hard to maneuver. Percy worried about how they would find the entrance to the underworld by tomorrow, the summer solstice. They passed gang members, homeless people, and street vendors, who eyed them as if trying to determine if they were worth the trouble. This place is filled with negative energy, Naruto observed. They hurried past the entrance of an alley when a voice from the darkness called out to them. They stopped, and before they knew it, they were surrounded by a group of 6 thugs who had emerged from the alley. Instinctively, Percy reached for Riptide, but Naruto held his hand. I'll handle this, he whispered. Then he turned to the thugs and said, Get lost. Kid, you're surrounded, one thug, clearly the leader, said. Now hand over all your money. How about no? Naruto stood before the bullies, feeling a sense of disdain. He was about to inform them of their fate when everything around him suddenly froze. Annabeth noticed that, apart from them, nothing else was moving. She asked what had happened to everyone else. Naruto assured her not to worry, claiming he would handle it, and urged them to run. Grover supported Naruto's decision, prompting Annabeth and Percy to flee. Naruto faced the leader of the bullies, who demanded to know where Naruto's friends were. Naruto replied that it was none of his concern. The leader advanced, threatening to strike, but Naruto caught his fist, stating that he might find the bully useful in the future. In an instant, the leader vanished into Naruto's personal dimension. The remaining bullies were taken aback, questioning where their leader had gone. When they drew their weapons and fired at Naruto, he effortlessly caught the bullet between his fingers, dismissing their efforts as pathetic. He then returned the bullet, striking one of the bullies directly. The others recoiled in fear, unsure of who they were dealing with. Naruto coldly declared himself their demise. Meanwhile, Grover and Percy were running down the street, unsure of their destination. They turned a sharp corner, and Annabeth spotted a neon-lit store. The sign read something like, Krusty's Waterbed Palace. Grover translated the name for them. They rushed through the doors, concerned about Naruto's well-being. Percy reassured them that Naruto would be fine. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled them. A tall figure resembling a raptor in casual attire stood there, towering over them. He introduced himself as Krusty, his smile unsettling. Percy resisted the urge to comment on the man's appearance. Krusty offered to show them a waterbed, grabbing Percy by the shoulder and leading him deeper into the store, while Annabeth felt a sense of foreboding. Back with Naruto, he stood over the fallen bullies, reflecting on their weakness when a feminine voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a stunning woman with long black hair and an elegantly dressed man beside her. The man remarked on the consequences of Naruto's actions, reminding him that heroes were not supposed to kill mortals. Naruto asserted that he was not a hero and summoned black flames to incinerate the bodies. The woman introduced herself as Nyx and the man as Erebus, revealing their familial connection to Naruto. They expressed their interest in him, stating that he was unlike any other they had encountered. Nyx placed a hand on his shoulder, and a moment of brilliance enveloped Naruto. Erebus then gifted him a ball of yellow light, which merged with Naruto. Nyx embraced him, assuring him they were always watching over him. Erebus warned him that his friends were in danger before they vanished into darkness. Determined, Naruto concentrated on locating his friend's energy and disappeared in a swirl of energy. Meanwhile, Annabeth and Percy found themselves bound to beds by magical ropes, struggling against their restraints. Grover attempted to escape but was also ensnared. Krusty, the giant, taunted them, explaining that he needed to make them fit his beds. As the ropes tightened, Krusty revealed his true name, Procrustes, the infamous figure from mythology known for his cruel hospitality. Just as the situation seemed dire, Naruto appeared, interrupting Krusty. With a swift motion, he dispatched the giant, turning him to dust. He then freed Annabeth, Percy, and Grover from their bindings. As they stood, groaning from their ordeal, Naruto joked about their height, prompting Annabeth to remind him to be quicker next time. Together, they prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. There was an advertisement for Hermes DLVY service and another for the new compendium of monsters in the Los Angeles area, the only monstrous yellow pages you'll ever need. Below that, a bright orange flyer for DOA recording studios, offering commissions for the souls of heroes. We are always looking for new talent. The address of DOA was right underneath, accompanied by a map. Naruto urged everyone to move. Grover complained, saying they were on the verge of danger. Naruto insisted they hurry, explaining they were heading to the underworld. In the shadows of Valencia Boulevard, they gazed at golden letters engraved in black marble, Demigods. Below, in the glass doors, were signs reading, Eno Solicitors. No loitering. No living. It was nearly midnight, but the lobby was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Behind the security desk stood a tough-looking guard wearing sunglasses and a headset. Percy reminded everyone to remember the plan, but Naruto remained silent. Grover nervously agreed with the plan, while Annabeth expressed her concerns about its effectiveness. Percy took out the pearls Nereid had given him, feeling they were insufficient backup if things went wrong. Naruto reassured him that everything would be fine. Annabeth placed a hand on Percy's shoulder, apologizing for her doubts and encouraging him. Grover chimed in, affirming their determination to find the Master Lock and save Percy's mother. Percy looked at his friends with gratitude. Naruto warned Percy to stay quiet and not do anything foolish as they entered. The lobby of DOA was filled with soft music emanating from hidden speakers. The gray steel walls and carpet gave the place a cold atmosphere, with cactus-like pencils growing in the corners. The black leather furniture was fully occupied by people who sat, stood, or waited without moving or speaking. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be transparent. The security guard was tall and elegant, with chocolate-colored skin and bleached blonde hair cut in a military style. He wore tortoiseshell glasses and a matching Italian silk suit. A black rose was pinned to his lapel beneath a silver name tag. Percy read the name tag and was puzzled. The guard introduced himself as Sharon, correcting Percy when he mistakenly called him Chiron. Karen's demeanor was oddly charming yet unsettling, and he inquired how they had met their demise. Percy awkwardly mentioned drowning in a bathtub, and when asked if all three had perished together, they nodded, realizing Naruto was absent. Sharon expressed doubt about their ability to pay for passage, explaining that children often weren't prepared for such journeys. Percy revealed they had coins, placing 3 golden drachmas on the counter, which caught Karen's attention. However, Sharon quickly questioned Percy's ability to read, realizing he was not dead but rather a demigod. Despite Karen's initial reluctance, Percy insisted they needed to reach the underworld. Karen's demeanor shifted, and the spirits in the waiting room began to stir restlessly. He warned them to leave while they could, but Naruto stepped forward, revealing his intent to see his father. The spirits recoiled in fear as Naruto's eyes glowed with power. Sharon reluctantly allowed them entry, but only if they promised to return. Naruto tossed a small bag filled with golden drachmas to Sharon, who accepted it, understanding the implications. He then led Percy, Annabeth, and Grover to the elevator, which was already filled with souls, each holding a green boarding pass. Sharon dealt with 2 spirits trying to follow them, ensuring they stayed behind. He warned the waiting room that no one should touch his settings while he was gone and that anyone who did would face a long wait. With that, he closed the doors, swiped a card, and they began their descent into the underworld. Annabeth asked about the spirits left behind in the lobby, to which Sharon simply replied that they would remain there indefinitely or until he felt generous. That's fair. Karanti raised an eyebrow. He questioned who had said that death was fair, addressing the young lady. He warned her to wait until it was her turn, suggesting she would meet her end soon. Percy, however, confidently stated that they would make it out alive. Naruto remained silent, sensing that they were no longer descending but moving forward. The air grew misty, and the spirits around them began to shift in form. Their modern clothing flickered, transforming into gray hooded tunics. The elevator's floor began to sway beneath them. Percy blinked hard. When he opened his eyes, Karen's creamy Italian suit had been replaced by a long black robe. His tortoiseshell glasses were gone, revealing empty sockets where his eyes should have been dark, filled with night, death, and despair. Sharon noticed Percy's gaze and asked what he was looking at. Percy managed to say nothing, observing how Karen's flesh appeared to become transparent, allowing him to see directly through his skull. The floor continued to wobble. Grover expressed his discomfort, saying he felt dizzy. Percy realized that the elevator was no longer an elevator. They stood on a wooden barge. Sharon was ferrying them across a dark, oily river swirling with bones, dead fish, and other strange items. Plastic dolls, crushed carnations, and waterlogged diplomas with gilded edges. The river sticks, Annabeth murmured, noting its contamination. Sharon remarked that for thousands of years, humans had thrown everything they found into it: hopes, dreams, and unfulfilled desires. He called it irresponsible waste management. Naruto declared that he would find them in the underworld. His companions looked at him, noting his black pants, black shirt, metallic arm guards, fingerless gloves, and black spiked boots. He also wore custom red and black armor over his shirt and a black hooded cloak. Beside him stood a large black crow with white highlights. Naruto mounted the crow and took to the skies, instructing Kaze to fly away. With a sonic boom, they departed. Sharon shouted after them, questioning who would pay him now. Annabeth, Percy, and Grover exchanged glances. Annabeth suggested they ask Naruto when they saw him next. Percy reassured Sharon that he would speak to Hades about a pay raise. From above, Naruto surveyed the underworld, which was filled with steep rocks and black volcanic sand extending inward to a high stone wall that stretched as far as he could see. He ordered Kaze to descend, landing on the ground, and told the crow it could leave. Kaze vanished into the shadows. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, creating a unique clone beside him. He tossed a bag of golden drachmas to the clone, instructing it to stay and give the money to Sharon. The clone eagerly accepted the bag. Naruto followed the spirits down a worn path. Meanwhile, Percy and the others heard a sound from a nearby shadowy area, echoing against the stones a howl from a large creature. Sharon grinned, revealing a skeletal smile in the green light, and remarked that old Three-Face was hungry, which was unfortunate for them. The bottom of the boat glided over the black sand as the dead began to disembark. A woman held the hand of a little girl, while an elderly couple walked arm in arm. A boy no older than Percy shuffled silently in his gray tunic. Sharon inquired about his payment. Suddenly, Naruto's clone appeared, tossing a small bag to him. Sharon caught it and wished the clone luck, but warned that there was nothing down there. He then turned to Percy, reminding him not to forget to mention the pay raise. Percy nodded, counting the gold coins before taking his staff. He hummed a tune while guiding the empty barge across the river. The clone urged them to move along, stating that their boss was waiting. Annabeth questioned who the boss was, to which the clone replied that he was a clone. They followed him, expecting to see the pearly gates or a grand black portcullis, but the entrance to the underworld resembled a mix between airport security and a toll road. 3 separate entrances lay beneath a massive black arch that read, "You are entering Erebus." Each entrance had a metal detector and was monitored by ghouls dressed in black like Sharon. The howl of the hungry creature grew louder, but they could not see its source. The 3-headed dog, Cerberus, who was supposed to guard Hades' door, was nowhere in sight. The dead formed lines at the 3 entrances, 2 marked assistant on duty and 1 marked easy death. The easy death line moved steadily while the others crawled. The clone explained that the fast line led directly to Asphodel Fields, with no disputes allowed. They didn't want to risk a court trial that could go against them. Percy asked if there was a court for the dead. The clone confirmed there were 3 judges who rotated and sat on the bench: King Minos, Thomas Jefferson, and Shakespeare, among others. Sometimes they reviewed a life and decided that person deserved a special reward, the Fields of Elysium. Other times, they determined a punishment. However, most people simply lived ordinary lives, neither good nor bad, and thus went to Asphodel Fields. Percy inquired what they did there. Grover imagined standing in a wheat field in Kansas forever. Percy found that tough, but Grover suggested it wasn't that bad. He pointed out a couple of ghouls in black robes who had pulled a spirit aside for questioning at the security desk. The face of the deceased man seemed vaguely familiar. Grover recalled that the man was a preacher who had made the news. Percy remembered seeing him on television a few times in the Yancey Academy dorm. He was a televangelist from New York who had raised millions for orphanages but had been caught spending the money on lavish items for his mansion, including gold-plated toilet seats and a putt-putt golf course. He had died in a police chase when his Lamborghini for the Lord crashed. Percy asked what was happening to him. The clone speculated that he was receiving a special punishment from his father. The truly wicked received personal attention as soon as they arrived, and the Furies would prepare an eternal torment for them. The thought of the Furies sent a shiver down Percy's spine, reminding him that he was now in their domain. The old Mrs. Dodds would be licking her lips in anticipation. Percy thought about how he was a preacher who believed in a different kind of hell. Grover shrugged, noting that humans see what they want to see, and Percy was quite stubborn in that regard. They approached the gates, the howling sound growing so loud that it shook the ground beneath their feet, yet they still couldn't determine its source. Then, about 50 feet ahead, a green mist glowed. Standing at the point where the path split into 3 lanes was a massive shadowy monster. They hadn't seen it before because it was semi-transparent, blending in with what was behind it. Only its eyes and teeth appeared solid, and they were fixed directly on them. Percy's jaw dropped as he recognized the creature. It was a Rottweiler. The clone of Naruto warned him to keep his voice down, explaining that the creature could smell life. Percy apologized and looked at Cerberus. He had always imagined it as a large black mastiff, but this was a purebred Rottweiler, twice the size of a woolly mammoth, nearly invisible, and with 3 heads. The spirits walked toward it fearlessly, parting around it as they moved through the line of easy death spirits, passing right between its front legs and under its belly without needing to crouch. Percy began to see it more clearly and wondered why that was. Annabeth, wetting her lips, expressed her fear that it was because they were getting closer to death. Grover asked what they should do now, and the clone of Naruto assured them he had a plan. They moved toward the monster, and the middle head growled before barking loudly. Someone commanded Cerberus to sit, and the creature liked its 3 sets of lips, squatted, and sat down, inadvertently crushing a dozen spirits that had been passing beneath it. The spirits let out muffled whistles as they dissipated, like air escaping from tires. They saw Naruto standing on the central head of Cerberus. He jumped down safely and praised the creature, turning to his clone to indicate it was time to act. The clone nodded and summoned a large red rubber ball, asking Cerberus if it wanted the ball. Naruto encouraged them to keep moving, assuring them he had already neutralized the security system. They pushed through the metal detector and ran into the underworld. Turning a corner, they stopped in awe at the fields of asphodel. The black grass had been trampled by eons of dead feet, and a warm, humid wind blew like the breath of a swamp. Black trees, which Grover identified as poplars, grew in clusters here and there. The cavern's ceiling loomed high above them, resembling a storm cloud bank, except for the stalactites that shone with a dull gray and appeared ominously pointed. Percy tried not to imagine them falling on them at any moment, but scattered throughout the fields were several that had already fallen, impaled in the black grass. Annabeth, Grover, Naruto, and Percy tried to blend in with the crowd. Percy couldn't help but search for familiar faces among the spirits of asphodel, but the dead were hard to see. Their faces glowed, and they all appeared slightly angry or confused. They would approach and attempt to speak, but their voices sounded like indistinct chatter, like bats fluttering. Once they realized he couldn't understand them, they frowned and moved away. The dead were not frightening, they were simply sad. They advanced quietly, following the line of newcomers that wound from the main gates toward a pavilion of black tents with a banner that read, "Trials for Death and Eternity. Welcome, newly deceased." From the back of the tent emerged 2 smaller lines. To the left, spirits flanked by security demons marched down a rocky path toward the fields of punishment, which glimmered and smoked in the distance, a vast cracked wasteland with rivers of lava, minefields, and miles of barbed wire separating different areas of torment. Even from afar, they could see people being chased by hounds, burned at the stake, forced to run naked through patches of cactus, or subjected to opera music. They could barely make out a small hill, with the ant-sized figure of Sisyphus struggling to push his rock to the top. They also saw worse tortures, things they preferred not to describe. The line from the right side of the Judgment Pavilion was much more inviting. It led to a small valley surrounded by walls, a gated community that seemed to be the only happy part of the underworld. Beyond the security gate were neighborhoods of beautiful houses from all PRDS of history, Roman villas, medieval castles, and Victorian mansions. Silver and gold flowers bloomed on the lawns, and the grass shimmered in rainbow colors. They could hear laughter and smell barbecue. Elysium. In the middle of that valley was a bright blue lake, with 3 small islands resembling a vacation spot in the Bahamas, the Isles of the Blessed, for those who had chosen to be reborn 3 times and had achieved Elysium. Annabeth remarked that it was the place for heroes. Percy reflected on how few people made it to Elysium, how small it was compared to the fields of asphodel or even the fields of punishment. So few had done well in their lives. It was disheartening. They left the Judgment Pavilion and ventured deeper into the fields of asphodel. It grew darker. The colors faded from their clothes, and the crowds of chattering spirits began to thin. After walking a few kilometers, they started to hear a familiar screech in the distance. In the horizon loomed a palace of brilliant black obsidian. Dark creatures swirled above the battlements. The Furies. Annabeth noted that they were waiting for them. Naruto declared he would handle it, urging them not to do anything foolish. Grover suggested they explore some of the other places first, like Elysium, for instance. Annabeth grabbed his arm, insisting they move forward. Grover shouted as his sneakers sprouted wings, propelling him away from Annabeth. He landed on his back on the grass. Annabeth scolded him to stop fooling around. Naruto reminded him not to do anything foolish again. Grover protested, but his shoes were now flapping wildly, lifting him off the ground and dragging him away from them. Maya's name echoed in the air, but it seemed to have no effect. Percy shook off his daze and grabbed Grover's hand, but it was too late. Grover was gaining speed, sliding downhill like a sled. He and Annabeth raced after him. Annabeth shouted for them to untie Grover's shoes. Grover tried to sit down but couldn't reach the laces. They followed closely, trying to keep him in sight as he weaved between the legs of the spirits that whispered around him. Naruto, observing the scene, thought Grover was headed straight for the gates of Hades. But then Grover's shoes veered sharply to the right, pulling him in the opposite direction. He saw Annabeth, Percy, and Grover enter a side tunnel. Negative emotions emanated from it. Naruto narrowed his eyes and disappeared from the scene. Grover was sliding straight toward the edge. Annabeth pulled on Percy's wrist, urging him to move. Percy hesitated, but Annabeth insisted it was the place he had described in his dream. Grover was about to fall, and they needed to act quickly. Grover screamed and clawed at the ground, but the enchanted shoes continued to drag him toward the abyss, and it seemed they wouldn't reach him in time. Just 10 feet from the giant hole in the ground, Naruto suddenly appeared and caught Grover's arms, pulling him back from the edge. The shoes struggled to pull Grover back, but Naruto's grip was too strong. Annabeth and Percy rushed to join them. Relief washed over Annabeth as she gasped that Grover was safe. Naruto instructed them to untie Grover's shoes. After freeing him, he burned the shoes with his flames. Grover was scratched up and bleeding, his eyes wide with fear. He gasped, unsure of what had just happened. Percy, despite his heavy legs and the weight of his backpack, heard something, a deep whisper in the darkness. Naruto squinted as he began to hear it too. They needed to leave. This was the entrance to Tartarus. The sound grew louder, an evil murmuring from far below, coming from the pit. Grover, now sitting up, asked what the noise was. Annabeth's eyes widened as she heard it too. The words being spoken seemed ancient, far older than Greek. Naruto murmured that it was magical and suddenly created a white dome around them just in time. A gust of wind tried to push them back, but it failed against the shield. Naruto led them back up the tunnel to where it opened into the fields of asphodel. The wind died down, but a deep groan of indignation echoed from the tunnel, as if something was displeased they had escaped. Grover asked if it was one of Hades' pets. Naruto urged them to move on and checked if Grover could walk. Grover swallowed hard, insisting he could, though he trembled like Annabeth and Percy. They continued toward Hades' palace. As they approached, they saw Furies surrounding the battlements, high in the darkness. The fortress walls gleamed black, and the towering bronze doors stood wide open. Up close, they noticed the engravings depicted scenes of death, modern horrors like an atomic bomb exploding over a city, soldiers in gas masks, and famine victims waiting with empty bowls, all appearing as if etched in bronze thousands of years ago. Percy wondered if he was witnessing prophecies come to life. Inside the courtyard was the strangest garden he had ever seen. Colorful mushrooms, poisonous shrubs, and strange glowing plants thrived without sunlight. Precious jewels replaced flowers, with piles of rubies and clusters of uncut diamonds. Scattered throughout were statues of Medusa's garden, petrified children, satyrs, and centaurs, all wearing grotesque smiles. In the center stood a grove of pomegranates, their bright orange flowers glowing in the dark. Naruto identified it as Persephone's garden and urged them to keep moving. Percy understood why. The sour scent of the pomegranates was overwhelming, igniting a sudden craving in him. He recalled the story of Persephone and pulled Grover away to prevent him from picking a large, juicy one. They climbed the palace stairs, passing through black columns and a marble portico, entering Hades' home. The entrance hall had a polished bronze floor that seemed to shimmer in the reflected torchlight. There was no ceiling, just the cavern overhead. Each side door was guarded by skeletons in military gear, some in Greek armor, others in British red coats, and some in camouflage with tattered American flags. They bore spears, muskets, or M16s, but none of them bothered the trio as they walked down the hall toward the grand set of doors at the far end. 2 skeletons from the U.S. Navy stood guard at the doors, grinning widely as they held rocket-propelled grenades. Grover remarked that Hades probably didn't mind door-to-door salesmen. Naruto noticed Percy's discomfort and asked if something was bothering him. Percy lied, saying nothing was wrong, even though he wanted to understand why his backpack felt so heavy. Naruto sensed something was off and narrowed his eyes at Percy's backpack. Percy suggested they should knock, and just then, a hot wind blew down the hallway, causing the doors to swing open. The guards stepped aside. Annabeth remarked that this must mean they could enter. Percy noticed that the inner room resembled his dream, but this time Hades' throne was occupied. He was the 3rd god Percy had encountered, yet the first who truly seemed like a god. Towering at least 10 feet tall, Hades wore flowing black silk robes and a crown of braided gold. His skin was pale, almost albino, and his long black hair fell to his shoulders. Unlike Ares, he was not focused on battle, but he radiated an aura of power. He lounged on his throne, crafted from fused human bones, looking agile, elegant, and dangerous like a panther. He possessed a hypnotic and captivating charisma. Percy immediately felt that Hades should be the one giving orders. He should be the master. He thought to himself that Hades needed to leave. The god's aura was affecting him, just as Ares had. Naruto stepped forward and greeted his father. Hades looked at Naruto with a gentle expression and kindness, welcoming him to the underworld with a hint of happiness in his voice. Then he turned his gaze to the others, narrowing his eyes at Percy. Naruto asked if Hades was not happy to see him. Hades replied that he was glad to see his son, as Naruto reminded him of his mother. He noted that, like her, Naruto was brave, powerful, and Naruto thanked him and then looked at Percy, indicating that Hades did not seem to like his companion. Hades frowned and addressed Percy, acknowledging his bravery for coming there as Poseidon's son, especially after what Percy had done. He suggested that perhaps Percy was simply foolish. Percy, clearly affected by Hades' aura, stated that he had 2 requests. Hades raised an eyebrow and leaned forward in his throne. Dark faces appeared in the folds of his black robe, tormented souls seemingly stitched into the fabric, trying to escape. Percy's ADHD mind wondered if the rest of Hades' clothing was made in a similar fashion. Hades scoffed at the notion of only having 2 requests, calling Percy arrogant for thinking he hadn't taken enough already. He encouraged Percy to speak, finding amusement in the fact that he had not yet killed him. Percy swallowed hard, realizing this was going as poorly as he had feared. He glanced at the empty throne beside Hades, which resembled a black flower with golden accents. He wished that Queen Persephone were present, recalling myths about how she could calm her husband's moods. But it was summer, and Persephone would be above in the world of light with her mother, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Her visits, not the planet's tilt, created the seasons. Annabeth cleared her throat and nudged Percy in the back. He addressed Hades, explaining that a war between the gods would be disastrous. Grover chimed in, agreeing that it would indeed be very bad. Percy then requested the return of Zeus' Master Bolt, asking to take it back to Olympus. Naruto, sensing the tension, noted that they were not negotiating well and their choice of words was poor. He wondered who they were trying to convince. He looked at his father, sensing something had been stolen. Hades' eyes glowed dangerously bright as he questioned Percy's audacity to maintain such a pretense after what he had done. Percy looked at Annabeth and Grover, who appeared just as confused as he was. He asked Hades what exactly he had done. The throne room trembled with a force that could likely be felt above in Los Angeles. Debris fell from the cavern ceiling as doors along the walls opened, revealing skeletal warriors marching in from all eras and nations of Western civilization. They lined the perimeter of the room, blocking the exits. Hades shouted, questioning if Percy thought he wanted war. Percy wanted to respond that the warriors did not seem like advocates for peace, but he feared it would be a dangerous reply. Instead, he cautiously pointed out that as the Lord of the Dead, a war would expand Hades' realm. Hades dismissed the idea, expressing that he did not need more subjects and lamented the expansion of his realm over the last century, along with the subdivisions he had to open. Percy opened his mouth to respond, but Hades continued his tirade about the issues he faced, including security problems and the overwhelming number of souls arriving. Percy recalled that Sharon had asked for a raise, which earned him a scolding from Naruto. Hades exploded in frustration, detailing the chaos he faced since Sharon discovered Italian suits and how he had to manage everything personally. He insisted he did not need help acquiring subjects and had not asked for war. But Percy pointed out that Hades had taken Zeus' Master Bolt. Hades denied it vehemently, claiming that he was not fooled by Poseidon's schemes. He accused Percy of being the thief during the winter solstice, suggesting that Poseidon had intended to keep him hidden. Hades believed that if he had not sent a Fury to discover Percy at Yancy Academy, Poseidon might have succeeded in starting a war without being exposed. Naruto suddenly asked what had been stolen from Hades. The god replied that it was his Helm of Darkness. Percy tried to interject, but Hades cut him off, insisting that he had remained silent about the helm's disappearance because he had no illusions about receiving justice or help from Olympus. He had realized that his most powerful weapon, fear, was missing. When it became clear that Percy was coming to fulfill a threat, Hades did not attempt to stop him. But, "Return the helm to me now, or I will unleash death," Hades threatened. "That is my counterproposal. I will open the earth and bring the dead back to the world. I will turn your lands into a nightmare. And you, Percy Jackson, your skeleton will raise my army from Hades." All the skeletal soldiers stepped forward, readying their weapons. Percy felt anger rise within him, being accused of something he hadn't done. He was all too familiar with that feeling. "You're as bad as Zeus," Percy thought. "Do you think I stole from you? Is that why you sent the Furies after me?" "Of course," Hades replied. "And the other monsters?" Hades pursed his lips. "I had nothing to do with them. I didn't want a quick death for you. I wanted you brought here alive so you could face all the tortures in the fields of punishment. Why do you think I let you enter my realm so easily?" "Easily? Return my property." "But I don't have your helm. I came for the Master Bolt." "Which you already possess." Hades shouted. "You came here with that little fool, thinking you could threaten me. But I didn't. Open your pack, then." A horrible feeling struck Percy. He removed his backpack from his shoulder and opened it. Inside was a 2-foot-long metal cylinder, spiked at both ends and humming with energy. Master Bolt. "So this is the strange energy I felt in my backpack." Naruto narrowed his eyes at this. Someone must have removed the protective magic around it, but the question is, why now? "Percy," Annabeth said. "How?" "I don't know. I don't understand." "You heroes are always the same," Hades remarked. "Your pride makes you foolish, thinking you could bring such a weapon before me. I didn't ask for Zeus's Master Bolt, but since it's here, you will hand it over. I'm sure it will be an excellent bargaining tool." Percy was speechless. He had no idea how the Master Bolt had ended up in his backpack. He wanted to believe Hades was playing some kind of trick. "I don't think that's a good idea," Naruto suddenly interjected. Hades asked, "What do you mean?" "If you kill him, your brother Poseidon won't be happy," Naruto said. Hades scoffed at this. "Someone is framing him. This isn't his. This is..." "Lord Hades, wait," Percy shouted suddenly. "This is all a mistake." "Idiot," Naruto thought, "let me finish my sentence." Hades ignored his son's words. "A mistake?" he roared angrily. The skeletons aimed their weapons at Percy, Annabeth, and Grover. From above, leathery wings flapped, and the 3 Furies swooped down to perch on the back of their master's throne. The one with Mrs. Dodds's face grinned eagerly at Percy and cracked her whip. "There is no mistake," Hades declared. "I know why you've come. I know the real reason you brought the bolt. You came to negotiate with her." Hades conjured a golden ball of fire from his palm. It exploded on the steps in front of him. Percy saw his mother, frozen in a shower of gold, just as she had been when the Minotaur began to crush her. He reached out to touch her, but the light was as hot as a bonfire. "Yes," Hades said with satisfaction. "I took her. I knew, Percy Jackson, that you would come to negotiate with me eventually. Return the helm to me, and perhaps I will let her go. She isn't dead, you know. Not yet. But if you anger me, that will change." He thought of the pearls in his pocket. Maybe they could get him out of this. If he could free his mom. "Ah, the pearls," Hades said, and Percy's blood ran cold. "Yes, my brother and his little tricks. Take them out, Percy Jackson." Percy's hand moved against his will and pulled out the pearls. "Only 3, Hades said. "What a shame. You realize each one only protects one person. My son doesn't need them. Try to take your mother, then, little fool. And which of your friends will you leave to spend eternity with me? Or give me the backpack and accept my terms?" Percy looked at Annabeth and Grover. Their faces were grim. Then he glanced at Naruto, who stood beside Hades, showing no emotion. "We've been tricked," Percy told them. "Prepare." "Yes, but why?" Annabeth asked. "I don't know," Percy replied. "Decide, boy." Hades shouted. "Percy!" Grover placed a hand on his shoulder. "You can't give him the bolt." "I know that." "Leave me here," Grover said. "Use the 3rd pearl for your mom." "No. I'm a satyr," Grover explained. "We don't have souls like humans. He can torture me until I die, but he won't have me forever. I'll be reincarnated as a flower or something. It's the best way." "No." Annabeth drew her bronze knife. "You two go on. Grover, you need to protect Percy. You have to get his mother out of here. I'll cover you. I plan to fight." "That's enough, all of you," Naruto said as he suddenly appeared in front of them. "Percy, take Annabeth and Grover with you. And don't worry about your mother, I'll save her." Grover said, "But..." "Naruto is right," Percy said. "Take these." He turned and looked at his mother. He desperately wanted to sacrifice himself and use the last pearl on her, but he knew what she would say. She would never allow it. He had to return to Olympus and tell Zeus the truth. He had to stop the war. She would never forgive him if he saved her. He thought of the prophecy made on Half-Blood Hill, what seemed like 1,000,000 years ago. He wouldn't be able to save what mattered most in the end. "I'm sorry," he told his mother. The smug look on Hades's face faded. He said, "My goodness." "I will find your helm, Uncle," Percy promised. "I will return it. Remember the pay raise for Sharon. Don't challenge me. Now, guys." Percy shouted. They shattered the pearls at their feet. For a moment of fear, nothing happened. Hades yelled, "Destroy them!" The army of skeletons surged forward, swords drawn and weapons clicking into place. The Furies lunged, their whips igniting in flames. "I'm sorry, Father, but you can't do that," Naruto said as black fire appeared out of nowhere, forming a protective shield around them. "Because you'll have to get through me." The shield expanded and shattered a few skeletons. The remaining skeletons and the Furies recoiled in fear. "Thank you, Naruto," Annabeth said as the fragments of pearls at their feet exploded in a burst of green light, a rush of cool sea air. They were enclosed in a milky white sphere, beginning to float off the ground. Naruto gestured with his hand, and the shield vanished. He heard their screams as the bubbles crashed against the ceiling. They disappeared. Hades questioned why, as his army vanished into black smoke. Naruto insisted that Percy was not a thief and that someone was framing him. He warned Hades that if he harmed Percy, Poseidon would be furious, and Zeus would also be angered since he possessed Zeus's Master Bolt. A feminine voice interjected, suggesting that someone was trying to incite a war among the gods. Naruto turned to see a 19-year-old girl, her left side dark and hardened like a mummy, representing her father, while her right side was pale and drained, as if devoid of blood. She wore a golden dress and a golden shawl, her eyes empty and black. She introduced herself as Melino, the goddess of ghosts and his half-sister. As she approached, she extended her hand for a handshake. Naruto accepted her hand and expressed his pleasure at meeting her. Melino attempted to ensnare him in an illusion, but he revealed that illusions were his specialty, and they did not work on him. His eyes transformed into the blood-red Sharingan, and he vanished in a flurry of crows, reappearing before Hades. Melino remarked that it was good to know her half-brother shared her affinity for illusions. Naruto offered to share his deadly illusions with her, which she accepted as a positive start to their relationship, promising to teach him her own illusions in return. Hades, sweating from the behavior of his children, cleared his throat to regain their attention. He instructed them to discuss their newfound bond later and turned to Naruto, questioning his confidence in the situation. Naruto explained that Ares had given Percy his backpack, implying that Ares was not the thief but was involved in the scheme. When Hades pressed for the identity of the thief, Naruto assured him he would handle it. Hades expressed his impatience, stating that he could not simply sit idle. He warned that if his helm did not return to him, he would unleash the dead upon the world, turning the lands into a nightmare. Melino confirmed to Naruto that this was typical behavior for Hades. Meanwhile, a Coast Guard boat picked up Annabeth, Percy, and Grover, but they were too busy to ponder how 3 children in casual clothes ended up in the bay. There was chaos to manage, and they were quickly dropped off at Santa Monica Pier, wrapped in towels and given water bottles proclaiming their junior status. Their clothes were soaked, and Percy was barefoot, having given his shoes to Grover. As they stumbled down the beach, they witnessed the city burning against a beautiful sunrise. Percy felt as if he had just returned from the dead, burdened by the weight of his backpack, which contained Zeus's master bolt, and even heavier with concern for his mother. Annabeth expressed disbelief at their journey, while Percy attributed it to a clever trick worthy of Athena. Grover complained about the confusion, and Annabeth offered her condolences for Percy's mother. Percy reassured her that Naruto was in the underworld and would save her. He believed in Naruto's abilities, and Annabeth agreed, acknowledging that he could accomplish anything. Percy reflected on the prophecy, realizing that someone had stolen Zeus's master bolt and Hades's helm, framing him as Poseidon's son. He feared that by nightfall, a 3-way war would erupt, and he would be the cause. Grover, bewildered, questioned who could be so cunning to instigate such a conflict. Percy paused, contemplating. They then spotted Ares waiting for them, clad in black leather with sunglasses, a baseball bat resting on his shoulder, and his motorcycle rumbling beside him. He greeted Percy, seemingly pleased to see him, remarking that he was supposed to be dead. In the underworld, Melino commented on Naruto's unique use of his invocation as they watched Percy on a large screen. Naruto turned to Hades, seeking his opinion. Hades acknowledged that Ares, though powerful, lacked intelligence, and this plan was indeed clever. Naruto speculated that Ares was not the mastermind behind the theft. Curious, Hades asked who the thief was, and Naruto suggested that if a god weakened during a war, it would lead to victory for another. Hades realized Naruto was referring to their father. Naruto then inquired how to contact Olympus, revealing his intention to expose Ares to the entire Olympian field and the demigods. At the demigod camp, Chiron observed his students training, while Mr. D lounged nearby. Chiron asked if he thought they would succeed in their quest, but Mr. D feigned indifference. Clarice rushed up to Chiron, interrupting their conversation to report that there was another fight. Their discussion was cut short when a bright light emanated from Mr. D's pocket. He produced a small pearl that transformed into a large crystal ball, revealing a screen showing Ares with Annabeth, Percy, and Grover. Grover gasped at the sight of the Helm of Darkness, and Ares confirmed its significance. Now, where was she? Oh yes, Hades would be furious with both Zeus and Poseidon because he didn't know who had taken it. Soon, there would be a little 3-way conflict. Clarice exclaimed that their father was a thief. Mr. D found the situation intriguing and wished he were in Olympus to see the look on his father's face. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, suggesting that Zeus had noticed. Talia sat alone on the ground, lost in thoughts about Naruto, Annabeth, and Grover. She hoped they were safe, believing that Naruto would keep his promise to protect them. She just wanted to know what was happening. Suddenly, her necklace began to glow, and a screen opened before her. She saw Annabeth, Grover, Ares, and someone she thought was Percy. Ares and Percy were locked in a struggle, with Ares holding the helm of darkness between the handlebars of his bike. Percy mentioned that Ares had given him the backpack in Denver, revealing that the Master Bolt had been there all along. Ares explained that the backpack was a cover for the Master Bolt, transformed slightly, and that it was connected to Percy's sword, which always returned to his pocket. Talia was surprised to learn that Ares was a thief and wondered where Naruto was. Meanwhile, in the throne room of Olympus, Hera reappeared and looked around. All the gods were present except for Dionysus, Hades, Ares, and Apollo. Dionysus was busy with his responsibilities at camp, and Hades was not welcome in Olympus. Hera overheard Zeus and Poseidon arguing about the Master Bolt. Zeus insisted that Poseidon had it, while Poseidon accused Zeus of being favored by their mother, Rhea. Their bickering continued, and Hera thought they were acting like children. Hestia, standing behind her, agreed and questioned why they couldn't behave like adults. Hera noted that their arguments always involved their mother. Hestia shouted for them to quiet down, but Zeus snapped at her not to interfere. Poseidon joined in, calling Zeus a mama's boy. Just then, Apollo entered the throne room, and Zeus told him not to shout, reminding him that they were in the middle of an important discussion. Apollo insisted that what he had to show was important and gestured for a screen to appear. On it, Ares was seen with 2 demigods and a satyr. Ares explained that he had played with magic, ensuring that the bolt would only return to its sheath once Percy reached the underworld. He mentioned that if Percy died on the way, there would be no loss, as he still had the weapon. Poseidon argued that it was not his son who had stolen the bolt but Ares, Zeus's own son. Zeus trembled with rage, electricity crackling around him as he called Ares a traitor. Earlier, Ares had told Percy that he had tricked him, stealing the helm and the Master Bolt. Ares smirked, claiming that he hadn't personally stolen them, as gods often took each other's symbols of power. Percy questioned who Ares had used, suggesting Clarisse, who had been present at the winter solstice. Ares found the idea amusing but insisted that Percy was hindering the war effort and that he needed to die in the underworld. This would anger Hades, and Ares would benefit from the chaos that would ensue. Ares pulled a ski cap from his pocket, transforming it into an elaborate bronze war helmet, which Grover recognized as the Helm of Darkness. Ares reveled in the impending conflict, stating that soon there would be a 3-way battle. Annabeth protested that they were family, but Ares shrugged, claiming that family conflicts made for the best kind of war. In the underworld, Naruto found the situation interesting, while Hades noted that the backpack was indeed the sheath of the Master Bolt, still connected to it. Naruto speculated that it was magically fixed to return to the sheath only when Percy reached the underworld. Hades agreed and acknowledged Ares's strange behavior when Percy questioned why he didn't keep the bolt for himself. Hades realized that Ares seemed to be under someone else's control. Back with Percy, Ares's demeanor shifted. He claimed he didn't want trouble and that it was better to be caught holding the item. Percy accused Ares of lying, deducing that sending the bolt to the underworld wasn't his idea. Ares's anger flared, but he soon calmed down, focusing on the immediate problem. Percy was alive, and he couldn't allow him to take the bolt to Olympus. Ares declared that he had to eliminate Percy, insisting it was nothing personal, and this time, the son of Hades wouldn't be there to save him. He snapped his fingers, signaling the confrontation to come. The ground erupted beneath Percy's feet, sending a massive, fearsome boar flying through the air. The creature stomped the sand, glaring at Percy with its small, bright eyes, baring its sharp tusks as it awaited the signal to attack. Percy braced himself, determined to face the challenge head-on. In Olympus, Athena remarked on Percy's bravery, questioning whether he was courageous or simply foolish for confronting a god in direct combat. Poseidon pointed out that Annabeth was also there with him, prompting Athena to reveal her name with a hint of sadness. Zeus inquired about Hades' son, to which Athena explained he was in the underworld, and she had only given Percy 3 pearls, knowing he wouldn't need more. Aphrodite expressed her desire to see Percy, commenting on his good looks, which drew a sharp response from Artemis, reminding her that he was just a child. Aphrodite countered, suggesting that her interest in the future was valid, especially as he would grow into a handsome young man. Hephaestus murmured to himself about Aphrodite's unchanging nature, while Apollo urged everyone to focus on the unfolding spectacle. Back with Percy, Ares laughed derisively, claiming the boy only had one talent: running away. He taunted Percy, suggesting he lacked the strength to stand against him. Percy, undeterred, prepared for the boar's charge, determined to end the fight. As the giant boar charged, Percy unsheathed his pen, transforming it into Riptide. With a swift motion, he struck the boar, severing one of its tusks, which fell at his feet as the disoriented creature rushed toward the sea. With a shout, Percy summoned a wave that engulfed the beast, silencing its terrified cry as it was swallowed by the ocean. At Camp Half-Blood, the campers gathered around to watch the battle unfold on the screen. The mood in Ares' cabin was tense, with Clarice expressing disbelief at her father's actions. Chiron explained that Ares had always been distant and violent, a bully who thrived on chaos. He speculated that someone must have aided Ares in his theft of power, as a god could not directly usurp another's symbol of authority. Talia observed Percy's victory over the boar, noting that mocking Ares in the midst of battle was reckless. Percy turned to Ares, challenging him to fight directly instead of hiding behind his monstrous pet. Ares, furious, warned Percy of his power, but the boy retorted with a quip, suggesting Ares could turn him into something trivial. As the tension escalated, Percy made a bold wager. If he lost, Ares could do as he wished, but if he won, he would claim the trident and the lock, forcing Ares to retreat. Annabeth, concerned for Percy's safety, urged him not to take such risks, but he dismissed her worries, calling Ares a coward. Annabeth offered Percy a token for luck, tying a necklace around his neck, symbolizing their bond. Grover handed him a flattened can, insisting it was a good luck charm. As Ares approached, his presence radiated power, but Percy stood firm, recalling Annabeth's words about Ares' strength being his only asset. In the underworld, Melano observed the fight, questioning Percy's wisdom in challenging Ares. Hades noted that if Ares were to get serious, Percy would be in grave danger. Meanwhile, Naruto, sensing the tension, wondered if he could assist. Back in the battle, Annabeth shouted warnings to Percy as police sirens blared in the distance. Percy, breathing heavily, struggled to keep his focus on Ares while glancing at the approaching lights. Suddenly, black feathers began to fall from the sky, causing chaos among the officers as they collapsed one by one. Annabeth and Grover were stunned by the unfolding events, realizing Naruto was behind the strange occurrence. In Olympus, Apollo questioned the sudden fall of the officers, while Poseidon speculated that it must be Hades' son at work. Zeus reminded them that this was Percy's battle, a challenge he had initiated against Ares. As the fight continued, Melano recognized the situation as an illusion, with Naruto confirming her suspicion. "I don't want your interface in the fight," Naruto stated firmly. Hades remarked on Naruto's interesting power, but Naruto insisted that Hades had seen only a fraction of it. He then called out to his father, seeking something. Percy dashed toward his sword, picked it up, and swung at Ares' face, only to have his strike deflected once more. He stepped back toward the waves, forcing Ares to follow him. Ares taunted Percy, claiming he had no hope and was merely playing with him. Suddenly, Percy felt a strange sensation, as if his senses were heightened. He became acutely aware of every detail, noticing Ares' tension and predicting his attack. At the same time, he was conscious of Annabeth and Grover nearby. Ares laughed mockingly, announcing that it was time to escalate the battle. Percy managed to deflect Ares' sword and moved in close enough to strike, attempting to feign a feint, but his blow was parried. The waves crashed against his back as Ares advanced. In Naruto's personal dimension, he appeared in a realm resembling Tobi's, but with rounded platforms of varying sizes. He confronted a thug he had captured, who was unconscious due to Naruto's genjutsu. Naruto declared it was time for the thug to serve his purpose. Back with Percy, he felt the rhythm of the sea as the waves grew larger with the rising tide. An idea struck him. He thought of small waves, and the water behind him seemed to recede. Ares approached with a confident grin, and Percy lowered his sword, waiting for the right moment. As Ares raised his weapon, Percy seized the opportunity. A wall of water surged forward, crashing into Ares and leaving him sputtering and cursing. Percy took advantage of the distraction, splashing behind Ares to strike at his head. Ares turned just in time to lift his sword, but he was disoriented and unprepared for the maneuver. Percy changed direction, lunged to the side, and moved riptide into the water, piercing Ares's heel. Ares roared in fury, the sea itself recoiling from him, leaving a wet circle of sand. Golden ichor, the blood of the gods, spilled from the wound in Ares's boot. He glared at Percy with a mix of pain and disbelief, declaring that the time for games was over. He raised his hand, palm up, and a fireball began to form in the air above it, growing larger and more menacing. "This is your end," he proclaimed as he hurled the fireball toward them. At Camp Half-Blood, Mr. D expressed concern that Ares was taking things too far, while Chiron lamented that he should have trained the campers better. Mr. D reassured him that they had a secret weapon, reminding him of someone who always appeared at the end. Naruto. Talia saw the fireball hurtling toward her friends and called out for them, expressing her fear and desperation. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, the gods watched in horror as the fireball approached Percy and his friends. Hephaestus noted that the fireball was too large and would surely kill them. Athena and Poseidon exchanged sorrowful glances. Percy and his friends braced for impact, with Grover panicking and Annabeth trying to keep calm. Percy felt the heat radiating from the fireball and braced himself for the worst. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice asking how many times he would have to save them. They opened their eyes to see Naruto holding the fireball in his left hand, its flames flickering harmlessly. Relief washed over them as Naruto turned to face Ares, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he began to absorb the fireball into a swirling vortex. Talia felt joy at Naruto's arrival, knowing he had kept his promise to protect them. At Camp Half-Blood, Clarice marveled at how Naruto could hold a fireball with his bare hand, while Chiron explained that Naruto's grandmother was Amaterasu, who possessed a fire hotter than the sun, making Ares's flames ineffective against him. On Mount Olympus, the gods were astonished to see the son of Hades holding the fireball. Athena and Poseidon sighed in relief, while Hera praised the display of power. Zeus acknowledged Naruto's impressive abilities, and Hestia reminded them of his lineage, being the grandson of Amaterasu and great-grandson of Chaos. Hermes noted that Naruto was from a different world, while Apollo confirmed that there had been a war in that realm, which had ended 3.5 years prior. Back in the confrontation, Ares challenged Naruto, insisting that he should step aside since the fight was between him and the son of Poseidon. Naruto stood his ground, declaring that Ares would have to get past him. Ares unleashed multiple fireballs toward Naruto, but he remained unmoved, raising his hands to summon a wall of sand for protection. With a powerful command, Naruto conjured a massive sand dragon that rose from the ground, facing Ares and attempting to engulf him. Ares used his divine power to push the dragon away, dismissing it as futile. Naruto, undeterred, prepared to escalate the battle further. "Ares, I have something for you," Naruto said, making a strange hand gesture. Suddenly, a circle of symbols formed and expanded outward. The ground trembled as a white coffin emerged, with Naruto standing proudly behind it. Ares looked at Naruto, confused. "What is this?" he asked. "A person who will fight you," Naruto replied as the lid of the coffin fell away. On Mount Olympus, Zeus shouted in anger, "What? How is this possible? He is dead." Poseidon questioned, "But how did he do it?" "It's impossible for a demigod." "Believe it or not, he brought him back to life," Hera stated. At the demigod camp, Chiron shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible," he said. "It must be his ninja trick," Mr. D added, as the entire camp looked on with puzzled expressions. "Chiron, who is he?" Charles Beckendorf, the demigod of Hephaestus and head of Cabin 9, asked. Yes, we want to know too, someone from Apollo's cabin chimed in. He is a hero from the past, Chiron explained. His name is. Back with Naruto and the others, Percy turned to Annabeth and Grover, asking if they knew who he was. They both shook their heads. No, Annabeth replied. I have no idea, Grover added. Then who is he? Percy wondered aloud. Ares looked genuinely shocked and turned to Naruto. But how? It's a complicated technique I learned from my enemy, Naruto explained as a figure stepped out of the coffin. Welcome back to the land of the living, Perseus. Percy gasped upon hearing the name. He is Perseus, son of Zeus. I think he is, Grover confirmed. He also defeated Medusa. Annabeth asked, how did he do that? I don't know, but you can ask him later, Percy replied. In the underworld, Hades smiled, genuinely pleased. I never knew my son could do this. I thought he was joking, but now I believe in him. He can resurrect the dead. It's the perfect technique for the son of the dead. He looked at his daughter. What do you think, Melano? She nodded and said, he can control them with or without their will. I can only imagine Zeus's face after seeing this. He won't be happy because your son has resurrected his demigod to fight his other son, Melano remarked. Hades shrugged. Who cares about him? At the demigod camp, Clarice exclaimed, Perseus? You mean Perseus, the son of Zeus? Yes, Chiron confirmed. He was the first of the Greek heroes. But he is supposed to be dead, someone from Ares's cabin shouted. Tell that to our ninja friend who resurrected him, Mr. D replied. How? We don't know. Clarice said, don't worry, Perseus doesn't have the incredible strength of Hercules, he might. What the heck? A son of Ares shouted as he watched Perseus send Ares flying with a single blow. Clarice turned to Chiron, her jaw dropping. You said he is Perseus. Then how does he have super strength? I have no idea, Chiron admitted. But I'm sure he is Perseus. Mr. D noticed Naruto's smiling face. He thought to himself that Naruto really knew what he was doing. Talia watched as Naruto brought Perseus back to life to fight Ares. I know he is the son of Hades, but he can resurrect the dead. Wow, she thought to herself. On Mount Olympus, Zeus seethed with anger, sparks of lightning beginning to crackle around him. How dare he muttered. Calm down, Zeus, Hera urged. Somehow, he managed to calm himself. My son, Perseus, is a great hero, but he couldn't defeat Ares. He is not Hercules. He saw Ares being thrown back by Perseus's powerful strikes. But how? Perseus doesn't have super strength. It must be the work of Hades' child, Poseidon suggested. Zeus asked, can he do that too? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen this. Then Ares is in big trouble because he doesn't know what the new Perseus can do, Hestia added. Moments earlier, back with Naruto, a young man emerged from the coffin. He was handsome, with black hair and a body that appeared gray and cracked, as if it were a mere illusion. He wore Greek armor, a fine helmet, and winged sandals like Hermes. A sword was in his right hand, and a reflective shield in his left. Naruto pulled out a kunai from behind him, attached to which was a sealing tag. He pressed the kunai to the back of Perseus's neck, and it, along with the sealing tags, was absorbed into him. Suddenly, Perseus's body regained its original color. His shield and sword vanished in an instant. He opened his eyes, which were blue with gray sclera, and looked at Ares without saying a word. You brought Perseus back to life, big deal, Ares said arrogantly. I can crush him easily. To prove his point, Ares charged at Perseus, raising his fist to strike. However, Perseus effortlessly caught his punch and retaliated with a blow that sent Ares flying dozens of meters away. Ares got up, spitting out some sand that had lodged in his mouth. How? He asked, bewildered. Perseus doesn't have super strength. It's simple, I modified his body to restore him to his prime, Naruto explained. I've also given him some special powers. Quickly, Ares dodged to avoid Perseus' strikes. In a matter of minutes, they began exchanging blows before separating. Ares glared at Perseus. I will destroy you, he shouted, conjuring multiple fireballs and hurling them at him. In a flash, Perseus summoned his sword and shield. He deflected all the smaller fireballs with his shield, but then a large fireball came toward him. His sword crackled with lightning as he swung it forward, slicing the fireball in half. Back with Percy and the others, Grover exclaimed, "Wow! You're lucky." "Ares wasn't taking you seriously," Annabeth told Percy. "Yeah, I can see that," Percy replied. "But Perseus is really taking it to him." Back to the fight, Ares narrowly dodged an explosion of lightning. He saw Perseus charging at him, sword crackling with energy. He stopped Perseus's sword with his own massive two-handed sword. Ares knew he had to end this. He twisted and attempted to strike directly at Perseus's spine, but Perseus deflected the blow with the hilt of his own sword. Spotting an opening, Ares cut into Perseus's arm. He declared that it was over and turned his gaze toward Perseus, only to his horror see the wound regenerating rapidly. Moments later, Perseus stood up, completely unharmed, grabbed his sword, and charged at him. Ares felt a surge of frustration. On Mount Olympus, the gods observed as Ares inflicted wounds on Perseus time and again, only to see them heal instantly. Zeus expressed disbelief, questioning what had happened to Perseus's body. Apollo remarked that one could not kill someone who was already dead, and Artemis surprisingly agreed, stating that since Perseus was already dead, Ares could not kill him again. Poseidon asked what Artemis would do in Ares's place, to which she replied that she would attempt to take his soul or seal him away. Zeus praised her intelligence, calling her his favorite daughter. Back in the battle, Ares felt increasingly frustrated. He had done everything he could to defeat Perseus, but it all seemed futile. In a final attempt, he unleashed his divine strength, striking Perseus and sending him flying. Turning to Naruto, he shouted in anger, challenging him to fight like a man. Naruto calmly responded that Ares's anger would only cloud his judgment and questioned why he hid behind Perseus, urging him to face him directly. Ares mocked Naruto, but Naruto explained that he was not a hero, as heroes belonged in fairy tales. He elaborated that life was not black and white, but rather filled with shades of gray, and that darkness was necessary to understand light. Ares, unimpressed, summoned two massive boars that charged at Naruto. Naruto made a hand sign and slammed his hand on the ground, invoking the summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, the chimera appeared, larger and more powerful than before, with blood-red eyes. Naruto commanded the chimera to deal with the boars, and it roared, unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfed the beasts completely before standing by Naruto's side. Ares was taken aback, questioning how Naruto had summoned the chimera. Naruto explained that the chimera sought to step out of its mother's shadow, and he had helped it become his loyal companion. He advised Ares to always keep his eyes on his opponent. Suddenly, Perseus delivered a punch from behind. At the demigod camp, Clarice noted that Ares was losing. Mr. D remarked on Perseus's super strength and lightning abilities, expressing doubt that Ares could win. Chiron pointed out the surprising control Naruto had over the chimera, and Mr. D agreed, noting his disdain for heroes. Chiron countered that Mr. D's bias was evident. Meanwhile, Talia was impressed by the chimera and Perseus, acknowledging Naruto's many skills. She turned to Naruto and shared her agreement that real life was not a fairy tale, as heroes in fairy tales always had happy endings. She observed Perseus striking Ares and concluded that Ares would never forget this battle. In the underworld, Hades remarked that he had not known Naruto could summon the chimera. Melino expressed interest in borrowing it to scare people, but Hades suggested she ask Naruto directly. Melino argued that Cerberus deserved a break, and Hades considered her request, noting that it was good to know her brother did not wish to be a hero. Back on Mount Olympus, Zeus was astonished to learn that Naruto had summoned the chimera. Poseidon urged him to remain calm, explaining that if Naruto could control the dead heroes, it was no surprise he could control the chimera as well. Zeus noted that it was unprecedented for a demigod to achieve such a feat. Hera remarked that everything had a first time, and Hestia suggested that Naruto could become a great leader. Athena pointed out that Naruto had a strategic mind, orchestrating events to keep Ares off balance. As the battle continued, Ares found himself growing weary from the relentless fight against Perseus. He bore numerous cuts that healed quickly while Perseus showed no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, lightning illuminated the dark sky, and Naruto declared that this was the end. Perseus raised his sword to the heavens, and a bolt of lightning struck it, causing it to shine brilliantly. He swung the sword at Ares. Although Ares moved like lightning, he struck him in the chest, sending him crashing into the sea. A shockwave rippled through the water, causing Annabeth, Percy, and Grover to stagger. Grover wondered if it was over, and Percy believed it was. Annabeth felt relieved that they were safe. Talia breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that it was finally over. She looked around and confirmed that everyone was safe. At the demigod camp, Clarice expressed concern about her father being lost. Someone from the Hermes cabin remarked that it seemed to be over, but Chiron was uncertain. Mr. D remained silent. On Mount Olympus, Apollo voiced his unease, and Poseidon asked Zeus if he felt it too. Zeus acknowledged that only one person possessed such power, and they were not supposed to be there. Aphrodite inquired about the identity of this person. In the underworld, Melano called out to her father, Hades, who acknowledged her concern. She mentioned that she had never sensed such malevolent power before, and Hades warned her that it was something she would wish to never feel again. When she asked if he would warn anyone, Hades replied that the individual already knew. Back with Naruto, he told Percy that his work was done. With a puff of smoke, a white coffin appeared behind Percy and then vanished with him. Naruto turned to the Chimera and instructed it to leave, which it did with a bow and another puff of smoke. He approached Ares' bike and took the dark handle from its handlebars before disappearing and reappearing in front of the others, who were startled by his sudden appearance. Annabeth shouted at him not to do that, while Grover expressed his amazement. Percy handed Naruto his backpack, believing Bolt would be safe with him. Naruto accepted the lock from Percy. Annabeth stated that it was finally over, but Naruto corrected her, saying it was not. Percy asked what he meant, noting that Ares was lost. Naruto explained that while Ares was indeed lost, the fight was not over, they had to face someone worse than him. Grover asked who that was, and suddenly, the light faded, and sound and color disappeared. A heavy presence swept over the beach, and the trio felt a sense of despair. The seawater where Ares had fallen began to boil, and then Ares emerged, looking different. His skin was dark with red cracks, and his hair was spiky. His eyes glowed red like molten lava. Grover questioned what had happened to Ares, but Naruto ignored him and addressed Ares directly, revealing that he had been right about Ares being a puppet, manipulated by a greater force. Ares acknowledged Naruto's insight, admitting it was good to know someone had brains. Naruto complimented Ares' plan, detailing how Ares' servant had stolen the lock and handle during the winter solstice, and how Ares had been manipulated into giving Percy the backpack. He recounted how Ares had tried to throw them into Tartarus but failed, and how Ares had weakened after Percy's attack, allowing the true mastermind to take control. Ares, frustrated, demanded the lock and handle back, but Naruto revealed that he had already stored them in his personal dimension, challenging Ares to take them from him. The revelation of Naruto's connection to Ares shocked Percy, Annabeth, and Grover. Talia, realizing the implications of Naruto's words, questioned how he could know such things and why he remained so calm. At the demigod camp, Chiron expressed concern for Ares, while Mr. D clarified that Ares was not in control of his body. Clarice was confused, and Chiron explained that someone was manipulating Ares. The tension grew as they realized the gravity of the situation. On Mount Olympus, Zeus angrily identified the mastermind as Kronos. Poseidon lamented their foolishness in blaming each other instead of recognizing the true threat. Hera pointed out that at least Poseidon had admitted his folly. Zeus insisted they needed to stop Kronos, who was not at full power. Hestia noted Naruto's calmness, suggesting he might have a plan against Kronos. Zeus agreed to wait and see. Back in the confrontation, Grover was astonished by the revelation of Kronos' return. Annabeth expressed fear at the thought of facing a Titan. Their faces paled as they processed the implications. Percy questioned how this was possible, believing Kronos was trapped in Tartarus. Kronos taunted them, acknowledging Naruto as the son of Hades, referring to him as the Black Dragon. Naruto narrowed his eyes, questioning how Kronos knew about his identity. Kronos explained that when Naruto had prevented him from entering the minds of his son and Poseidon's, he had sent minions to gather information, revealing Naruto's formidable reputation. He declared Naruto to be the child of prophecy, destined to face great evil and determine the fate of the universe. Grover was confused by this prophecy, and Kronos elaborated, stating that Naruto was the one who would either protect or destroy everything. In the underworld, Hades expressed pride in his son being the child of prophecy, while Melano remarked on Hades' newfound ability to boast about Naruto's strength compared to Hercules. Talia, realizing the weight of the title Child of Prophecy, reflected on how Naruto had never mentioned it before, turning her gaze toward Kronos. Now, how will he fight him? At the demigod camp, Chiron addressed the group, referring to Naruto as the child of the prophecy. Mr. D found the situation intriguing. Selena inquired about the Jubi, to which Chiron explained that it was a beast considered the progenitor of the ninja world and a sign of the universe's beginning of the end if ever revived. It was said to lack ideals or feelings and was a natural, innate force. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, Poseidon expressed his surprise at Naruto being a child of the prophecy. Athena remarked that this explained his power, while Zeus was curious to see how Naruto would handle the situation with his father. Back in the fight, Chorus expressed confusion over Naruto's age, believing him to be 18 instead of Naruto simply stated that he did not need to explain himself. Chorus demanded Naruto's weapons, claiming he had nothing left to use against him since he had already relied on Perseus, who was ineffective. Naruto remained silent, prompting Chorus to conclude that this was his answer. Suddenly, Chorus's hand transformed into a magma claw and launched toward Naruto. Naruto observed the approaching claw and raised his hand, declaring, "Time arc, fast forward." In an instant, the magma cooled and solidified within seconds. "Vanish," he commanded, causing the solidified magma to disintegrate into golden-brown dust. Kronos growled in disbelief, questioning how Naruto had done that. Naruto calmly explained that battle was like a game of chess, where one must always think 2 steps ahead of their opponent. He shared that what the ancients called an intelligent fighter was one who not only won but excelled at winning effortlessly. Regarding Kronos' question, he mentioned it was merely a side effect of a new power he had gained from Kronos, the father of time. As he performed a one-handed seal, the diamond on his forehead began to glow. Time arc. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a wave of blue light, forming a dark blue bubble around him. The bubble expanded and turned black. When it disappeared, Naruto stood transformed into his 18-year-old self, handsome, tall, and athletic, with shoulder-length spiky black hair and divine red tattoos on both shoulders. He wore a black sleeveless shirt beneath armor that showcased his muscles, along with black pants, black shoes, fingerless gloves, and metal shin guards. His purple eyes opened, revealing his new form. In the underworld, Melano remarked that if he were not her half-brother, she would be more interested. Hades abruptly interrupted, insisting they focus on the fight, which was about to begin. Talia watched the new Naruto, blushing as she noted how handsome he had become. She managed to regain her composure but wondered how he had achieved this transformation. At the demigod camp, the girls, especially those from Aphrodite's cabin, were blushing uncontrollably, while the boys felt envious of him. Wow! He's more handsome than before. Look at his muscles. Chiron wiped the sweat from his brow, noting Naruto's newfound popularity among the girls. Mr. D commented on it as well. On Mount Olympus, Aphrodite told Artemis that she had predicted Naruto would become handsome. Artemis ignored her, stating he had warrior's eyes. Aphrodite teased her about liking someone, while Poseidon expressed his surprise at Naruto's abilities. Hestia was also amazed by his control over time, and Zeus wondered how many more surprises Naruto had in store. Back in the fight, Percy and Grover were left speechless. Percy acknowledged Annabeth's observation that Naruto could do anything. When they turned to her, They noticed her face was flushed as she gazed dreamily at Naruto. Grover called out to her, breaking her trance. Annabeth denied any romantic feelings, insisting Naruto was like a brother to her. Percy felt a wave of relief wash over him as they returned their attention to Naruto. Naruto faced Kronos, baring his sharp canine teeth. Kronos acknowledged Naruto's transformation but insisted it would not help him. Naruto responded with a visible burst of black chakra, unleashing an overwhelming killing intent that enveloped the beach, making it difficult for Percy, Annabeth, and Grover to breathe, even though the intent was not directed at them. Kronos remained unfazed but was taken aback by the display. "Are you ready?" Naruto asked, warning Kronos not to blink. Kronos's eyes widened as he sensed movement behind him. Naruto had vanished. In an instant, Naruto struck Kronos in the stomach, following up with a powerful right hook that sent him flying. With a burst of speed, Naruto appeared in front of Kronos, lifted him, and hurled him into the air before delivering a crushing blow from above. The impact sent shockwaves across the ocean, as everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Percy opened his eyes to find everyone safe. He questioned how this was possible, and Grover pointed out a transparent black shield protecting the beach. Annabeth asked who had created it, and Karasu, perched on her shoulder, revealed himself as the source. "Karasu!" Annabeth exclaimed. Percy inquired about the reason behind the shield, and Karasu explained it was to minimize damage. They turned their attention back to the fight, observing Naruto standing far from the now motionless Kronos. "Wake up," Naruto said flatly. "You can't fool me." Kronos laughed, rising to his feet. "That was a good hit," he admitted. "Now it's my turn." He extended his hand, palm up, and a fireball began to form in the air above it, initially just a spark but quickly growing to the size of a basketball. He threw it directly at Naruto's head. Just as the fireball was about to reach him, Naruto vanished, allowing the blazing orb to pass through him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Kronos and attempted to strike him. However, Kronos dodged, hitting Naruto in the throat and sending him crashing to the ground. Kronos glared at him, preparing another fireball, but Naruto quickly jumped and swept Kronos's legs out from under him, knocking him onto his back. Both of them stood up. Kronos charged forward, but stumbled back when a blast of sand struck him in the chest. However, it didn't stop him for long. As soon as the sand explosion cleared, he charged at Naruto again. Kronos clapped his hands, sending a shockwave directly at Naruto. When the shockwave hit, it sent him flying through several police cars, shattering glass in all directions until he finally crashed hard against a wall. Kronos appeared in front of Naruto, holding his hand up in preparation for the fireball. He asked if Naruto had one last word. Naruto pointed to the beach, and Kronos turned to see another Naruto standing there. He declared that reality was nothing but an illusion, and then disappeared in a flurry of crows. It was then revealed that Kronos was standing in front of Naruto, as if nothing had happened. Naruto explained that it was an illusion and that he now had time to change their battlefield. He appeared behind Kronos, holding out his hand and declaring they were leaving as a dimensional portal opened beneath their feet, and they vanished. Grover remarked that they had disappeared, while Annabeth asked Karasu where they were now. Karasu responded that he would show them. Suddenly, their surroundings began to change, and they found themselves in a new location. Percy questioned where they were, and Karasu informed them they were at the North Pole. Grover wondered why he didn't feel cold, to which Karasu replied it was an illusion. Annabeth then pointed in another direction, and both Percy and Grover turned to see Naruto and Kronos facing off. Kronos declared that if Naruto thought this cold place could weaken his magma, he was mistaken. He charged at Naruto, swinging his arm back with the intent to strike him. Naruto easily dodged the quick blow, delivering a counterstrike deep into Kronos' stomach, causing him to stagger slightly, though it didn't inflict much damage. They exchanged blows, the air around them crackling with energy and creating shockwaves. After a few minutes, they separated. Kronos shouted as he began to gather large amounts of magma in his hand, sending waves of it toward Naruto. At the same time, Naruto made a hand sign, summoning a spiraling vortex of water around him. The lava began to cool due to the cold water. He then formed another set of hand signs, creating a dragon made of water that roared at Kronos and attacked him. Kronos watched the water dragon approach and formed a large sword in his right hand using lava, slicing the dragon in half. He then remarked that it was true Naruto could control the 5 elements. A malicious smile spread across his face as his eyes turned golden. He declared that the playtime was over as a dark golden energy surrounded him, shooting out in small bursts. Naruto closed his eyes and agreed that the playtime was indeed over. He opened his eyes, revealing the Sharingan in both, and a powerful, dark energy emanated from him. Kronos thought to himself that Naruto's energy felt more sinister than his own. Both began to glow as their energies intensified, causing the ice beneath their feet to crack and melt. In the underworld, Hades and Melano sensed the aura of Naruto and Kronos. Melano expressed concern, noting that their energy was darker than Hades's. Hades acknowledged this but also recognized the divine nature within Naruto. Meanwhile, at the demigod camp, everyone found it hard to breathe, with some fainting. Clarice questioned what was happening, and Karan explained that they were feeling the powers of Kronos and Naruto. He noted that all demigods had sharper senses than mortals. Karan observed the screen, noting that Naruto was holding his own against Kronos. On Mount Olympus, the gods felt the powerful and malevolent energy coming from Naruto and Kronos. Hestia remarked that their energy was darker than Hades's, while Athena noted it felt both divine and demonic. Zeus stated they would have to do something about it, but Poseidon warned against intervening, fearing retaliation from Amaterasu. Athena reminded them that Hades and Chaos would also be displeased. As Naruto and Kronos continued to exchange blows, Naruto quickly found an opening and struck Kronos, sending him flying. Kronos stood up and acknowledged Naruto's power, inviting him to join him. Naruto firmly declined. Naruto expressed his dislike for being controlled, stating that his role was to control others. Kronos, acknowledging this, raised his hands to prepare a fireball. However, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him and took his hand, urging him to move as they both vanished through a dimensional door. They reappeared far from the North Pole, in a dense forest. Kronos looked around and asked Naruto where they were. Naruto informed him that they were in the Amazon rainforest, which would serve as their next battlefield. Kronos dismissed the terrain, confident that he could defeat Naruto anywhere. He charged forward with a punch, but Naruto ducked and landed a right hook to Kronos' stomach. The Titan deflected the blow and retaliated with a spinning kick, which Naruto blocked with his forearm. They both staggered back, then charged at each other with fists raised, the ground beneath them shaking from the force of their strikes. Kronos stepped back and unleashed a torrent of lava toward Naruto. Naruto leaped away from the approaching magma, which threatened to engulf him and destroyed everything in its path. He realized that if he did nothing, the lava would devastate the entire forest. With determination, he struck the ground, splitting the earth and causing the lava to fall into the chasm he created. He waved his hand, sealing the gap completely. Suddenly, a sword pierced through his chest, striking his heart. Kronos stood behind him, holding the weapon and declaring it was the end for Naruto. Talia, witnessing this, gasped in horror, tears streaming down her face as she called out to Naruto. However, she paused when she heard him laughing, as if nothing had happened. Confused, she wiped her tears and insisted they needed to talk about this. As cracks began to form around Naruto's body, he transformed into a pile of wood. Kronos was bewildered, questioning what had just occurred. Naruto emerged from within a tree, revealing it was a wooden clone, one of his favorite techniques. He then began to perform hand signs, invoking a powerful technique that caused trees to sprout from the ground and surge toward Kronos. Kronos attempted to destroy the growing trees with his magma, but it was futile as they continued to grow rapidly. He jumped back to avoid being engulfed, only to find the entire forest restored to its former glory. Naruto, donning a red and black glove, smiled and melded into a tree, reappearing behind Kronos to strike him again before retreating back into the wood. Kronos, enraged, summoned multiple fireballs and hurled them in various directions, demanding Naruto stop hiding. Meanwhile, observers noted the swirling tattoo forming on Kronos' body, with blood dripping from it. Mr. D remarked on the efficiency of Naruto's power, while Chiron nodded in agreement. Grover, watching the battle, was in awe, declaring it the best fight he had ever seen. Annabeth counted the number of fights they had witnessed, losing track as she watched Naruto and Kronos clash. Naruto emerged again, striking Kronos' arm, which began to turn to stone. Kronos was horrified, demanding to know what Naruto had done to him. Naruto explained that for mortals and monsters his weapon meant death, but for immortals, it meant a temporary petrification. He gestured, indicating it was time to leave as a dimensional door opened between them, and they vanished. In the underworld, Melano inquired about the significance of Naruto's weapon. Hades explained that it was called Hornet, a weapon that combined deadly substance with Naruto's power to create a potent poison. While it could kill mortals, it would petrify immortals temporarily. Melano asked how long the petrification lasted, and Hades replied it depended on Naruto's will and the strength of the individual affected. On Mount Olympus, Hephaestus admired the weapon but noted its potential danger to mortals. Poseidon remarked that only Hades could bestow such a weapon upon his children. As they watched Naruto and Kronos disappear again, Aphrodite questioned why they were changing locations. Athena explained it was to take advantage of their surroundings, first using the North Pole for water techniques, then the Amazon rainforest for cover. Back in the battle, thunder rumbled, and the ground shook as Naruto noted that Kronos' left shoulder had turned to stone. He taunted Kronos, who roared in anger, vowing to kill Naruto. Kronos stomped the ground, causing a massive fissure to open, summoning his minions from the cracks. These creatures were humanoid in shape, with two upper bodies joined at the back and two heads, wielding short swords. Alongside them were two-headed dogs and large scorpions, their bodies formed from molten magma and stone. Another monstrous figure emerged from the fissure, towering at 15 feet tall. He had a face resembling a bone, 3 fingers on each hand, and like others, his body was formed from molten magma and stone. Naruto found this intriguing. Kronos observed his left side, attempting to restore it to normal, knowing it would take some time. Suddenly, the giant lunged at Naruto, raising his hand to strike. Naruto, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, effortlessly caught the giant's hand. He then vanished and reappeared behind the giant as its hand fell, lava beginning to pour from its wound. Naruto glanced at the others before striking the ground in front of him, sending all of Kronos' minions flying. At the demigod camp, everyone witnessed a massive crater in the ground. Someone from Hermes' cabin exclaimed in awe, while Beckendorf remarked on Naruto's strength, comparing it to Hercules. Clarice noted that he was fighting alone against all the monsters. In the underworld, Hades watched proudly, declaring Naruto to be his son, while Melano acknowledged his impressive strength. On Mount Olympus, the gods observed as Naruto defeated Kronos' minions with his bare hands. Apollo exclaimed about Naruto's super strength, and Artemis added that he also possessed super speed. Hestia questioned what the parents were doing, and all eyes turned to Kronos. Zeus narrowed his eyes, realizing Kronos was trying to heal himself. Back in the battle, Kronos thought to himself that he needed just a few more minutes. He watched Naruto dismantling his minions, wondering how a demigod could wield such power. Naruto blocked a two-headed soldier's sword with his glove and then punched it in the face, completely destroying it. A scorpion launched its tail at him, but he easily dodged, kicking it down. 2 soldiers attacked him simultaneously, but he deftly avoided their strikes. He then caught the jaw of a two-headed dog that tried to bite him, scolding it before absorbing it into his personal dimension. Turning around, he found himself surrounded by minions. They lunged at him, but were all struck down by a black lightning bolt before they could reach him. Naruto stood amidst the chaos, black lightning crackling around his body. He vanished and reappeared far from them, leaving trails of light as the remaining minions fell to the ground. Facing the giant charging at him, Naruto used a burst of speed to appear above it, slicing it in half with black lightning. On Mount Olympus, Zeus shouted in disbelief, questioning how Hades' son could wield lightning. Poseidon pointed out that he hadn't shouted when using water techniques. Zeus insisted that even he couldn't use black lightning and wondered where Naruto had learned it. Meanwhile, Percy and Annabeth discussed the black lightning, with Annabeth asking if anyone had heard of it. Percy admitted he hadn't but was curious about how the lightning had destroyed the foes. Back in the fight, someone threw a sword at Naruto, which should have struck his heart but passed right through him. He welcomed the challenge back into the battle, addressing Kronos as grandfather. He noticed Kronos was now fully healed on his left side. Kronos, furious, declared there would be no more games. His eyes turned a golden yellow as magma began to cover his body, transforming him into a giant humanoid monster. Naruto observed the new Kronos, towering at 25 feet, with sharp teeth and golden eyes, his body made of red gold magma and black stone. Kronos opened his massive mouth, conjuring a large fireball and hurling it at Naruto. Naruto redirected the fireball using his space-time technique, sending it into the ocean. In a flash of speed, he vanished again, slicing off Kronos' right arm with wind chakra, but narrowed his eyes as he saw the arm regenerating. "This is futile, son of prophecy," Kronos taunted, sending another fireball at Naruto. Naruto deflected it again, opening his right palm and calling for his Princess of Death. A beautiful black katana appeared in his hand, which he swung, sending a wave of black energy toward Kronos. The attack struck Kronos, leaving a massive cut on his shoulder, from which golden magma began to flow. To Kronos' surprise, the wound did not heal. "How?" he gasped. "Any wound inflicted by the Princes of Death cannot heal easily. Their power disrupts healing," Naruto explained, sending another wave of energy. Kronos barely dodged the attack, crashing into a tree behind him. The tree began to lose its color, its leaves wilting and turning yellow as if life was being drained from it, until it turned to ash. In a fit of rage, Kronos unleashed a torrent of magma toward Naruto. Naruto raised his sword, invoking a black shield around him that effectively canceled Kronos' attack. "Now it's my turn," he declared, as his katana glowed with black energy. He slashed forward, unleashing an explosion of energy at Kronos. Kronos clapped his hands together, summoning a massive wall of magma in front of him. However, this proved to be a fatal mistake, as the explosion easily destroyed the wall and struck him. Kronos felt a sharp pain throughout his body as Naruto appeared above him, plunging his katana into Kronos' heart. "Goodbye," Naruto said, leaping to the ground and leaving the katana embedded in Kronos. The magma on Kronos' body began to solidify, causing his form to crumble, reverting him to his original state. "How?" Kronos thought, noticing the black katana lying nearby. "This is a powerful weapon." He stood up, glaring at Naruto, and declared that if he couldn't obtain the bolt and helm, he would take the katana from him. As he bent down to pick it up, a jolt of electricity surged through him, sending him flying back. Kronos rose, staring at his severely burned hand. "How is that possible? The Princess of Death is not just a weapon. She is part of my soul. Only I can wield her." Naruto's voice suddenly echoed from behind. With a swift motion, he plunged his katana into Kronos. As he withdrew the blade, Kronos' body collapsed to the ground, dissolving into magma. In an instant, Naruto vanished into the swirling vortex. Naruto appeared above the island, hovering in the air. He extended his hand, and a swirling ball of energy formed in his palm. It was black with 4 white rings encircling it. "Void-style, instant black hole," he declared, launching the sphere toward the island. Upon impact, the ball expanded, enveloping the entire island in its dark energy. Then it began to shrink, disappearing completely into a singular point. In its wake, only the sea remained where the island once stood. A faint smile crossed Naruto's face as he disappeared through the dimensional door. At the Half-Blood camp, the campers were left speechless by Naruto's final attack, while the Ares cabin was in shock. Clarice turned to her father, asking if Kronos was dead. Charon replied that Ares was a god and immortal, destined to be reformed on Mount Olympus. Talia breathed a sigh of relief, declaring it was finally over, though she reflected on Naruto's last attack, admitting she had never seen anything like it before. In the underworld, Hades and Melino watched as Naruto obliterated the entire island with the swirling black sphere. Melino expressed her admiration, and Hades agreed, appreciating Naruto's destructive style. On Mount Olympus, Poseidon expressed his surprise at the destruction of the island, turning to Zeus to ask if he had ever witnessed anything like it. Zeus shook his head in disbelief. Athena explained that the attack was a miniature version of a black hole, expanding and then collapsing to absorb everything within its range. Zeus and Poseidon acknowledged the danger of such an attack. Apollo observed Hephaestus deep in thought and inquired about his contemplation. Hephaestus mentioned Naruto's weapon, the black katana, and Artemis asked what he meant. Hephaestus pointed out the fate of Kronos upon touching the katana, and Apollo exclaimed in realization. Hephaestus speculated that it must be a defensive mechanism of the katana, pondering how to recreate it for their own weapons. Artemis agreed that it was a good idea to prevent anyone from stealing their weapon, while Apollo noted that Hades' child had many remarkable attributes. Back with Percy and the others, Percy acknowledged that it was over, to which Annabeth agreed. Suddenly, Naruto appeared before them from the dimensional door. Grover exclaimed in excitement about Naruto's incredible last attack, rambling on about it. Naruto thanked Grover for the compliment and turned to Annabeth and Percy, urging them to hurry as they had no time to waste. He reassured Annabeth that all of Olympus and the Half-Blood camp knew Percy was not a thief. When Percy questioned how that was possible, Naruto explained that they had been watching from the beginning. Just then, Naruto swiftly caught a fireball aimed at him. Everyone turned to see Kronos, wounded and furious, declaring that it was not over. He conjured a massive fireball, 10 times his size, and hurled it at Naruto. Annabeth, Percy, and Grover panicked as the enormous fireball approached, fearing for their lives. Naruto remained calm as the fireball crashed into them, enveloping the area in smoke. Kronos laughed maliciously, believing he had finally won. However, as the smoke cleared, he was met with the sight of a giant humanoid skeleton, missing its lower half, adorned with heavy chains and wielding a giant shield. In its third hand, it held a jar of sake. When the skeleton raised the shield, Kronos saw that Naruto and his friends were unharmed, surrounded by a dark aura. Naruto advanced, and the skeleton moved in tandem with him, its aura intensifying as it began to transform. It took on the appearance of a dark warrior, donning a black Oni mask with large horns, blood-red eyes, a sinister grin, and sharp teeth. The warrior's body was cloaked in a grand cape resembling Hades' own attire, and it held a large, circular shield that gleamed like a mirror. Naruto activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned Suso. At the Half-Blood camp, one camper questioned what was happening as fear spread among the others at the sight of the Dark Warrior. Clarice pointed out the shield in its hand, prompting Mr. D to confirm it was the Yada mirror. He explained its significance as one of the strongest shields, capable of adapting to any attack and rendering them ineffective. As the battle resumed, Kronos found himself ensnared in black chains emanating from Naruto's Susan. He struggled to free himself, but his efforts were in vain. Naruto warned him not to resist, explaining that the chains were crafted from a special substance capable of negating any ability or power. He pulled Kronos closer, locking him at eye level, and declared it was time to free Ares from his control. Inside Ares' mind, Naruto entered a war-torn landscape with a red sky, littered with arrows and swords. He soon encountered Ares, trapped in lava and unconscious. Behind Ares, a malevolent energy surged, revealing Kronos. "What are you doing here?" Kronos demanded angrily. "Your time is up," Naruto declared, determined to put an end to Kronos' reign. "First, I will defeat you, and then I will take your body." A blast of golden energy shot toward Naruto. Suddenly, a white shield formed around him, protecting him from Kronos. "This is pointless," Kronos declared as a diamond on his forehead began to shine. "Holy light!" Then everything turned white. Naruto's Susanoo dropped Kronos to the ground. Moments later, a red golden energy began to emanate from Kronos' body. After a brilliant flash, Kronos turned toward Ares. "I will never forget this." Kronos' voice echoed from the red-golden energy sphere hovering above Ares. Mark my, he was cut off as Susanoo moved its sword into the sphere. Naruto remarked that Kronos talked too much as the red-golden sphere absorbed the sword and then enveloped him in a jar of sake. Naruto allowed his Susanoo to disappear and knelt before Ares. He thought it was time and absorbed Ares into his personal dimension. Standing up, Naruto announced that time was up, his eyes glowing red with 9 commas in them. In Mount Olympus, Naruto declared that time was up. All the gods watched the large red symbol on the screen, which then faded into white light. Apollo commented that the show was over, and Hephaestus agreed. Hestia asked Zeus if he saw a shield and a sword in Naruto's hand, to which Zeus nodded and identified them as Yata mirror and Totsuka sword. Hephaestus explained that the shield could stop anything, while the sword could seal everything. Aphrodite inquired about Ares and the Master Bolt, and Poseidon assured them they would know soon. Talia noticed that Kronos was gone and realized it was truly over. She looked at Naruto and remarked that his last technique was terrifying. The screen in front of her vanished in an instant. At the demigod camp, the front screen disappeared into bright light. Selena asked if it was really over, and Beckendorf believed it was. Chiron noted that their father was finally gone, while Mr. D commented on the battle being very interesting. Naruto appeared before Percy and the others, stating that it was over. In a brilliant flash of light, he returned to his 14-year-old self and fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover rushed to his side. Annabeth asked if he was okay, and Naruto explained that the transformation required too much energy and that he needed to practice his powers more. Percy questioned if it was truly over since Kronos was gone, but Naruto insisted that it wasn't. He explained that Kronos was in Tartarus and that he had only sealed a part of him. Additionally, their quest was not finished. They needed to return the Master Bolt to Zeus. Grover apologized for not thinking of that, and Naruto pointed out the unconscious officers, calling for Karasu. Karasu flew from Annabeth's shoulder to Naruto's, her left eye transforming into Mangekyo Sharingan. With a command, a flock of crows appeared around them, each entering the bodies of the unconscious officers and reporters. Percy asked what she had done, and Naruto explained that she had altered their memories as he began to walk away. Grover asked where he was going, and Naruto replied that he was heading to the underworld to return Helm to his father. He turned to Percy, stating that this was his only chance to prove his innocence to the media. Percy questioned him, but by then, Naruto had already vanished. In the underworld, Melano asked Hades if he saw something like this. Hades confirmed it was called Susanoo, one of the strongest armors. He noted that Naruto's mother could use this technique, but her version was different. Suddenly, the Furies appeared in the throne room, addressing Hades. They asked if they could retrieve the helm from the young master, but Hades informed them that he was coming to them. They nodded and disappeared in a puff of black smoke. Melano mentioned that the young master had called for his younger brother, and suddenly, Naruto appeared before them, holding the Helm of Darkness in his left hand. He tossed it to Hades, stating it was his. Melano excitedly called out to him, and Naruto acknowledged her. She asked if she could borrow his chimera for a few days, but Naruto suggested he had better options. He held out his hand, and a two-headed dog appeared from a swirling vortex. "This is for you," he said. Hades recognized it as the servant of Kronos, but Naruto explained he had reprogrammed it, and for now, it would be her pet. Melano thanked him for the gift, and Naruto assured her it was no problem. A dimensional door opened behind him, and when Hades asked where he was going, Naruto replied it was for personal business, promising to see him soon before disappearing through the door. Melano looked at her new pet and cheerfully named it Fluppy. In Naruto's personal dimension, he stood on one of the circular platforms. With a hand gesture, a wooden stick rose from the ground. He extended his hand, and a red golden sphere appeared in his palm, which he placed on the wooden stick. Karasu asked what he was going to do with it. Naruto explained that he could obtain both the DNA and powers of Kronos with this sphere. He smiled, stating that he would implant Kronos's power and DNA into himself because the loss of someone is the gain of another. In the aftermath, Annabeth, Percy, and Grover were unaware of what Naruto had done, but everything seemed normal for Percy. According to LA News, the explosion at Santa Monica Beach occurred when a crazed kidnapper fired a shotgun at a police car, accidentally hitting a gas line that had broken during an earthquake. This kidnapper, known as Ares, was the same man who had kidnapped Percy and 2 other teenagers in New York and taken them on a 10-day odyssey of terror across the country. Percy Jackson was not an international criminal after all. He had caused a commotion on a Greyhound bus in New Jersey while trying to escape his captor. Ultimately, the brave Percy had taken a weapon from his captor in Los Angeles and fought back on the beach. The police arrived just in time, but in the spectacular explosion, 5 police cars were destroyed, and the kidnapper had fled. No deaths had occurred. Percy Jackson and his 2 friends were safe under police custody. The reporters fed the story, and they nodded, acting tearful and exhausted, playing the role of victimized children for the cameras. Percy held back tears as he expressed his longing to see his loving stepfather again. Every time he saw him on television, calling him a delinquent punk, he felt that somehow they would be okay. He knew his stepfather would want to reward everyone in the beautiful city of Los Angeles with a free appliance from his store. He even provided a phone number. The police and reporters were so moved that they passed the hat, raising money for 3 tickets on the next flight to New York. "That was easy," Annabeth remarked. Grover agreed, unsure of what Naruto had done. Percy expressed gratitude, acknowledging that thanks to Naruto, they were all safe and free. Annabeth pointed out that they were still in the realm of the Lord of the Sky. Naruto, who had suddenly appeared beside them, reassured them that he had the master pin and that they had nothing to worry about. Percy was surprised to see Naruto sitting next to Annabeth, dressed in casual civilian clothing. Annabeth questioned Naruto about not having a ticket. He smiled and replied that he didn't need one, then stood up and walked away. When Percy asked where he was going, Naruto simply stated he had something to do. Naruto found another seat between a man in a white suit and a woman in a blue suit. He sat down and remarked that he hadn't known gods needed planes to travel. They smiled at him, and the man introduced himself as Ether, the ancient god of the upper air, while the woman introduced herself as Hemera, the goddess of day. Ether expressed their high hopes for Naruto, placing a hand on each of his shoulders, causing him to glow for a moment. Hemera presented him with a gift, wishing him good luck. Naruto thanked them, and just like that, they vanished without a trace. He found it interesting as his eyes began to shine. They arrived safely at LaGuardia Airport, where local press awaited them outside security. However, they managed to evade the reporters thanks to Naruto's illusion. They reached the taxi stand, and Percy looked at Grover and Annabeth, insisting they return to Half-Blood Hill. Though they protested, he reminded them that it was his and Naruto's quest, and they needed to complete the last part alone. They nodded in agreement, and Annabeth wished them well as Grover confirmed their decision. The 2 took a taxi to Half-Blood Hill. Percy turned to Naruto, asking what they would do next. Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, and they vanished in a swirl of vortex. They appeared in front of the lobby of the Empire State Building. Percy looked disheveled, his clothes torn and his face scraped, while Naruto appeared perfectly fine. They approached the guard at the reception. Percy requested to go to the 600th floor. The guard, engrossed in a large book featuring a wizard on the cover, informed him that no such floor existed. Percy insisted he needed an audience with Zeus. The guard gave him a blank smile, stating there were no appointments and that Lord Zeus did not see anyone without notice. Before Percy could respond, Naruto interjected, expressing his desire to visit the 6th floor. His Sharingan eyes spun rapidly, causing the guard's eyes to turn red. The guard stood up, retrieved a key card from his desk, and handed it to Naruto, instructing him to insert it into the security slot and ensure no one else was in the elevator with them. Naruto took the card and exclaimed they were ready to go. Percy thought how easy it was for Naruto and wished he could do the same. They followed the guard's instructions, and as soon as the elevator doors closed, Naruto slid the key into the slot. The card vanished, and a new red button labeled 600 appeared on the console. Percy pressed it and waited. Soft music played in the background. Finally, the elevator dinged and the doors opened. Percy felt his heart race as they stepped out onto a narrow stone walkway suspended in midair. Below them lay Manhattan, visible from an airplane's height. Before them, white marble steps spiraled into a cloud, leading up to the sky. Percy's eyes followed the staircase to its end, where he struggled to comprehend what he saw. Naruto explained that this was Olympus. From the clouds rose the decapitated peak of a mountain, its summit covered in snow. Dozens of multi-level palaces clung to the mountainside, forming a city of mansions adorned with white columned porticos, golden terraces, and bronze braziers glowing with 1,000 flames. Roads twisted crazily to the top, where the largest palace sparkled against the snow. Gardens flourished with olive trees and shrubs, and an open-air market bustled with colorful shops. An amphitheater carved into the mountainside, a racetrack, and a coliseum were visible. It was an ancient Greek city, but not in ruins. It was new, clean, and vibrant, reminiscent of Athens from 25 years ago. Percy thought to himself that this place couldn't possibly exist, suspended above New York City like a billion-ton asteroid. How could something like this be anchored above the Empire State Building, visible to millions, and go unnoticed? Naruto explained that they were gods, so anything was possible for them. Percy, still in disbelief, wondered how this was even feasible. Naruto remarked that he was easy to read. Their journey through Olympus was a whirlwind. They passed by wood nymphs laughing and tossing olives from their garden, some gazing dreamily at Naruto. Street vendors offered them ambrosia on a stick, new shields, and genuine replicas of golden fabric from the Golden Fleece, as seen on Hephaestus TV. The 9 muses were tuning their instruments for a concert in the park, drawing a small crowd of satyrs, naiads, and a group of attractive teenagers who could have been minor gods and goddesses. No one seemed concerned about an impending civil war. In fact, everyone seemed to be in a festive mood. Many turned to watch them pass and whispered among themselves, while some sought autographs from Naruto and Percy. They made their way up the main road toward the Grand Palace at the top, a mirror image of the palace in the underworld. While Hades' domain had been dark and bronze, this place shone with white and silver. Percy realized that Hades must have built his palace to resemble this one. He was unwelcome in Olympus except during the winter solstice, so he had created his own version of Olympus underground. Naruto remarked that it must be his father's favorite place. Percy nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Hades despite his own negative experiences with him. Being exiled from such a magnificent place seemed truly unfair, and he thought someone could easily become bitter in that situation. The steps led to a central courtyard, beyond which lay the throne room. Room hardly described it. The space made Grand Central Station seem like a broom closet. Towering columns reached up to a vaulted ceiling, adorned with moving constellations in gold. 12 thrones, crafted for beings the size of Hades, were arranged in an inverted U, reminiscent of the cabins at Camp Half-Blood. A massive fire crackled in the central fireplace. The thrones were empty except for 2 at the end, the main throne on the right and another to its immediate left. Percy didn't need to be told who the 2 gods seated there were. As he and Naruto approached, his legs trembled. The gods appeared as colossal humans, much like Hades, but Percy could barely look at them without feeling a tingling sensation, as if his body were beginning to ignite. In contrast, Naruto regarded them calmly. Zeus, the lord of the gods, wore a dark blue pinstripe suit and sat on a simple throne made of solid platinum. His well-groomed beard was gray and black, resembling a storm cloud. His face was proud, handsome, and somber, with stormy gray eyes. As they drew closer, the air crackled with energy and smelled of ozone. The god seated beside him was undoubtedly his brother, but he was dressed quite differently. He reminded Percy of a lifeguard from Key West, wearing leather sandals, khaki Bermuda shorts, and a Tommy Bahama shirt adorned with coconuts and parrots. His deeply tanned skin and hands bore the marks of an old fisherman. His hair was black, like Percy's, and his face held a familiar melancholic expression, but his green eyes, like Percy's, were framed by sun-worn wrinkles. His throne resembled a deep-sea fisherman's chair, simple and swivel-based, with a black leather seat and a built-in holder for a fishing rod. Instead of a rod, It held a bronze trident that flickered with green light at its tips. The gods remained still and silent, their gazes fixed on Percy and especially on Naruto. Percy approached the fisherman's throne and knelt at his feet, addressing him as father. He dared not look up, his heart racing as he felt the immense power radiating from the two gods. He had no doubt that one wrong word could turn him to dust. To his left, Zeus spoke, reminding him that he should first address the master of the house. He then turned to Naruto, questioning why he wasn't bowing. Naruto simply stated that he didn't want to. Zeus's anger flared. Poseidon intervened, urging calm and stirring warm memories within Percy the comforting sensation of this god's hand on his forehead when he was a baby. Zeus's voice cut through the tension as he addressed Naruto, who interrupted him by presenting Ares, who suddenly collapsed in front of them, still unconscious. Zeus exclaimed in alarm, demanding to know what had happened to Ares. Naruto explained that Ares was merely sleeping due to his illusion and would wake up shortly. As Ares began to murmur in his sleep, Zeus's frustration grew, while Poseidon struggled to suppress a laugh. Percy watched in disbelief, and Poseidon finally burst into laughter. Poseidon expressed his fondness for Naruto, who managed to contain his own amusement. Zeus, still angry, called out to Ares, who quickly stood up, realizing he was in Olympus, facing Zeus and Poseidon, as well as Naruto and Percy. Ares thought to himself how waking from a great dream to find himself in a nightmare was quite unfortunate. Zeus pressed Ares for an explanation of his actions, and Ares reluctantly admitted that he wasn't entirely responsible, attributing his behavior to Kronos' influence. Zeus narrowed his eyes and commanded Ares to return, promising to discuss his punishment later. Ares complied, turning to Naruto to express his gratitude for saving him from Kronos, acknowledging him as a great warrior. Naruto was taken aback by the compliment. Ares then directed his attention to Percy, declaring that he had completely humiliated him and sealed his fate. He warned Percy that every time he raised his sword in battle, he would feel Ares' curse. With that, Ares vanished. Percy turned to Naruto, confused about why Ares seemed to harbor animosity toward him instead of Naruto. Poseidon stepped in to clarify, explaining that Percy had wounded Ares' pride by defeating him, which was humiliating for the god. In contrast, Naruto had never fought Ares directly. It was Perseus who had battled him and emerged as a hero. Poseidon noted that Naruto had specifically saved Ares from Kronos' mind control. Percy found this revelation exciting. Zeus, however, interrupted, stating that it was enough and turning his attention back to Naruto, indicating he had a question for him. "Where did you learn to use black lightning?" Zeus demanded, his voice booming with authority. Naruto replied, "Why do you want to know?" "Answer my question," Zeus insisted, anger evident in his tone. "Lightning is my element, so I have the right to know." Poseidon murmured to himself, "He's upset because he can't use black lightning." Percy overheard and struggled to suppress a laugh. Naruto stated, "I was born with it." "What? A child of Hades born with lightning?" Zeus exclaimed, astonished. "I've never heard of such a thing." "Then again, you are the child of the prophecy." "It was the child of the prophecy," Naruto corrected him. "And I don't believe in prophecies." Poseidon and Zeus were taken aback. "Nor do I believe in fate or destiny. We can change our destiny. We can forge our own paths. Because not everything is set in stone." "Interesting child," Poseidon thought. "All right," Zeus said, "now give me my bolt." "It's not that simple," Naruto replied. "If you want your weapon, you have to give me something in return." "What is he thinking?" Percy wondered. "This kid has guts," Poseidon thought. "What?" Zeus shouted, shaking the foundations of Olympus. His eyes glowed electric blue with fury. "Give me my bolt. It's your quest. You're a hero." "But I'm not a hero," Naruto said calmly. Zeus, Poseidon, and Percy were surprised by this. "I'm a ninja, and ninjas don't work for free. You'll have to pay me something because I'm not cheap." "Arrogant child," Zeus roared at Naruto, his blue aura flaring. Percy instinctively stepped back from Naruto. "I could end you for your disrespectful behavior." No, you can't. What? If you killed me, you'd have to answer to my father, my grandmother, and my great-grandfather, Naruto declared, his eyes glowing red. And there's one more thing, I'm not easy to kill. He ignited his own dark aura. The powers of their auras clashed, creating a palpable tension in the air. Percy found it hard to breathe under the pressure and fell to his knees. Poseidon placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Breathe deeply, Percy, he instructed. Percy nodded, feeling somewhat better. Poseidon observed Naruto and Zeus, thinking, this child has immense power, and it's still growing. His aura matches Zeus's easily, but again, my brother isn't using all his power. Both of them reignited their auras, making the air even heavier. Olympus began to tremble, and then, suddenly, everything stopped. You are brave, child of Hades, Zeus said, his and Naruto's auras fading. So, what do you want in return? Money. I don't need money. Then take this, Zeus said, opening his palm to reveal a blue sphere crackling with electricity. He sent it toward Naruto. The blue sphere entered Naruto's body, and for a few moments, his entire form glowed with black lightning. Thank you, Naruto said. I believe this is yours. He summoned a master bolt. I can always help you if you pay me well. I'll think about it, Zeus replied as the master bolt flew into his hand. When he closed his fist, the metallic designs glowed with electricity until he held what resembled a classic lightning bolt, a 20-foot spear of crackling energy. We will meet again in the future, child of Hades. Now, I must go somewhere personally. He rose from his throne and looked at Percy. You've done well, boy. Only a few heroes have achieved this. I had help, sir, Percy said. Grover Underwood and Annabeth Chase. Whatever, Zeus interrupted. But don't boast about flying again. Next time, I won't be merciful. Thunder shook the palace, and with a blinding flash of lightning, Zeus was gone. Your uncle, Poseidon sighed, has always had a talent for dramatic exits. I think he would have done well as the god of theater. Interesting teleportation style, Naruto remarked. But mine is better. Percy let out a sigh of relief. He asked Naruto, how did you do that? It's simple. I know how to talk to people like him. People like him? People like my grandfather, Naruto explained. Zeus and my grandfather have similar personalities. After that, Percy didn't ask any more questions. Poseidon turned to Naruto. Thank you for saving my son, he said. What do you want as a reward? If you really want to reward me, Naruto replied, then I want to touch your weapon, the trident. Both Percy and Poseidon were taken aback by his request. Why? It's the weapon of the last big three, and I need to touch it. Very well, Poseidon said, and his trident began to float. Suddenly, it shrank in size and flew toward Naruto. Naruto caught the trident with his right hand and began to examine it. This is a really powerful weapon, he said, but no one noticed that his eyes glowed red for a brief moment. Thank you. Then the trident returned to Poseidon. I have fulfilled your request, Poseidon said, and this is your reward for stopping your father. A bubble of water formed around Naruto, shining brightly before dissolving into tiny water particles. Thank you, uncle, Naruto said before turning to Percy. I'll see you later. Besides, I have a feeling your father wants to speak with you. Alone. He left the throne room, leaving Percy alone with his father. An awkward silence filled the air. Father, Percy began. Naruto glanced back at the entrance of the throne room. How can I help you? He asked, turning away. He noticed a girl of 8 with reddish-brown hair and warm, welcoming red eyes. She wore a simple brown dress or tunic with a scarf wrapped around her head. You are unique, child of Hades, she said. Thank you, Naruto replied. And who are you? I am Hestia, goddess of the hearth, home, and family. You are Aunt Hestia. Aunt. It feels strange given your age. I'm surprised you find it strange. I thought you knew that not everything you see is always what it seems, Hestia remarked, alluding to her true age. Yes, you're right, Naruto said with a smile. How can I help you? Having sworn to remain a virgin forever, I have no children, And I know you will do many wonderful things in the future, Hestia said. You may not have my blood, but I want to claim you as my son. I would be happy to be your son, Naruto replied. Hestia smiled and took his hand. A red flame-like aura began to surround Naruto, enveloping him. When it cleared, the symbol of a home appeared around him for a brief moment. Thank you, Naruto said. You're welcome. I expect great things from you, Hestia said. I believe your discussion has concluded. Good luck in the future. With that, she vanished in a flash of light. Naruto saw Percy, so he disappeared and reappeared behind him, placing a hand on Percy's shoulder. What? Percy exclaimed, jumping in surprise before realizing it was Naruto. Don't do that, Naruto. Ignoring him completely, Percy asked about his father. Percy mentioned that his dad regretted giving him the fate of a hero because he was born. Naruto advised Percy to follow his guidance, suggesting they could change their destiny. Percy nodded in agreement. As they walked back through the city of the gods, conversations faded. The muses stopped their concert, and people, satyrs and naiads turned to them, their faces filled with respect and gratitude. As they passed, many knelt, treating them as if they were heroes. Naruto noticed several women blushing, and some of the younger ones looked at him with admiration. He thought to himself that he didn't need fans. He placed a hand on Percy's shoulder and urged him to move as a black flame enveloped them both. The flame surged and then transformed into a flock of crows, disappearing completely. The crowd was left in awe, realizing that they had vanished. From his throne room, Poseidon observed Naruto's dramatic exit, reflecting that he was much like Zeus but believed Naruto's technique surpassed that of his brother. Naruto and Percy appeared in front of Percy's mother's apartment. Percy turned to Naruto, noticing a dimensional door behind him. He asked if Naruto would come home with him, but Naruto shook his head, stating he would see Percy at Camp Half-Blood, sensing he would be there soon. Percy smiled and nodded, and then Naruto vanished through the dimensional door. Percy rang the doorbell and was greeted by his beautiful mother, who smelled of mint and licorice. She expressed her relief and joy at seeing him. In his personal dimension, Naruto appeared with a smile on his face. He looked at the circular platforms and began to jump from one to another. After a few minutes, he landed on a larger platform with 3 pillars, each topped with a small jar. 2 jars were filled with energy, while one was empty. Naruto approached the empty jar and placed a hand on it, his eyes shining as it filled with sky-blue energy, resembling water. The trident symbol appeared on the pillar. He remarked to himself that it was a small part of Poseidon's trident. Then he turned to the next pillar, which held a jar containing darkness, marked with Hades' symbol. He noted it was part of his father's helm of darkness. Finally, on the last pillar, marked with Zeus' symbol, was a jar containing crackling blue electricity. He recognized it as the last part of the most powerful weapon, Zeus' Master Bolt. Karasu, perched on his shoulder, asked what he intended to do with the jars. Naruto mentioned he had something in mind but would need to find someone first. When Karasu inquired who that might be, Naruto explained he was looking for the Cyclopes who forged the weapons of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, but he decided to postpone that for now. He then vanished in a swirl of vortex. Upon arriving at Half-Blood Hill, Percy saw Chiron, Annabeth, and Grover waiting for him at Talia's tree. He noticed Naruto was missing and asked where he was. Annabeth thought he was with Percy, while Grover reassured them that Naruto would be fine, as he was Naruto. Chiron agreed and encouraged them to celebrate Percy's victory. Percy asked why they were celebrating, and Chiron explained that he was the first hero to return alive to Half-Blood Hill since Luke. Meanwhile, Naruto stood atop a hill, gazing at the sunrise, which painted the sky in 1,000 colors. Someone beside him commented on its beauty. Naruto recognized his grandmother, Amaterasu, and smiled at her. She asked if he was ready for his training journey, to which he affirmed. She promised to pick him up at the end of summer before disappearing in black flames. Back at Camp Half-Blood, campers began to notice Percy and his friend's arrival, gathering at the gates to congratulate them. They expressed their excitement over Percy's achievements, but soon began to ask about Naruto's absence. Just as Chiron was about to respond, Naruto appeared through a dimensional door, apologizing for being late. After a moment of silence, a camper from Hermes' cabin shouted in excitement, and soon everyone surrounded Naruto, eager to ask him questions about his recent adventures. Clarice and her cabin approached him, creating a tense atmosphere. Clarice unexpectedly thanked him for saving her father, surprising everyone with her behavior. Naruto responded simply, breaking the tension, and the campers resumed their chatter. Clarice glanced at Percy before turning away. Chiron then announced a grand celebration to honor their heroes, prompting cheers from everyone except Aries' cabin. Suddenly, the campers gasped as symbols appeared above the returning heroes, including Naruto, who bore an additional symbol, the heart, representing Hestia. Chiron expressed his astonishment, noting that Hestia had no children. Naruto explained that he had met her on Olympus, where she claimed him as her son, which left everyone in shock. He casually mentioned it wasn't a big deal before vanishing in a flurry of crows. Mr. D expressed his surprise, while Naruto reappeared in front of Talia's tree. He placed a hand on the tree, feeling a connection, and found himself face to face with Talia. She greeted him with a smile and embraced him tightly, relieved that he was safe. After releasing him, she looked at him with concern. That had been the best battle Talia had ever seen. She acknowledged it, and then asked what had happened in Olympus. Naruto explained everything to her. A few minutes later, Talia sought clarification. She expressed her disbelief that Naruto had given his weapon to her father while demanding something in return. She noted that he was still alive. Naruto confirmed this, sharing that both he and Poseidon had granted him their blessings, and that Hestia had claimed him as her adopted son. Talia was surprised by this revelation, realizing that this was not Naruto's true age. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks as she recalled Naruto's older self. Naruto nodded, explaining that he had aged after transporting to this dimension. He noticed her blush deepening and playfully asked if she liked the face of his older self. Talia's face turned even redder, and she dismissed it with a flustered remark before recalling something important. She exclaimed, recalling the battle when Kronos had stabbed him in the heart, expressing her fear that he had died. Naruto raised his hands defensively, apologizing but insisting it had been necessary. He saw her calming down and presented her with a gift. When she asked about it, he explained that he had spoken with his father about her, but unfortunately, there was no way to free her. However, he had learned something important. He counted to 3, and the landscape around them began to darken and dissolve into nothingness. Slowly, the scenery cleared, revealing Talia standing in lush green grass, surrounded by rolling hills. The sky was a soft blue with fluffy white clouds, and a beautiful tree stood nearby. The air was fragrant with the sense of spring, grass, and flowers. Talia was astonished and questioned what this place was. Naruto informed her that it was Limbo. When she asked how he had changed it, he explained that since one could not escape Limbo, he had transformed it for her. In a moment of unexpected intimacy, Naruto and Talia shared a kiss, deepening their connection. After parting, Talia whispered her gratitude, and Naruto, with a slight blush, mentioned he had something to tell her. He took a deep breath and revealed that he would be going on a training journey with his grandmother. Talia was shocked and asked why. Naruto explained that it was to control his power and that while he hadn't received anything useful from his father for her, he was confident he would find something from his grandmother. She smiled and inquired when he would leave. He replied that it would be at the end of summer, reassuring her that they had plenty of time, during which he would teach her something important: how to fight properly. As he vanished and reappeared in a fighting stance, he challenged her to come at him with everything she had. Meanwhile, Chiron announced the celebration for Percy, Annabeth, and Naruto, who had completed the first quest in 2 years. The festivities were grand, with everyone treating them as if they had won a reality TV contest. According to camp tradition, they wore laurel crowns at a feast held in their honor before proceeding to the bonfire to burn the burial shrouds made by their cabins during their absence. Annabeth's shroud was a beautiful gray silk adorned with embroidered owls. Percy, being the son of Poseidon, had no cabin mate, so Ares' cabin had volunteered to create his shroud, painting a large smiley face with crossed-out eyes around the border and the word "loser" in bold letters in the center. Percy found it amusing to burn. Naruto, like Percy, had no cabin mate, but some girls from camp, mainly from Aphrodite's cabin, made his shroud. It was a stunning silver and black piece featuring Hades' symbol in the center, surrounded by symbols of chaos, Hestia, and Amaterasu in a triangular formation. Percy questioned Annabeth about why Naruto received a shroud but not him, to which she replied that everyone was part of Naruto's fan club. Percy observed the girls gazing at Naruto with admiration and felt a mix of jealousy and pity for him. As the Apollo cabin led the songs and festivities, Percy found himself surrounded by his old cabin mates from Hermes, Annabeth's friends from Athena, and Grover's satyr friends, who admired his new seeker license awarded by the Council of Elders. The council had praised Grover's bravery during the quest. Unlike previous gatherings, everyone was dancing and singing together. The only ones not enjoying the celebration were Clarice and her cabin mates, whose resentful glares indicated they would never forgive Percy for dishonoring their father. Percy was fine with that. Meanwhile, Naruto sat away from the festivities in the branches of a tree. Hestia approached him, asking why he wasn't at the party. He replied that he didn't like parties. Hestia smiled and sat beside him, breaking the silence after a few moments. She inquired about the true thief of the lightning bolt, expressing her surprise at his knowledge of Ares not being the culprit. Naruto confirmed that the thief was a demigod from the camp and that they couldn't act against him without evidence. He assured her that the truth would soon be revealed. As they spoke, they heard Mr. D's voice announcing that the little brat hadn't gotten himself killed and would now have an even bigger head. He continued with other announcements, mentioning that there would be no canoe races that Saturday. Hestia noted that Dionysus didn't seem to like Percy as they watched the campers return to their cabins, bidding Naruto farewell. And she vanished from there. Naruto observed the campers and melted into the shadows. A week after the search, he noticed Percy, Annabeth, and Grover engaged in conversation. He approached them and asked how they were doing, turning to Percy to inquire about his stepfather. Percy was taken aback, as his mother had told him that Gabe had mysteriously disappeared from the face of the earth. She had reported him missing to the police. Naruto interrupted Percy, stating that he had his own way of things. Annabeth and Grover exchanged confused glances. Grover asked what they were talking about, but Percy dismissed it as nothing. Naruto then called out to Annabeth, who responded eagerly. He urged her to come with him, placing a hand on her shoulder before they both vanished into thin air. Percy wondered what Naruto wanted with her, while Grover admitted he didn't know. They reappeared in front of Talia's tree. Annabeth asked what they were doing there. Naruto explained that he had something for her, placing a hand on her, causing her to glow slightly. He instructed her to close her eyes and place her hand on the tree. As she followed his instructions, she felt a pull, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in front of Talia, surrounded by lush green hills. Talia expressed her surprise at Annabeth being there and inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. Naruto materialized beside them, asking if she liked his gift and if she enjoyed her new power. Annabeth realized what he meant, and Naruto reassured her that she could meet with Talia whenever she wished. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Annabeth thanked him, and he faded away. On the 4th of July, the entire camp gathered on the beach for a fireworks display at Cabin 9. As children of Hephaestus, they were determined to put on a spectacular show. They anchored a barge on the shore, loaded with rockets the size of Patriot missiles. Annabeth, who had seen the show before, explained that the explosions would be sequenced so closely that they would resemble animated frames across the sky. The grand finale was supposed to feature two towering Spartan warriors coming to life over the ocean, battling before exploding into a million colors. While Naruto watched Annabeth and Percy set up a picnic blanket, Grover approached to say goodbye. He was dressed in his usual jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers, but he had started to look older, almost like a high school student. His beard had thickened, and he had gained weight. His horns had grown at least an inch, forcing him to wear his Rasta hat constantly to pass as human. He announced that he was leaving, just stopping by to say goodbye. Percy tried to feel happy for him, knowing it was a rare occasion for a satyr to be allowed to search for the great god Pan. However, saying goodbye was difficult because Grover was his best friend. Annabeth hugged him and playfully told him to keep his fake feet, while Naruto presented Grover with a golden flute adorned with a black dragon. Grover was amazed and asked what it could do. Naruto smiled, wishing him good luck on his journey. Grover mentioned that he had a secret destination in mind and expressed a wish that his friends could join him, but he knew it wasn't possible. Annabeth checked to ensure he had enough supplies for his trip, and Grover teased her about being like an old mother goat. He grabbed his staff and slung a backpack over his shoulder, looking like any hitchhiker you might see on a road in the United States, a far cry from the little boy Percy and Naruto used to defend from bullies at Yansei Academy. He wished them luck, hugged Annabeth again, patted Percy on the shoulder, and said goodbye to Naruto before heading off across the dunes. The fireworks lit up the sky, Hercules battling the Nemean lion, Artemis chasing the boar, and George Washington, who, by the way, was a son of Athena, crossing the Delaware. Percy called out to Grover as he disappeared into the trees, wishing him good luck wherever he was headed. Annabeth remarked that they would see him again, but Percy struggled to believe it, recalling that no seeker had returned in 2,000 years. Naruto reassured him that everything would be fine, and Percy nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. During the past July, Naruto spent his days training with Taliah and honing his own skills. He also received some advice from Dionysus regarding his Mokuton training. Meanwhile, Percy focused on devising new strategies for capture the flag and forming alliances with other cabins to keep the banner out of Ares' hands. He successfully climbed to the top of the climbing wall for the first time without being burned by lava. Now, Percy was in his cabin, contemplating the oracle. He tried to convince himself that his prophecy had been fulfilled. He would go west and face the god who had turned. He had found what was stolen and returned it safely. Yet he was still troubled by the line about being betrayed by someone who called him a friend. Ares had pretended to be his friend before betraying him, which he believed was what the oracle meant. He reflected on the final line about not being able to save what mattered most. He had failed to save his mother, but he knew it was because she had given up on herself, and he believed that was the right choice. So why was he still restless? It was the last night of summer session. The campers shared one final meal together, burning part of their dinner for the gods. At the campfire, the senior counselors delivered the end-of-summer accounts. Percy received his own leather necklace, black in color with a shimmering sea-green bead at its center. Luke announced that the choice was unanimous, stating that this bead commemorated the first son of the sea at the camp and the quest he undertook in the darkest depths of the underworld to prevent a war. The entire camp stood and applauded, even the cabin of Ares felt compelled to join in. The cabin of Athena led Annabeth to the front to share in the applause. Naruto stood by Taliah's tree, reflecting on his own leather necklace. It was completely dark, with the symbol of Hades in the center, surrounded by other symbols arranged in a triangle. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Naruto's mind, calling him. He acknowledged his father telepathically, agreeing to come to the underworld. Naruto disappeared and reappeared in front of Chiron, who was with Mr. D. He called out to Chiron, who turned to him and asked what he could do for him. Naruto informed him that he was going to the underworld to speak with his father. Chiron permitted him to go, and Naruto vanished through a dimensional door. In the underworld, Naruto arrived in Hades' throne room, where he saw his father seated on the throne. He greeted Hades, who inquired why the true thief had not yet been punished, reminding Naruto that he had promised to handle it. Naruto explained that he had a plan but needed evidence before making accusations. Hades nodded, asking if he could know the thief's identity. Naruto assured him he would find out soon, mentioning that the thief was from the camp. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. It was his sister, Melano. Naruto greeted her warmly, and she asked if he was free. She suggested they exchange their illustration techniques, to which Naruto happily agreed. Back at Half-Blood Camp, Percy arrived at the sword-fighting arena and spotted Luke. Luke was practicing alone, skillfully taking down training dummies with a sword Percy had never seen before. The blade had two types of metal, one side was bronze and the other was tempered steel. Percy watched in fascination as Luke demonstrated his impressive fighting skills, wondering how he could have failed on his quest. When Luke noticed Percy, he paused and acknowledged him. Percy felt embarrassed for interrupting, but Luke reassured him that he was just doing some last-minute practice. Percy noted that the dummies would no longer pose a threat, to which Luke shrugged, explaining they built new ones every summer. As Luke sheathed his sword, Percy noticed the unusual design of the weapon. Luke explained that it was called Backbiter, effective against both mortals and immortals. Percy recalled Chiron's advice about not harming mortals unless absolutely necessary. Luke agreed that such weapons were rare, giving Percy a small smile before suggesting they head into the woods one last time to find something to fight. Although Percy felt uneasy about the idea, he agreed when Luke offered him some drinks. They walked into the forest, unaware that a black crow was watching them from a distance. They found a shaded spot by a stream where Percy had once broken Clarice's spear during Capture the Flag. They sat on a large rock, enjoying their drinks and the sunlight filtering through the trees. After a while, Luke asked if Percy missed being on quests. Percy jokingly replied that he didn't miss being attacked by monsters every few steps. Luke raised an eyebrow, and Percy admitted that he did miss it. A shadow crossed Luke's face, revealing his weariness and anger. He spoke about living on Half-Blood Hill since he was 14 and how he had trained tirelessly without ever experiencing a normal teenage life. After returning from a quest, he felt as if he had been abruptly dismissed. Luke crumpled his soda can and tossed it into the stream, surprising Percy, who had learned not to litter at camp. Luke expressed his disdain for the laurels of heroism, stating he didn't want to end up as a dusty trophy in the attic of the big house. When Percy remarked that it sounded like Luke was leaving, Luke gave him a twisted smile, revealing that he had brought him there to say goodbye. With a snap of his fingers, a small fire ignited at Percy's feet, revealing a shiny black scorpion. As Percy reached for his pen, Luke warned him not to, explaining that the scorpion could leap great distances and its sting could be deadly. Luke's demeanor shifted, and he calmly removed his jeans as the scorpion focused on Percy. Luke spoke of the darkness gathering in the world, the monsters growing stronger, and the futility of their heroism under the gods. Percy was taken aback by Luke's words, realizing he was speaking about their parents. Luke laughed, dismissing any affection for them, claiming that their civilization was a disease killing the world. He believed the only way to stop it was to burn it down and start anew with something more honest. Percy challenged Luke's sanity, comparing him to Ares. Luke's eyes ignited with intensity as he dismissed Ares as a fool who never understood the true master he served. He warned Percy that he might not live long enough to learn more, as Naruto was not there to save him. The scorpion crawled over the fabric of Percy's pants. Luke's voice was sharp as he demanded to know why Percy was serving Kronos. The air around them grew tense. Percy sensed the weight of Luke's words, realizing the gravity of the situation. Luke accused Percy of being misled, revealing that Kronos had spoken to him in dreams, urging him to take action. Luke's eyes narrowed as he recounted his past. He had once been tasked by his father, Hermes, to retrieve a golden apple from the garden of the Hesperides, a quest he felt was beneath him after all his training. He expressed his frustration at the lack of glory in repeating the feats of others. The dragon in the garden had left him with a scar, and upon his return he was met only with pity. He had longed to bring down Olympus but had bided his time, eventually being drawn into Kronos's web of influence. He described how he had stolen Zeus's master bolt and Hades's helmet during a winter field trip, taking advantage of the Olympians' arrogance and poor security. However, he was caught by Ares, who had threatened him with dire consequences. Under the pressure, Luke had manipulated Ares into believing that a great war among the gods was brewing, convincing him to let him go. Luke revealed that he had been punished with nightmares by the Lord of the Titans and had sworn never to fail again. He had been told in dreams that a second hero would come, one who could be deceived into taking the lock and the helm further into the depths of Tartarus. Percy realized that Luke had summoned the Hellhound that night in the woods, orchestrating events to make Chiron believe that the camp was unsafe for him. Luke explained that they had to confirm Chiron's fears about Hades pursuing Percy, and it had worked. Percy questioned why he had been chosen for this role, and Luke revealed that Naruto did not trust him. Percy felt anger rise within him as he recalled the cursed flying shoes that were meant to drag him and his backpack to Tartarus, but he had given them to Grover, disrupting the plan. Luke's gaze fell on the scorpion now resting on Percy's thigh, and he coldly remarked that Percy should have perished in Tartarus. He intended to leave Percy with the creature to settle the score. Percy reminded Luke of Talia's sacrifice to save him, questioning how he could repay her in such a way. Luke erupted in anger, blaming the gods for Talia's death and vowing that they would pay for it. Percy pleaded with Luke, insisting he was being used by Kronos, but Luke's voice turned sharp as he challenged Percy's own worth. He declared that Kronos would rise again, and this time, humanity would be cast back into darkness, save for the strongest who served him. Percy, determined, challenged Luke to fight him, but Luke merely smiled, confident in his superiority. He claimed that his master awaited him and had many missions to undertake. With a final farewell, Luke vanished into a wave of darkness. The scorpion lunged at Percy, but he swiftly crushed it with his hand and sword. However, he soon felt a burning sensation in his palm, realizing he had been poisoned. His vision blurred, and he struggled to remain standing, darkness closing in as he collapsed. Meanwhile, Annabeth was in her cabin, absorbed in a book when Karasu appeared with an unconscious Percy. Alarmed by his condition, she noticed his skin turning an unnatural shade. Karasu warned her of the poison, stating that his healing powers were ineffective against it. Annabeth quickly retrieved a healing crystal from her pocket and placed it on Percy's forehead. The crystal began to glow, and after a tense moment, it returned to its original color, indicating that Percy's condition had stabilized. Annabeth sighed in relief and asked Karasu if he could take them to the infirmary. With a nod, they vanished into the shadows. In the infirmary, Chiron entered to find Percy still unconscious, his hand bandaged. Annabeth sat beside him, tending to him with nectar. Chiron inquired about Percy's condition, and Annabeth assured him that the healing crystal had worked. When asked who had harmed Percy, Karasu revealed it was Luke, labeling him a traitor. Using the illusion, she revealed everything that had happened between them. The room fell silent for a long time. Chiron stated that Lucas was a thief. Annabeth struggled to believe it, her voice wavering. Naruto appeared and insisted that she had to believe it. Annabeth's expression turned angry and sad as she acknowledged the truth. She cursed the gods, recalling how Luke had never been the same after his quest. Chiron murmured that this needed to be reported to Olympus. They then noticed Percy waking up. He remarked on being back in the infirmary. Annabeth called him an idiot, relieved to see him conscious. Naruto asked how he felt, and Percy replied that it felt like his insides had been frozen. Naruto offered to check on him, his hand glowing green as he placed it on Percy. He confirmed that Percy was fine with no side effects and praised Annabeth for her efforts. Percy then remembered Luke and expressed his urgency to go after him. Naruto insisted that Percy needed to rest and used an illusion to put him back to sleep. Chiron instructed Annabeth to take care of him and mentioned that Argus would look after them both before he and Naruto left the room. Chiron asked Naruto if he was going to tell Talia about Luke. Naruto replied that he already had. When Chiron inquired how she took the news, Naruto explained that she was surprised, angry, and sad, knowing Luke hated the gods but never expecting him to become a traitor. After a moment of silence, Chiron asked what they would do about Luke. Naruto stated that for now he would do nothing, but if Luke caused any trouble in the future, he would handle it himself. He then mentioned he was going on a train trip with his grandmother before disappearing in a flurry of crows. Meanwhile, Talia was practicing with her sword, striking at battle dummies. Naruto called out to her, and she rushed over to embrace him. After a brief hug, she asked if he was leaving, sounding sad. He confirmed he was but presented her with a gift from his pocket. Talia examined the silver sword hilt adorned with a small Chinese dragon and focused on summoning electricity. Instantly, a brilliant blue lightning blade formed, resembling a katana. She was astonished by the transformation. Naruto introduced it as Raijin no Ken, the sword of the god of thunder. Grateful, Talia kissed him on the lips for a long moment before wishing him goodbye and good luck. In the early morning, Naruto arrived at the camp, which was eerily quiet with dark cabins. Beyond the woods, Long Island shimmered in the first light of dawn. He spotted Percy and Annabeth and teleported near them. Annabeth asked Percy what he planned to do, and he admitted he didn't know. When she inquired about his feelings, they turned to see Naruto. Percy recognized him and noticed his backpack, asking where he was going. Annabeth echoed the question. Naruto announced he was going on a training trip with his grandmother. When Annabeth expressed surprise, he confirmed it was happening now. Both Annabeth and Percy reacted in shock, questioning the timing. Percy realized who Naruto's grandmother was, stating she was Amaterasu, the Shinto goddess of the sun. Chiron and Mr. D approached, with Chiron explaining her significance as a deity of the Shinto religion. As the gray of dawn faded, colors filled the sky, and warmth spread as the sun rose. Annabeth admired the beauty, and someone thanked her. They turned to see a pure white wolf with crimson markings, radiating a powerful divine aura. Naruto greeted his grandmother, surprising both Annabeth and Percy. The wolf transformed into a beautiful woman, sharing similarities with Naruto, including her black hair and purple eyes. Chiron welcomed Lady Amaterasu to the camp, and she acknowledged him before turning to Naruto, asking if he was ready. He nodded and introduced her to Annabeth and Percy, who both honored her with a slight bow. Amaterasu smiled and then told Naruto it was time to leave. He bid farewell, and they vanished in a burst of black flames.